From the tribe of the trolls to the empire of the elves, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126, a brief battle and an unknown captive. Forget it. Regardless of that, let's leave this matter to the witch doctors. His caution did not last long, and he soon became excited about fighting a race he had never seen before. While running, the 4 trolls behind him roared a few times, and the windrunner totem was activated. The effect was immediate, and the team leader's position quickly fell from the front to the back, and fell further and further behind. Damn it, you cunning guys. He howled angrily, obviously realizing what the team members wanted to do. Ha 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 ha. The battle is ours. The team members laughed and walked away, one by one, aiming directly at the strange enemy, completely forgetting what the original purpose was. The distance of more than 100 meters was almost flashed by the blessing of the totem, and the startled beasts fled south in fear. The trolls had already seen the posture of the enemy. It was an upright creature with 2 horns on top, a protruding face, almost complete giant hooves on the feet, and 4 fingers on the hands. They had extremely dense hair on the head, the top of the neck, the chin, the hoof, etc. But most of their bodies were blue hairless skin, at least the part exposed outside the clothes. This appearance was strange in the eyes of the trolls, but it was definitely not ugly. The muscles all over their bodies were extremely strong and even quite attractive. It was a pity that the height of about 2.7 meters seemed a little short to the trolls. At this time, the 4 uprights, who looked like herdsmen, 3 tall and 1 short, looked a little panicked, but overall they seemed to be calm in their response. They drew their weapons from their waists and headed towards the ghostly enemy monster that was approaching like lightning. The sound of weapons intersecting soon rang out. The speed brought by the windrunner totem gave the trolls an extra layer of charging effect. When the 2 sides fought, the herdsmen were directly pushed back several meters, and then faced a continuous wave of attacks. They had to use up all their energy just to resist, and they could hardly fight back effectively. The frequency of the trolls' attacks at this time was about 30% higher than that in normal conditions. In addition to their own strength, the opponents would lose if they defended for a long time before a few weapons were clashed. As a result, wounds began to appear. After holding on for a few breaths, the herdsmen were knocked to the ground one after another before the team leader ran over. What should we do next? The travelers put their special long swords against the opponent's eye sockets, and then asked the team leader, who had just arrived, in a silly tone. After getting their fill of snatching the opponent, they seemed to have returned to their previous silly state. Jilly-giloo. Jilly-giloo. What is he talking about? Damn it. How should I know? Why didn't you wait for me just now? Hey, who told you to run slowly? Go, get out of the way. The captain pushed the team members away with his buttocks, picked up the weapon that was used to resist on the ground and observed it. The weapon was in the shape of a knife, which was nearly half shorter than the heavy knife that the tribe had experimented with before, only about 0.7 meters. But he had long discovered that this thing was not as weak as the weapons used by other tribes in the Black Forest. Just now, it collided with the steel and wood longsword several times, and was still evenly matched. What are you? What is this? The team leader stared into the other person's eyes and tried to slow down his speech. Jilly-giloo. Jilly-giloo. It was still a chicken and a duck talking, and he had a headache and didn't know how to deal with it. But then his mind turned and he reacted. It seems that there is no need for him to take care of this matter. Isn't it enough to call the squadron leader? Thinking of this, he no longer cared about the captives, who were unknown, and turned to look to the south. Over there, the beasts were no longer panicking and seemed to be under control. The squad leader blew a quick whistle, which meant something was happening. At this distance, even if no officer activated the listener totem, it was still guaranteed to be heard. Sure enough, before a moment had passed, the beasts were driven over here. Go and block a fence. Don't let them run away. He ordered several team members. Several team members left as he was told, and did not worry about whether the captives would hurt the remaining squad leader, and went directly to control the direction of the beasts. After a while, the beasts quieted down again, and the two squadron leaders came around from both sides and came to his side. The two female squadron leaders were not ordinary trolls, but non-mainstream young witch doctor apprentices. They were not very interested in studying magic, but were very interested in exploring the outside world. Considering the special nature of the mission that the far travelers were going to undertake, when the organization was first established, Blade Fang appointed them as the leaders of the two squadrons. As it turned out, they did a pretty good job. Without a mandatory order from the headquarters, they actually led the team out of the Black Forest. What's this? What is this? After becoming a far traveler, the witch doctor apprentice who changed her name to Droutess, Farfang, asked in surprise when she saw several captives lying on the ground. I don't know, they can talk, but I can't understand them. The team leader spread his hands, saying that he had tried his best, and the rest should be solved by these smart trolls. At this time, another witch doctor apprentice who also changed her name, and was now called Cui Wenlites, Traveling Fang, frowned and said in a serious manner, "Dro, we should go back quickly." When she called her companions, she omitted the common Ya pronunciation suffix of the Ya tribe, which seemed more intimate. I think so too. Judging from his appearance, he is obviously from another civilization. We must bring this news back as soon as possible so that the speaker can make a judgment. What about them? Do you want me to kill them? The captain drew out the long sword from his waist and once again pressed it against the eyes of one of the captives who looked less hairy, with more immature horns and a shorter stature. He was so scared that he quickly leaned back, trembling, and pressed the back of his head tightly to the ground, trying to stay away from the tip of the sword as much as possible. Jilly-giloo. Jilly-giloo. Seeing this, the other three taller captives' eyes turned red and tried to say something in fierce words. Shut up, or kill him. Perhaps the captain's actions were too intuitive. Even if they didn't speak the same language, they understood what he was saying, and the captives shut their mouths angrily. There's no need to leave no room for maneuver. Take someone alive with you. If something happens in the future, you can use it to turn things around. Obviously, Zolnites was worried that the power behind the other party might be stronger than the Ya. Chapter 127, Advanced Totem Technology and Returning Travelers. The travelers drove the animals and captives and retreated first, preparing to retreat to the mountain jungle behind the valley. Originally, they planned to leave some members to go deeper north to find out more about the new civilization, but facing unknown risks, the two squadron leaders decided to be more conservative after discussion. In the current situation, the top priority is to bring the captives back while trying not to expose their own tracks. Therefore, they decided to stop while they are ahead and not to make any more trouble in order to prevent the traces left by the large group of animals from revealing their whereabouts. On the way back to the valley, they asked each of the travelers to pick up 2 or 3 animals weighing about 300 kilograms and then drive the 4 captives forward. When a few days passed and the travelers had already gone back into the deep forest, the tribes that migrated here discovered that some herdsmen who went out to graze were missing. A 2.4 meter tall upright creature with no horns and a slender appearance went to the elders of the family to express his concerns. After waiting for his family members to return but failed, the news was passed up layer by layer and soon reached the ears of the chief. Upon hearing the news, the tall chief immediately organized forces to go to the pastoral area to explore, but only found some scattered traces and failed to find the troll traces that had been covered up. Therefore, the chief had no choice but to order several families must work together when grazing, and was determined to speed up the construction of the fortress to ensure the safety of the tribe. This incident cast a shadow on the prospects of the tribe that had just settled down. At this moment, nearly 2 years have passed since the Troll Cell exploration project launched by the Ya department. During this period, the research work has achieved remarkable results, except for individual projects such as the brain and spinal cord. Most of the project teams have completed the pre-planned content. The result not only gave the troll body meditation a more solid foundation at the bottom of the structure, it also promoted the advancement of the totem technology of spells through a further understanding of the troll's body structure. From the original situation that each troll could only carve 1 totem to the current situation where 3 can be accommodated at the same time. Because of the advancement of this technology, the witch doctors of the Witch War Integration Committee began to study the problem of totem matching, trying to allow soldiers and wanderers to have more tactical applications. The tribe's existing spell library is not rich enough, and the types of magic beasts that can be used for large-scale research are also limited. The witch doctors picked and chose from them, and finally determined the target preliminarily. The totems of the Wanderer troops must be based on lightness and exploration. Therefore, in addition to the existing Listener and Windwalker totems being changed to full member engraving, they also plan to totemize the polarization spell to add a layer of stealth protection for the Wanderers. The soldiers need to continue their studies in attack and defense. In addition to the original giant strength, they can also continue the process of totemization of brute force and hardness. With the help of ice crystal microscopes and ultrasonic detection, the research on warcraft is no longer as troublesome as the research on wolves. The project soon achieved a breakthrough. However, in the subsequent totem engraving stage, the experimental results were not very ideal. First, the effects of the two sets of totems of brute force and giant strength overlapped seriously. Originally, the former could increase strength by 20% and the latter could increase strength by 30%, but after superposition, the strength of the warriors did not increase to 50%, but remained at a level of just over 30%. Secondly, unlike the decreasing superposition of strength increase, the side effects of the magic are inherited completely. Warriors who activate two totems at the same time will bear two kinds of weakness effects that were not serious at first, but became significant after superposition. After their effects end, they have to spend more time and supplement more nutrition to restore their bodies to their original state. Finally, when the two totems were activated at the same time, the duration of their spell effects also showed a significant decline. The original duration of the giant strength totem was 5 minutes, and the duration of the brute strength totem was 7 minutes, but with a superposition of the two, the duration of their effects dropped directly to 3 minutes. Under these negative effects, this combination of superimposed unilateral effects was proven to be unable to fully utilize the advantages of the totems. But this did not discourage the witch doctors. Since this road was not feasible, they changed their thinking and took the all-round warrior route. Wouldn't it be okay to push up the attributes such as agility, defense, and precision? In fact, their subsequent research also leaned in this direction. As a start, the witch doctors first tried the original giant strength and windwalker combination experiment. The result was better than the above, at least the spell effects of both were 100% retained, but in terms of duration and weakness penalty, the situation was still not ideal. In this regard, Baki had an association, and he believed that the problem still lay in the energy supply. Although in the new system, witch doctors have the concept of magic power, but to put it bluntly, it is still a more controllable form of physical strength, and witch doctors do not get additional exclusive mana pool as in the game, not to mention the mysterious absorb external aura effect, which does not exist at all. Even witch doctors cast spells in this way, and warriors totem casting cannot be separated from this concept. Its essence is to convert physical strength into some kind of magic effect. However, the warrior's mental strength is relatively weak, and their physical strength is not precisely controllable. Therefore, they can only rely on totems to mechanically cast spells, which makes energy consumption more serious. If witch doctors can consume 2 units of physical strength to apply 10 units of magic effects, then warriors using totems may need to consume 4 units of physical strength to barely get 8 units of results. Therefore, the weak side effect of magic is more prominent in them. To solve this problem, there are only 2 ways: increase income and cut expenditure. The former is to find a way to solve the energy problem and give the troll warriors more physical strength. The latter is to solve the problem of physical controllability, which can be solved by making the totems more refined and energy saving, and constantly urging the warriors to persist in meditation. Although there are ideas, the actual problems are not as easy to change as imagined. Both solutions have their own difficulties. In terms of energy, among all the tribes, only Baki himself has achieved a breakthrough. The rest of the witch doctors are either breaking through or not yet ready, and Baki's breakthrough method cannot be applied to warriors who are not even apprentices at this stage. As for the controllability problem, there is no good way to cross it. They can only strengthen meditation and improve their spiritual attributes through mechanical training, which may be useful. It would be great if we could find pure elemental creatures. Just as Baki was thinking this, an apprentice pushed open the door and entered his office. He reported in a slightly nervous but excited tone, "Mr. Speaker, the Far Traveler Squadron has returned. They brought back several intelligent creatures." Upon hearing this, Baki immediately stood up and walked quickly to the door. "Where is it? Take me there." Chapter 128. Watching the captives and discussing. When Baki arrived, the travelers were surrounded by the members of the headquarters. The trolls looked around curiously and looked at the strange creatures they had never seen before. When Baki approached, they moved to the sides to make way for the passage to the center. When he saw the captives brought back by the travelers, the first thought that came to his mind was, "Is this a Tauren?" Looking at the two female captains, Baki began to ask about the details and soon learned all the information from them. The news he learned made him fall into silence and think. The world outside the Black Forest. News of civilization. I really don't know whether this is good or bad for the tribe today. Thinking did not last too long, because what is coming will always come, and thinking too much will not help. So, he patted the shoulders of the Tusk squadron leaders and encouraged them. "You two, and all the travelers, have done a great job. You have far exceeded the expectations of the headquarters. Thank you for your hard work along the way." The round trip took nearly a year, and the hardships that the travelers had experienced were self-evident, which can be seen from their current attire. The shorts and skirts they wore before the departure were gone, and except for the weapons around their waists, their appearance now was almost the same as the barbarians in the forest. "Go ahead, leave this to me. You should have a good rest." "Understood, Mr. Speaker of the Council. We'll take our leave then." Many travelers left behind the captives and the beasts that they had eaten along the way, of which only 20 or 30 were left, and hurriedly walked into the tribe. Judging from the direction, they should be planning to go to the bathing center first and take a good bath in the raging fire. Go and notify the person in charge of the animal husbandry department to come over, and then inform other witch doctors who are free to come over as well. Some apprentices did as they were told, and Baki ignored the captives who were also ragged and panicked, and instead focused his attention on the animals. This was a creature that looked very much like the sheep in his previous life, but with a much larger skeleton. It might be too hard along the way, so they were a little skinny at this time, but from CUI Wenlight's description just now, we can know that they were originally more than 300 kilograms, and their fat and strong appearance clearly showed that they were a species that had been artificially cultivated for a long time, and in terms of the ratio of weight to meat yield, they should be far better than the existing large animals in the tribe. Moreover, there is one more important point. Baki walked forward, restrained the head sheep who wanted to butt him, and reached out to feel its fur. The long fur almost dragged on the ground, and although the outside was hardened and stuck due to the long journey, it looked a little dirty, but the inside was soft and dense. It was the best wool producing livestock. The tribe seemed to be able to go one step further in terms of clothing. At this time, the trolls of the livestock department hurried over, and soon after, a dozen witch doctors who had free time also came one after another. Everyone discussed the livestock for a while, and then entrusted it to the apprentices, who were responsible for taking care of the livestock. After that, the onlookers gradually dispersed. More than a dozen witch doctors, almost all of whom were about 3 meters tall, plus a giant who was 3 meters and 4 meters tall, surrounded the 4 captives and observed them curiously. The captives were obviously frightened, especially the shortest one, who was shaking like a sieve. The 3 taller ones barely moved forward to block him, but they were just holding on. "Is this the traces of civilization you mentioned in your notice? It doesn't look that good." Finally returning to the headquarters, Funea stepped forward and poked the captives' bodies with his fingers, then asked in confusion, "Stupid, look at the clothes they are wearing. After more than 6 months of living in the wild, they can still maintain basic integrity." Baki slapped him on the head and pointed at their clothes and asked, "Tell me, can the tribe make clothes so strong and exquisite now? It seems not." "That's it. Look at this again." Baki bent down, picked up the captured weapons thrown by the travelers before, pulled them out of the external leather case, and then stretched out his finger to flick them. But, this is metal, and it is hard metal, which is different from our soft gold, that can only be used for decoration. As he said, he gently waved the weapon in his hand. Although it felt a little lighter overall, the weight and the structure was just right, bringing a very comfortable feel. This thing is not so easy to forge. He held it horizontally in his hand and bent it downward with force. With a snap sound, the blade broke immediately. Baki picked up the two pieces in his hand and the fragments scattered on the ground, and handed them to the witch doctor next to him. Take a look at it. Although it is sharp, but not tough enough, it is also a rare weapon. The foundation of the maker should not be underestimated. When the witch doctors passed the broken knife, he set his sights on the Minotaur, spread his hands and approached, and then said in the gentlest tone possible, my name is Nestor, his name is Silentis, Tuaya, your name, what? The pointing of his fingers and the simplest way of asking questions seemed to make the Minotaur understand what he wanted to express. A captive with the most abundant hair and the largest skeleton tentatively pointed at himself and answered cautiously, Jilasutabudu. After saying that, he saw that Baki was still waiting with a smile, so he pointed at several companions beside him, and said one by one, Tabasutabudu, Tabasutabudu, Tabasutabudu. Baki nodded, then pointed at different objects to demonstrate, and asked the captives to continue to express themselves. After a period of communication that was inconsistent with each other, Baki had gained something. From the repetition and order of several sentences, Baki guessed their simplest grammatical structure, as well as the corresponding expression methods of my name is so-and-so, his name is so-and-so, this is so-and-so in the other party's language. After preliminary judgment, Baki felt that this was a language that was perfect enough and had mature rules. For the witch doctors, it didn't seem difficult to master it in the next few months. The captives lived a relatively stable life in the tribe. They were provided with sufficient food every day, and they also wore specially sewn new clothes. These captives seemed to be a relatively optimistic and calm race. After the initial panic, they quickly adapted to the new environment. But they were not without troubles. They were frequently invited to fight. They were at a loss when facing the fire when bathing, and the witch doctors came to talk to them whenever they had time. Of course, these problems were solved. After finding out that they were not very strong, the trolls naturally lost the intention to invite them to fight. After understanding that they could only bathe with water, they also began to provide the corresponding venue. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129 Situation and Countermeasures outside the Black Forest. The witch doctors chatting was not too difficult at first, and they soon mastered the ability to communicate simply. In this process, the witch doctors learned that these species called themselves Taulan, but they still use the troll language, and named them horned-hoofed upright species. Of course, this title would only remain in academic occasions when communicating with them. The witch doctors would still politely call them Taulan walkers. As for the title of Tauran in Baki's memory, it only remained in his mind, because the trolls did not understand what humans were, nor did they have the concept of cows. After several months, all the witch doctors gradually mastered the most basic Taulan language communication skills. So, a formal conversation was arranged to start in the Parliament Hall. Among the four captives, Tabudu, now 55 years old, is the father, and the remaining three are his sons. Among them, Dabudu, 23 years old, is the eldest, and Abudu, 21 years old, is the second oldest. Both are close to the age of 25, which is an adult age. The youngest one is called Tabudu, who is only 17 years old this year, so he looks even shorter. In addition to the four of them, there is another member in this family, Tabudu's wife, who is 50 years old this year. When talking about his wife, Tabudu looked worried and said that he had lost all the animals in the family, and his wife would definitely be very angry. In this regard, although Baki complained in his heart that your wife may have remarried, He still said generously that the tribe would definitely compensate him so that he could go back with peace of mind. After that, Tabudu became more talkative, not knowing whether it was because he got the accurate promise of you can go back. He talked about himself, his tribe, and the hostile forces. This was a very simple man, without any sense of secrecy. From him, the witch doctors gradually got a general understanding of the world outside the Black Forest, at least the north of the Black Forest. It is said that the Tauland Walkers were originally a farming nation living in the farther north, but since a few years ago, a barbarian tribe they called Seti began to invade and harass them every year, and eventually forced them to retreat southward to avoid their sharp edge. This retreat lasted for several years. When the Tauland settlement had grown from nearly 100,000 people to the current level of 30,000, they came to the land now known as the Heavenly Plateau to resettle their homes. 100,000, 30,000. The witch doctors looked solemn when they heard these two numbers. Although these guys were not as strong as the trolls individually, their numbers were too exaggerated, which made them worry about whether they would be found and retaliated. The conversation continued, and Tabudu focused on describing the Seti barbarians. They walk on 4 hooves at the bottom, and can grasp with 2 limbs at the top, and their strength is not inferior to the horned hoofed upright species. They turn like the wind and gather quickly, and can always create a local numerical advantage with a smaller total number. They have their own language, and are proficient in smelting technology. They gather into many tribes based on families, and make a living by looting, animal husbandry, and caravan employment. In his description full of subjective hatred, the witch doctors extracted the essence of the information, and made their own judgments. In addition, before Tabudu's tribe began to migrate, caravans from afar would pass by every once in a while. In those teams, he also saw more civilized creatures, and the one that left the deepest impression on him was the guard group of a caravan. The group had about 40 members, all from a species with different male and female forms. The 5 male creatures who served as leaders seemed to be brothers. They were extremely tall and strong, with thick manes on their heads and necks, and only their faces were slightly clean, and not covered by hair. The rest of the team seemed to be the wives and daughters of the 5 leaders, although they were not as tall as their husbands and fathers, and did not have manes that looked very majestic. They were all strong and agile warriors. Baki heard from his tone that Tabudu was mainly envious of other males who could have many wives, and his tribe seemed to have followed monogamy from ancient times to the present. The news that could be obtained from Tabudu seemed to end here. He was just an illiterate who had never been to school, and his knowledge was limited to hearing and seeing. So Baki turned to ask some more basic things, such as the tribe's education, attitude towards the outside world, units of measurement, food acquisition, chronology, currency, and most importantly, whether there are spellcasters. The news was mixed. In Tabudu's words, his tribe was friendly, and had never actively attacked its neighbors. There were few literate people in the tribe, and he thought that was useless knowledge. The tribe's food was mainly obtained through farming and animal husbandry, and hunting was dispensable in proportion. Concepts such as weight, length, and area all had their own relatively fixed measurement units and size conversion standards. They used precious metals as currency. In addition to their own casting, they also had contributions from caravans, but they did not carry much when they left their homes, so now they mainly rely on barter to exchange for the necessary materials. The calendar mainly relies on the sun, and the tribe shamans will determine the season by sight at different times of the year. And these shamans seem to meet the definition of spellcasters by witch doctors, but the number and ability are not something that he, a herdsman, can know. After the exchange meeting ended, Tabudu left under the guidance of his apprentice, and only the witch doctors were left in the conference hall. The atmosphere on the scene was a bit heavy, because the world outside the Black Forest seemed to be more complicated than they had expected. Since there is a gap in the northern mountain range where the Black River flows, what about the east? Does the White River also flow in from a valley? Gonzalo, have you heard any information about this from the Atta tribe? Mr. Speaker, there seems to be no news about this in the Atta tribe's heritage. At least I didn't see it when I went to trace the source. Really? Send envoys to the Atta tribe and the Schia tribe in the east, and the Philantanan tribe in the north, to ask them about the valley and gorge. Also, send hunting groups to the east and north, some to explore along the mountains and some to search along the rivers. We must find out all the channels that can connect to the outside world. What do you think? Okay, but what about the captives? They seem to have no less than 30,000 of their own kind outside the mountains. In addition, although I don't know how good they are, those shamans seem to be spellcasters. Isn't it a bit dangerous for the tribe to come into contact with such a force? The rough-toothed witch doctor asked with a frown. Point, it is dangerous for sure, but when it comes to fighting capabilities, we don't have to be afraid of any tribe. So there is no need to hide, just try to make initial contact. Baki responded. The sharp-toothed witch doctor on the other side thought for a moment after hearing what he said, then nodded in agreement, and then spoke. I wonder if the speaker has noticed. The horned-hoofed man just now said that their tribe can fill their stomachs by relying on farming and animal husbandry. In my opinion, the farming he mentioned should mean the same as our planting. So, can they be full by eating fruits and nuts? What kind of high-yield plants should they plant? Hearing this, the coarse-toothed witch doctor shook his head in disapproval. Maybe you misunderstood. The meaning of that word should refer to working on the land, which is obviously more inclined to the attribute of land than the planting in our language. So I think this is a production method that requires periodic and meticulous transformation of the land. In order to harvest food, the crops they plant should be very different from fruits and nuts. Even fundamentally different, such as not being tree species, etc. The word farming mentioned by the witch doctors earlier was naturally a foreign pronunciation from the Tauran language, so it was normal for them to have a misunderstanding of its meaning. However, due to his previous life experience, Baki was more inclined to the view of the witch doctor coarse teeth, which was the concept of farming in Chinese. However, he did not express his own views directly, but said, no matter which of the two understands it more accurately, it cannot change the fact that it has great value to the tribe. So, in future direct contact, I plan to make obtaining such crops and their farming methods our primary goal. Yes. Agree. Also, their other excellent livestock species cannot be let go. The livestock department reported a few days ago that the livestock brought back by the travelers before had a meat removal rate of nearly 60%, which is much better than the large livestock we have. A witch doctor with a similar identity as the livestock department consultant said so, and was agreed by all witch doctors. Well, this can also be added. They have just migrated here, and there should be a lot of material gaps. They can use the various outputs of the Black Forest to exchange for what we need. Let the two apprentices start learning their language first, and then arrange the mission as soon as possible. However, crises and opportunities coexist, and the exploration of other gaps in the northern foothills must also be carried out as soon as possible. Send a reconnaissance team to find out the situation outside, leave a guard post, and establish a danger warning mechanism. If conditions permit in the future, a fortress must be set up in each gap, even in the face of the worst case scenario. Production safety inside the Black Forest must be ensured first. In Baki's final summary, this meeting on countermeasures against external civilizations finally came to an end. On the way to the treehouse with Maya, Baki asked with concern, "How is your advancement? It seems to take a long time. Is it really okay?" "Don't worry, you will definitely be surprised by then." "Oh, just don't be scared. Ouch. Don't pinch me." Chapter 130 Paper and Printing. A few days after handling the affairs of the Hornhoof Erectus civilization, Fujiwara and Manga came to visit together and reported that they had completed the task assigned by the speaker. So, Baki followed them to inspect. What he saw was still a tree. When Fujiwara opened its surface, a huge smooth curved surface was revealed inside. Manga stepped forward and fumbled with his fingernails for a while, then opened a corner and pulled it outward. The smooth curved surface, like the toilet paper roll in the previous life, extended outward. "Mr. Speaker, this is our result." Fujiwara stretched his palm to the light yellow thing that was pulled out and said, "We used a long and short fiber mix weaving method, in which the long fiber is responsible for its integrity and the short fiber is responsible for blocking the diffusion of the dye. After trying the writing you mentioned, we achieved good results. Manga took out a roll of something that looked like the same material as the object in the tree from his saddlebag and handed it to Baki and introduced it like this. Baki took it and felt its texture. It felt very solid and the feel was similar to some special letter paper in his previous life. Although it was still thicker than the paper for manuscripts, it seemed to be enough for the tribe today. He solemnly unfolded the roll, and a standard rectangle of 20 centimeters square appeared in his hand. On it, dedicated to His Excellency the speaker, was written in the not so beautiful troll language. Baki laughed dumbly, but he was used to the tricks of these witch doctors, and turned his attention to the writing effect. The dye used was dark green, and it looked okay against the light yellow background. The font structure was complete, without any blurring caused by smudging, and the horizontal hook and other strokes were clearly visible. Baki turned it over, and found that there was no penetration behind the carrier. If 200 pages are combined, how thick will it be? Each sheet is 0.03 centimeters, and 200 sheets are about 6 centimeters. Okay, it's pretty good. You did a good job. Baki handed the sample back, and then came to the new tree species used for preparation, and observed it carefully. It was still the cavity manufacturing commonly used by the tribe, and the carrier was set to a natural roll mode. In order to facilitate separation, some vague joints were left at every area of about 1 square meter. Baki gently pulled diagonally along the joint, and a complete paper was torn off. How much can the yield be? He asked, shaking the 1 square meter paper in his hand. A tree seed can mature in about the 5th year after it is planted without any spells to accelerate its growth. The regulations in your hand can produce 3,000 per month at that time. What about the preparation of seeds? The structure of the spell is not very complicated. After the transformation technique is proficient, a witch doctor can produce 2 seeds per lamp hour without considering the acceleration of growth. But it is not difficult to accelerate it to full maturity. It only takes 10 minutes for each seed to become what you see now. Manya pointed at the finished product and said, of course, this is just to make the tree have production capacity. The production of the finished product inside requires additional calculations. Baki was satisfied. Just when he was about to propose something to reward the two of them, he found that the tribe seemed to have no suitable material rewards. Give money? The witch doctors have no worries about food and drink, and the tree houses are also distributed by the tribe. There is no luxury goods. What else do they need money for? This made him a little embarrassed. Now that he thought about it, this situation seemed to occur more than just these two. Even during and after the previous cell research, and even including many previous achievements, the council naturally ignored the witch doctor's salaries and rewards. The witch doctor seemed to have a strong sense of ownership and did not take working for nothing seriously, as if it was a matter of course. In addition, it seems that I have never received any salary or awards, and I have never felt unbalanced. In this case, let's put it aside for now. It won't be too late to improve it when we really need incentives in the future. After thinking for a long time and not finding a suitable execution method, Baki gave up thinking about it and decided to let it go. What are your plans? Are you going back to the Brain Research Institute and the Spinal Cord Research Institute? The couple looked at each other and nodded after a moment. We want to give it a try. The previous research feels quite interesting. Okay, I support you. Tell me what the institute needs, and we will try our best to meet your needs. Sure. After that, the naming rights of the new carrier of text were handed over to the couple of Tengire and Manaya by the Rune Council. They used part of the syllables of their respective names to create a new pronunciation similar to Kavi, and also took part of each of the troll characters such as tree and fiber to synthesize a new word specifically used to refer to this new thing. In short, the Black Forest trolls finally had the concept and entity of paper on this day. With paper, there must be suitable writing tools and printing technology. When Tengire and Manaya first tried, they simply used small branches to write, which required frequent dipping in dye, which was not very convenient. In this regard, Baki thought of the feather pen in his previous life. He remembered that it seemed to use a natural structure of bird feathers to absorb ink and write. Coincidentally, the tribe also has a kind of egg-laying free-range chicken, whose feathers are hollow and long feathers with filaments, which may be just right for use. This is the smaller of the two domesticated animals that were determined at the beginning. It is similar in size to the turkey in the previous life, weighing about 10 kilograms, and is considered a meat supplement for the tribe, so there is no problem in the supply of materials. So, Baki plucked a few feathers and asked the apprentices to try it. After a series of simple processing of boiling and cutting, it was found that it really worked, so it was determined to be the standard writing tool at this stage. Of course, this so-called standard is just for the convenience of uniform distribution to schools and the executive government. As for what other trolls like to use, it doesn't matter, as long as the reader can understand what you write. In terms of printing technology, Baki proposed the two concepts of woodblock and movable body, and handed them over to interested apprentices to study together with intaglio and relief. After the most critical problem of thinking was solved, the manufacture of primitive woodblock and movable body characters was not too difficult, and it didn't take long to achieve the success of wooden movable body and woodblock. Although there are many defects such as difficulty in hanging ink and unstable printing of fonts, it is enough to meet today's needs. So, as paper-making trees were grown to maturity and negative-grained wooden characters were carved out, the first printing factory in the Black Forest came into being. Its production capacity was first occupied by textbooks, while the contents of witchcraft and magic, documents of the executive yuan, etc., were placed in a more backward position. Of course, these are developments that occurred several months later. Long before that, the debut of paper was occupied by a letter. Chapter 131 Letters and Messengers. Dear Lord Chief Towlin, on behalf of the Rune Council and all the people of the Black Forest, I would like to extend my most sincere greetings to you. I heard that your tribe has gone through numerous hardships and finally found suitable land for development. The Rune Council and all the people of the Black Forest empathize with your tribe and express their deep sympathy and sincere blessings for your experience. Since God has destined us to be neighbors in the future, the Rune Council and all the people of the Black Forest are willing to establish a harmonious and trusting friendly relationship with your tribe. To this end, we are willing to send back your herdsmen who were captured by the border guards due to some misunderstandings, and send some compensation to show our gratitude. In addition, considering that your tribe is initially established, many production and living materials may still be in a tight state. We are willing to carry out targeted support trade in accordance with the principle of good neighborliness and friendship. Whether it is food or building materials, you and I can exchange what we have in order to build a better home together. Nestor, the witch doctor and the elected Grand Speaker of the Black Forest Rune Council and all the people, salutes you and looks forward to your reply. Nestor, who longs to be your friend sitting in the speaker's seat. Baki finished reading this letter, which may not be so diplomatic, but at least got straight to the point. In order to write this letter in a polite and unyielding manner, the witch doctors almost broke their scalps. Almost every word and every grammatical sentence in it was finally determined after their careful consideration. For example, the name of the tribe, the once very popular options such as Ya Tribe, Black Forest Tribes Alliance, Black Forest, etc., were all killed in the discussion. This is the final name of Rune Council and all the people of the Black Forest, which seems to be out of place, but is quite in line with the actual situation, when you think about it. Baki knocked the gavel, put down the manuscript and said, "Is this alright? What do you think? Oh, right, we seem to be missing a calendar?" This was the result of a discussion among many witch doctors, so they naturally had no objection, and nodded in approval. But the question of chronology puzzled them, so a witch doctor asked, "Mr. Speaker, don't we have a calendar? How can it be missing? A year is 480 days. That's not what I mean. Let me give you an example. If today is January 1st of Rune Year 1, there is no moon, so I use the moon for ease of understanding. Then 480 days later will be January 1st of Rune Year 2. After Baki's explanation, the witch doctor suddenly realized and immediately understood the importance of this so-called chronology. That's right, let's use the rune calendar you mentioned. As for 1 year, I think it can be traced back to the day when the tribe summarized the first rune. The sharp-fanged witch doctor was the first to express his opinion. Okay, agree. After a chorus of agreement, the two oldest witch doctors, Coarsefang and Sharpfang, who had experienced that period, began to recall with Baki. They plan to rely on memory and push forward the results year by year. The memory of witch doctors is indeed a miracle, especially Baki after the upgrade. Now he can almost recall the major events that have happened in this world since he can remember, not every day, but at least every month. I took the apprentice exam at the age of 4 and proposed to create characters at the age of 7. I cast a spell with magic crystals for the first time at the age of 13 and interpreted the fire spell for the first time using rune language at the age of 15. I was 19 when I started the refrigerator tree, and I got married at the age of 23. I was 25 when I started the 4-tribe war, 26 when I started to study totems, 29 when I started the Alliance of All Tribes, and 32 when I started to study cytology. So I'm almost 36 years old this year, and Mia is 31 years old. If we start counting from the fire spell, this year should be the 21st year of the rune calendar. As for the month and day, forget it. I will only write down the year in this letter, so as not to be laughed at by others if I set the day and month randomly. So, Baki picked up a simple pen and solemnly added a stroke below the signature at the end of the letter. It was exactly the 21st year of the rune calendar. Then let's do this. Who of you is willing to go? Or should we let the apprentices act as messengers as usual? The letter was naturally written in troll language. This is because the captured family of horned-hoofed uprights are illiterate, and the witch doctors have no way of mastering the Taulan language. This would require a very high level of envoys. Since no witch doctor apprentice has mastered the language, if they want to have a truly effective communication, the witch doctor can only serve as the messenger this time. If they send apprentices as usual, they will have to settle for the next best thing and let them relay the contents of the letter to the other party according to the transliteration pin written by the witch doctors. Let me do it. Originally thought that it was another round of shirking and wrangling, but unexpectedly, this time the witch doctor took the initiative to volunteer. But the familiarity of the voice made Baki feel a little distrustful. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. Sure enough, Funea. Who else is there? This is the first contact between the tribe and the outside civilization. It's a rare opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I promise that I will never cause trouble this time. Friendly, smiling, you see how warm my smile is. Funea raised his hand high and grinned with a smile that was not warm at all, but extremely ferocious, and said confidently, "It doesn't matter if the smile is warm or not. After all, except for Mia, all trolls including Baki can't show this effect. But is this candidate really okay? In fact, Baki is not the only one who has such concerns at the scene. Although other witch doctors did not recommend themselves, they did not nod and push the volunteer who finally appeared like before. Obviously, the massacre a few years ago is still fresh in their memory, and they are a little worried about this volunteer. TSK, a bunch of Oticus and Oticus. Helplessly, Baki had to look at Funea, then go ahead, but remember what our purpose is. I understand. Funea's statement did not reassure Baki, and he continued to instruct, don't take the initiative to make enemies, but don't be too humble, too long-winded. Okay, I will definitely keep your instructions in mind. 10 days later, 4 brand new 40-meter class galleys, carrying the headquarters chief envoy Funea, 2 apprentice deputy envoys, 70 combat soldiers, and a group of rowers, embarked on a journey north along the river. Of course, the fleet not only carried trolls, but also carried samples of materials that the headquarters could use for exchange. With a feeling of trepidation and expectation, Baki and a group of witch doctors watched the fleet leave. Time is running out, he said with emotion. To this day, the organizational form of the Black Forest tribes has made him a little impatient, facing the threat that has begun to emerge from the outside. Baki is eager to speed up the integration of the inside. But the Black Forest punishment, that is unknown whether it exists, is like a fishbone stuck in the throat, restricting the tribe's progress. We can't go on like this. We must find out what this damn legend is all about. In the council hall, Baki said so with increasing anxiety. I think so too. Even if we can't figure it out, we have to speed up. The sharp-fanged witch doctor, who has always been radical, nodded in agreement. Today we have the horn-hoofed upright species. What will we encounter tomorrow? Even if you tell me that those dirty rodents have civilization, I won't be surprised. But what if that's true? The relatively conservative witch doctor said worriedly and cast his eyes on Corsefang. But this time, the coarse-toothed witch doctor did not express his traditionally conservative views. He pondered and said, the external threat can no longer be ignored. I agree with the speaker's point of view. We must actively look for traces of the legend. Even if we can't find them, we must expand the army to prevent them, and then integrate the entire Black Forest on this basis. Ha ha ha. Are you still asleep? I can actually hear such a nice proposal from you. Haha. Chapter 130 To the West and Anger. Corsefang did not accept the challenge. He just glanced at Sharpfang and continued to say to Baki, I think the combat troops must be expanded. The size of the headquarters may not be enough to deal with possible changes in the future. Okay, I agree. Sharpfang, who was bored, did not continue to entangle and turned his attention back to the normal discussion. What about the others? Do you think the same? The witch doctors looked at each other. They might have different opinions, but now seeing that the three most senior ones had a unified position, they all raised their hands to express their agreement. How many troops should be added? I propose to expand to 3 corps, with a total of about 1,890 officers. There are less than 6,000 people in total. Isn't that too much pressure? Yes. And what about the officers? This is an external defense force. Can we ask the 6 major tribes to provide some troops? No. The army must be all Fang tribe trolls. Then what do you think we should do? How about this? We in the first class alliance are responsible for the source of troops, and the 6 major tribes of the second class alliance and many small and medium-sized tribes provide food. I think it's okay. The grassroots officers can also be served by veterans. Let the apprentices temporarily shift their focus to totem carving. In the communication between the witch doctors, the opinions on the expansion of the army were basically formed, but they didn't have a suitable idea for the search for the Black Forest punishment. 2. Did the old witch doctor tell us the direction of his migration when he was a child? Blade Fang asked the 2 oldest witch doctors, Corsefang and Sharpfang. We talked about it, but he was still young at that time. He only remembers walking towards the sun and then walking away from the sun every day. That's what I heard. By the way, they seemed to have waded across a river once. Is that so? So they migrated from west to east. They only crossed the river once, which should be the Black River next to the tribe. We seem to have never conducted in-depth exploration of the west of the tribe and the left bank of the Black River, right? It seems to be true. At this point, the fanged witch doctor was startled, obviously aware of something. Then, he said in an uncertain tone, if you hadn't brought up this question, I seem to have never had any questions about the West, and I have never had the idea of going deep into the West. What about you? Many witch doctors closed their eyes and thought carefully, and then in a long silence, they also realized this problem. From the life trajectory of the deceased old witch doctor, it can be roughly judged that the Fang tribe has been entrenched here for at least 300 years. But in such a long time, there has been no action to expand the hunting grounds in the west. Indeed, the trolls' inability to swim may be one of the reasons for the obstruction of the Black River, but the Black River is not without shallows for the trolls to wade across. Even if we take a step back, when shipping appeared, the Black River was already a thoroughfare, but why did no troll propose to explore the west? The old witch doctor once said, the remains of the tribe after the destruction are covered with footprints of monsters. That is to say, there should have been members of the tribe who went back. If there was an accident, it might have appeared after this. Blade Fang was puzzled. Maybe the old witch doctor remembered it wrong. Maybe they migrated twice. The first time they were forced to retreat, and the second time they were scared away. It's just that the interval was too short, and he was too young, so he mixed up. Otherwise, it always feels a bit inconsistent. The sharp-fanged witch doctor continued. No point in talking, I'm going to go there myself. No. Speaker, you can't. I don't agree. Blade was slightly shaken by the unanimous opposition of many witch doctors, but after thinking for a moment, he insisted on his idea and explained, everyone, it's not that I want to take risks, but the law of not thinking about the West has a gap here. This may mean something. For example, some kind of thinking restriction that is only effective for ordinary trolls and junior witch doctors? If this is the case, it may be because the caster, if there is one, his or their level may not be much higher than mine. So, if I explore it myself, it may be safer. No, I will never vote in favor. The sharp-toothed witch doctor was not convinced, and he said so with an extremely firm attitude. Mr. Speaker, your decision is too risky, and I also deny it. The coarse-toothed witch doctor also expressed his opposition. With the two of them taking the lead, the native witch doctors also expressed their opposition. Now, the pressure came to the foreign witch doctors. Although the Rune Council did not have the local faction and outsider faction publicly announced, the trolls are all made of flesh and blood after all, and the concept of closeness and distance naturally arises. At this time, the number of outsider factions is actually enough to influence a simple majority vote. Unlike the respect in the hearts of the native witch doctors, their perception of Baki is actually more inclined to fear. Therefore, for this issue, the outsiders do not actually have as strong opposition as the former, and it is normal to vote yes. After all, from the previous discussion, it can be heard that the abnormality in the west of Black River is too great to be ignored. Now, with the strongest of the tribe willing to take the initiative to explore, it is not a bad thing in any way. But at this moment, perhaps it is because the local faction's vision is too sharp, or perhaps they feel that Baka's safety is indeed more important than the unknown dangers in the west. In short, they also voted against it. So, Baka's high-powered vote did not win under the unanimous opposition of almost all witch doctors on the scene. For the first time in his life, a proposal was met with such fierce opposition. Although he knew in his heart that this was worry and reluctance, Baka still felt a little anger that he himself could not accurately capture. Dang 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 dang. The sound of fingers tapping on the table came from the speaker's seat at the top of the circular council hall, hitting the hearts of every witch doctor like a heavy hammer. After a long silence, Baki spoke slowly and firmly. In the north, new civilizations have already revealed traces. In the east, the tribes may also contact the outside world through the gaps in the mountains, and thus escape from our control. In the west, unknown dangers seem to have been hanging over our heads for 300 years. At this time, I think the living environment of the tribe has reached a time when undercurrents are surging. Many witch doctors looked at each other blankly, not understanding what the speaker wanted to say. But Baki did not give them more time to think, and then said, therefore, following the old example of the four-tribe war, I will serve as the dictator. Chapter 133 Results and Compromise. Following the old calendar of the four wars, I will serve as the dictator until the threat from the west is fully explored, and the attitude of the new neighbor in the north is confirmed. The position of dictator originated from the four wars. Baki was inspired by the witch doctor's confusion, and created it on the spot. Due to the emergency, the Rune Council did not go through any voting procedures at the time, and just acquiesced, as if it was a child's play. This created a precedent that the chairman of the Rune Council has the right to independently serve as the dictator when he believes that the tribe is facing a threat, and thus take charge of all decision-making power. Putting aside the obvious irrationality and hidden dangers, at least now, Baka's abrupt decision has a suitable explanation, so there is nothing wrong with it, right? He did not realize that he was secretly angry because the proposal was completely rejected, and he wholeheartedly believed that this was just a public-spirited move to facilitate the investigation in the West. Many other witch doctors seemed to think the same, and at most they just recalled Baka's former label of stubbornness. Therefore, under his dominance, the ruling situation of the tribe changed again in form. The Rune Council became a consulting body, the executive government became an executive body, and the dictator became the command center. The first is to expand the army. The goal of the expansion is to have 3 battalions of infantry, 1 battalion of cavalry, and 1 battalion of wanderers within 2 years, expanding from the current size to 2,700 trolls. The existing battalion of combat soldiers will be immediately reorganized into a teaching regiment, and the officers at all levels will be promoted based on merit to fill the officer gap after the expansion. The squad leaders of each reorganized hunter squad will be selected to be combat squad leaders, and officers of all levels must have reading and writing skills, and be able to accurately understand and issue commands upwards. The corresponding assessment and teaching work must also be carried out as soon as possible. Let the wolf pack take action and find a new herd of moose or other creatures suitable for riding as soon as possible. The second thing is that the Witch War Integration Committee must hurry up and match the appropriate totems for each unit as soon as possible. In addition, the combat team will have a general flag officer at the battalion level and sub-flag officers at the battalion and squadron levels, who will be responsible for communication between troops at all levels, for the totem engravings of flag officers at all levels. In addition to the tribe's existing listener totems, the committee must also find a method suitable for transmitting sound and transform it into a totem for matching. Also, order the witch doctor apprentices to engrave corresponding totems for all combat soldiers and travelers within a 2-year period. The third thing is troops and resources. Order the 13 medium-sized tribes of the first class alliance to undertake the task of raising troops in a certain proportion according to their existing adult and sub-adult populations, and rush to the headquarters as soon as possible to carry out group military training and cultural education with the troops. The productivity losses incurred by the 13 tribes will be compensated by the headquarters later. In every transaction conducted with the tribes that have signed the second-class alliance treaty, an additional security tax will be levied to alleviate the production pressure on us and the first-class allies due to military expansion. The relevant departments should calculate a suitable number for the proportion of troops and taxes borne by each and hand it over to me as soon as possible. After explaining these things, Baki thought about it again and found that, although he had become the dictator and turned the parliament into a one-man show, thus achieving the goal of passing the bill, but he was about to set off to the west for investigation tomorrow. How should he, the dictator, handle the corresponding affairs? It was impossible to take the entire upper-level organization with him. Thinking of this, Baki pondered for a while, then picked up a piece of paper beside him and wrote, "During the absence of the dictator, all tribal affairs will be handled by the Rune Council in accordance with the previous old calendar. Appoint the 2 witch doctors, Coarsefang and Sharpfang, to temporarily preside over the work of the council." Signature, Baki. Date, Rune calendar. 21 inches. After writing, he picked up the document and read it once, but then crumpled it up, and then took out another piece of paper and wrote a new one. The new manuscript was basically unchanged in content, except that time limits were added to each part. For example, he changed during the absence of the dictator to during the absence of the dictator this time. For another example, he changed temporarily preside over the work of the parliament to during this period work. After writing it, he read it again and thought it was okay, so he read it out on the spot and kept it for archive. After the meeting, before Baki could leave, a group of witch doctors came forward again to persuade them privately. The general idea was still too dangerous. 300 years will be fine. There is no need to rush, etc. But Baki's attitude was very firm. He couldn't stand the obvious uncertainty next to his bed, so he persuaded them one by one. In this way, the witch doctors shook their heads and left helplessly, and attributed it to the confidence and stubbornness of genius. But what surprised Baki was that Maya, who he thought would be the most resolute opponent, did not express her position from beginning to end. He walked down the high seat with a little trepidation, and came to his wife, wanting to explain a few more words. But before he could open his mouth, Maya stood up, said lightly, "Let's go home," and then turned and left. This confused Baki. He stretched out his hand and wanted to say something, but in the end he could only follow silently. Along the way, Maya seemed unusually quiet. Baki tried every means to strike up a conversation with her, but often he could only get a simple response of from her. It was not until they were about to get home that Maya suddenly said, "I agree that you go, but you must take me with you." "But, no buts, I will be able to break through soon, and will not be a burden to you." Baki fell silent after hearing this. "You should understand my feelings now, right? Are you still going to object?" She was right. When Baki heard his wife's request, all kinds of uneasiness and hesitation surged into his heart, and he truly empathized with her. He sighed helplessly. Okay, no matter what is there, let's face it together. After getting his promise, Maya relaxed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her face once again showed a smile that was unique to the tribe. She took her husband's arm and quickened her pace towards home. 1 month. This is the time given by Maya. She believed that she only needed this last month to complete the advancement and reach the level of Baki in strength. So, Baki handled the work of the tribe while practicing himself, suppressing the urgent desire to explore in his heart, and waited. The agreed time of 1 month soon came to the end. Chapter 134 Partner Upgrade. On this day, Baki woke up from his sleep at the usual time. In a daze, he reached out to hug his wife, but he didn't hug his wife who was supposed to be there. Has Mia left? Thinking so, he got up, washed his face, and brushed his teeth, went downstairs to feed the deer for a while, and then walked to the meditation room to start today's practice. Just as he was circling upwards among the vines, he heard a faint groan of pain in his ears, and the direction from which it came was the meditation room on the top floor. What's going on? Question mark. The meditation room at home was usually used by himself and his wife, so who was causing this groan? That was needless to say. So, Baki anxiously jumped out of the complicated road, grabbed a vine hanging down from the treetop, and climbed up along the shortcut like a monkey. In just a few seconds, he arrived in front of the meditation room, kicked open the tight door and rushed in, calling out, "Are you okay?" Before he could finish his words, the scene he saw made him understand what had happened. There were several pools of lavender blood on the floor of the meditation room, and a beautiful wolf-like creature was lying on its side, panting very weakly. The wolf was purple all over, and although it was smaller than the wolf body of Blade Fang, which was 1.6 meters tall at the shoulder and 2.4 meters long without the tail, but judging by the body data of about 1.5 over 2.2 meters, and the strong and slender limbs, it could still be called a huge in terms of size. Needless to say, this must be his wife. He took 2 quick steps and sat down in front of Mia's wolf body, and with a little heartache, he lifted her head to his arms and gently stroked it. The wolf tentatively extended its tongue and licked his palm affectionately, feeling the warmth from the palm of his hand. A different impulse suddenly surged in Baki's heart. He shook his head, threw the inappropriate thoughts out of his mind, and then waited quietly. About half an hour later, Maya seemed to have regained her strength. She slowly got up and then tried to move carefully. After a while, her walking, sitting, and lying postures changed from the initial stumbling to a proper posture. The giant wolf ran to Baki happily, tilted its head to rub against his arms, and then raised its head to lick his cheek lightly. You know, although this thing looks like a wolf, its inner essence is his partner. Okay, change back quickly. Let me see the results of your advancement. Baki saw that he could not control his thoughts, so he quickly persuaded him. The giant wolf seemed a little dissatisfied, baring its teeth and making a unique low growl at him similar to the giant dog in his previous life when it was protecting its food. But after Baki rubbed it all over, it still changed back reluctantly. In a transformation process that he had experienced many times, the wolf-like creature began to slowly restore its human form. The exquisite and feminine body was covered with a layer of light purple skin with a faint glow. Above the plump dark lips was a straight and narrow nose, and the pair of Troll's iconic long teeth seemed to have completely retracted into the mouth, turning into a vampire fangs in the previous life. The eyes with deep purple light appeared under the eyebrows at an extremely aggressive but sharp and beautiful angle. The original fiery red long hair had faded, exuding a light purple color that was closer to white, and was straight and smooth on the smooth back. On both sides of the head, there was a pair of flying pointed ears, extending diagonally from the long hair. The muscles all over her body changed from the original muscular body that still had some traces of Trolls to the slender and muscular body that was more in line with Baki's aesthetics. Baki opened his mouth and looked at this strange yet familiar female with an incredible expression, who appeared in front of him little by little. Is this still a troll? Question mark. He couldn't help but think so. If it weren't for the deep meditation contract between the two, Baki would hardly recognize that this was his partner. Ashura, this is the name you mentioned repeatedly, and it seems to have given it the beautiful meaning of light in light. I don't know who it belonged to before, and I don't know which female you thought of when you said this syllable in the past. But from today, from this moment on, it is a title that belongs exclusively to me, and the place in your heart that is exclusive to me can only be occupied by me. Maya, whose height has shrunk to 2.7 meters, raised her head and looked at her 3.4 meter tall and strong husband intently and announced in a slightly hoarse voice, "Oh, my Ashura, light of light is a praise that belongs only to you. I will never allow another creature to defile it without knowing the meaning, and you and I will always belong to each other." Without explaining too much, Baki stepped forward and picked up his wife from her legs and rushed directly to the bedroom. After 3 long days and nights, Baki, who was immersed in the gentle land and skipped work, prepared to cross the river to the west bank with his wife, who had endured too many strange looks because of her changed appearance, with the farewell of many trolls. "To witch doctors, I will entrust everything in the tribe to you." "Ah, I understand." Knowing that he could no longer persuade him, Korsteith sighed and agreed helplessly. "Since this trip is a foregone conclusion, I can only hope that you and your wife can return safely. Be sure to be safe." "I know." Then, before the farewell words were finished, a loud shout came from a distance. Hey, Your Excellency the Dictator. Me. Take me with you." It turned out that Daba, who had always regarded himself as a guard since the Finay tribe surrendered, was running all the way over with his unique double spears. This guy was actually in the farewell team before, and it was obvious that he was unwilling to give up, so he slapped his head and went back to get his weapons. "Haha, you should stay and guard the tribe," Blade said, and then he pounced forward and transformed into a giant wolf, showing his agility. "You can't keep up with our speed, just stay in the tribe." On the riverbank, the wife finished the rest of the words for her husband. Mia has now officially changed her name to Asura, and according to the custom of the tribe, she added the suffix thes at the end, for the tribesmen who change their names at will, except that they think the pronunciation of Asura is a little strange. This is not a difficult thing to understand, and it is far less eye-catching than the changes in her appearance and body shape. "Well, okay," Daba replied a little frustrated. "However, this is not the end. This brainless guy actually asked me in such an occasion. Many Asura, this witch doctor, why have you become so ugly? Stupid guy. Shut up." Sharp Fang pulled Daba, who was a warrior, and he staggered and happened to avoid the sudden attack of the giant wolf. "Don't be angry. This idiot doesn't know what beauty and ugliness are." Facing the slightly irritable Blade Fang under the sun, Coarse Fang stood in the middle and comforted him. Roar. The giant wolf bared its teeth and issued a low warning. Daba knew he had said the wrong thing, grinning and stepping back. He regretted it a little, fearing that the dictator, whose temper had become increasingly strange in recent years, would tear him to pieces on the spot. "Okay, be good, let's ignore him." Ashura, who was bending over to stroke his fur, acted like an excellent animal trainer at this time, easily controlling her husband's sudden anger. After a moment, she looked up and said her final goodbye to the witch doctor and the officials of the executive government, and then turned around and boarded the ship with her husband. Chapter 135 Wolfpack. Under the operation of the oarsman, the boat slanted towards the other side. A moment later, a team of trolls who did not look like trolls, and a giant wolf landed on the shore in the sight of the trolls on this side of the river. The next moment, the troll also jumped forward and turned into a slightly smaller giant wolf in full view of everyone. The two wolves locked their necks for a short while, then snuggled into the forest and disappeared. I really envy them. I also want to find a stable partner. Korsteith bent down and picked up the short skirt that the dictator had taken off when he transformed and said with some emotion, "Haha, you're almost half buried in the ground, so stop messing around." Fangs replied as usual, then slapped Daba on the forehead and scolded him with a smile. "You idiot. Let's go back." The deep forest on the other side of the river felt deeper and quieter than the dense forest in the east. Two purple giant wolves, as agile as natural elves, ran and jumped happily in the darkness. This was the first time that Ashura ran freely in the vast nature in this posture, and she felt quite excited. Although Nestor often played with the wolf pack of the tribe, his violent problem, which had improved slightly but not completely solved, also made him more suitable and enjoy this posture. As a latecomer, Ashura solved this problem more thoroughly than him. She used the tribe's existing cytological knowledge to complete the preparation before the advancement. Then, using the deformation window brought by the advancement, she transformed more than 70% of the skeletal muscles in the body into stress muscles. In this way, not only did she undergo a huge change in appearance, but she also basically avoided the interference of high energy on her mental state. Let's go back to the couple's exploration. After a while, they did not change back to an upright form, but continued to maintain their wolf form and took action. A woo. A provocative long howl came out of their mouths, and after waiting for a moment, a response came from the distant other side. They looked at each other and ran towards the direction of the sound. A quarter of an hour later, a wolf pack consisting of 2 wind wolves and a dozen ordinary wolves appeared in front of them. Unlike the wolf leader in the tribe, who was familiar with his smell and was unwilling to admit that he was a wolf, even if Baki changed into a wolf, the wolf pack here could only judge from their body shape and immediately regarded them as the same kind. The tall body caused oppression. As one of the only 2 monsters in the wolf pack, the male leader was caught in a dilemma due to the size difference as Baki approached step by step. Without much hesitation, Baki rushed forward and started biting and scratching. It took him little effort to pin down the leader who had little fighting spirit and then bared his teeth to threaten. The monsters have a certain IQ, and it showed a submissive attitude very tactfully. At the same time, Ashura also dealt with another monster, the female wolf leader. In this way, after the leader surrendered, the other ordinary wolves also showed a submissive attitude and welcomed the appearance of the new male and female leaders. The Baki couple naturally would not drive away the original 2 leaders because they were the only creatures in the wolf pack that could communicate with Baki to a limited extent. If he lost their help, he would hardly be able to communicate with the rest of the wolf pack. In that case, even organizing hunting was barely enough, let alone using the wolf pack for exploration. Therefore, the original male and female leaders became the couple's adjutants, specializing in the transmission of orders. Wind wolves are a kind of magic beast with progressive levels. According to the research of the tribe, the leader of a small population is considered an elite unit of the wind wolf family, and when it reaches the large population stage, a giant wind wolf will appear in the wolf pack as a leader, commanding several elite wind wolves and dozens of ordinary wolves. The size of the giant wind wolf is about the same as Miaya, and it is a magic beast with high intelligence, but is it the expansion of the population that created the giant wind wolf, or the giant wind wolf that created the large population? The relationship between the 2 is unknown. Because in the Black Forest, where trolls often appear, there are few traces of them, and the tribe's understanding of them is limited to extremely limited encounters. On this side of the river, the giant wind wolf does not seem to be rare. A few days passed, and Nestor and Ashura led the wolf pack, and with the assistance of the adjutant and his wife, they hunted food efficiently, and kept the whole team fat and strong. On this day, the wolf pack chased a herbivore that was so huge that even Baki could not quickly subdue it, and gradually ran far away. The prey's thighs and abdomen were already covered with scars, and it was about to stop running, just when Baki was about to make another effort and lead the wolf pack to continue approaching and harassing. The low roar of the adjutant came from the side. Baki turned his head while running and asked the adjutant what he meant with an unskilled howl, and learned from the adjutant's subsequent roar that the front was not their territory and that it belonged to a stronger wolf pack. For Baki, this was like a pillow sent to him when he was sleepy, and he was worried about not being able to expand the number of wolves under his command. So he bared his teeth to warn the adjutant not to meddle in other people's business, and then continued to chase the prey regardless of the aggrieved look in his eyes. Ashura also ran over, and the other ordinary wolves who had long changed their loyalty objects naturally had to follow the current male and female bosses. The lieutenant couple, who had slowed down their pace, looked at each other at this time and saw hesitation in each other's eyes. The female wolf approached while running and gently rubbed her mate's neck with her cheek, as if to comfort something. Baki had no idea what they talked about, but the 2 wind wolf lieutenants quickly caught up and continued to take on their current mission in the wolf pack. After chasing for several minutes, The prey finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell heavily to the ground. The feast for the wolf pack officially began. Baki had almost figured out the way to distribute food when he mixed with the tribal wolves. Therefore, at this time, he was like a real wolf leader, managing the order of eating in an orderly manner. Occasionally, when he encountered a greedy wolf who didn't follow the rules and wanted to steal food, he would take his younger brothers to beat him up. The first to finish eating were naturally him and Ashura. The two fake wolves leaned against each other and licked each other's hair with their tongues, seeming to enjoy this experience of being a wolf couple. Just as the two of them were showing off their affection and the younger brothers were happily eating their first meal, a continuous wolf howl came from the depths of the forest, gradually forming a semi-encirclement and slowly approaching this side. Several of the wolf howls belonged to the monsters, which scared the younger brothers so much that they couldn't even eat their meals in peace. If it weren't for the fact that the male and female leaders on their side looked calm, they would have probably run away with their tails between their legs at the first opportunity. It's finally here. Blade stretched out his curled limbs, raised his neck, and responded with an especially long wolf howl. Then it was Ashura, who let out an equally powerful wolf howl from her long kiss. The two lieutenants were not willing to be left out, and they also let out two howls. Seeing this, the other dozen or so seemed to feel the burning fighting spirit, and responded one after another. For a moment, the wolf howls that came one after another made this corner of the Black Forest become particularly lively. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 Encounter. Amid the howling of wolves from both sides, the encirclement gradually closed in. Nestor's brothers had stopped eating and gathered in a semicircle behind him and Ashura. He and his wife were in the front center, followed by the male and female adjutants, and the ordinary wolves on both sides. As the smell of the strange wolf pack in the air became thicker, they spread their limbs, lowered their necks, raised their heads slightly, bared their teeth, and let out low, threatening barks towards the hazy forest ahead. However, the wolves were determined to drive away the invaders, and this threat obviously did not deter the enemy. Gradually, a wolf that also belonged to the giant category appeared right in front of Nestor. It had dark green fur all over its body, and its body, about 1.7 meters tall at the shoulder, looked strong and powerful. There were two giant wolves on Nestor's side. Although the fur color looked strange, it undoubtedly made the wolf leader in the lead wary. So, when the two sides were still about 30 meters apart, the giant blue wolf stopped. It raised its head, and with its brutal and cunning eyes, which could clearly be observed to be intelligent, it looked at the group of wolves in front of it that had broken the rules and their two leaders. On a narrow concave surface on both sides of it, about 40 wolves also slowly walked out from the gaps between the giant trees in the forest, gradually revealing their tracks. Among these 40 wolves, in addition to the giant wolf leader, there were 5 windwolf monsters that were about the same size as Nestor's adjutant, and the rest were all ordinary forest wolves. Wolves of this size are extremely rare on the east bank of the Black River. At least in the mature hunting grounds belonging to the troll tribe, there is no room for them to survive. But on this side of the river, they didn't expect to be encountered by the Nestor couple in just a few days. However, this is exactly what they expected. Nestor looked across and saw from the actions of all the wolves, including the leader, that they seemed to just want to drive him away. Obviously, these wolves did not want to risk getting hurt and start a meaningless group fight. But since they finally met, Nestor naturally could not let him go so easily. In the slightly tangled eyes of his two lieutenants, he sent out a very obvious provocative signal and stepped forward with Ashura on the left and right, actively narrowing the distance between the two sides. The giant wolf on the opposite side showed surprise and anger in his eyes. He couldn't understand why these two freaks had to do this when everyone had enough territory to hunt. The only possibility was that they wanted to expand the wolf pack, and the target was his own subordinates. In this way, even if the giant wolf leader wanted to avoid the battle, he had to start to maintain his position. He tried to make a final effort, roaring forward with the most powerful posture possible, hoping to make the opponent retreat. But it failed in the end. Nestor used the magic-like ability of this body and rushed forward like a gust of wind. At the same time, 3 blue wind blades came out of his mouth and shot straight at the opponent. The distance of 30 meters passed in a flash. In the blink of an eye, the wind blades cut into the cheek of the giant wolf leader. Following closely behind, Nestor's claws, which had turned blue under the blessing of the magic-like ability, were swung into the air and failed to hurt the target. The giant wolf leader, who had retreated at a faster speed, looked at the attack that he had easily avoided with a little surprise, and his eyes gradually regained confidence. It barked a few times, as if it was giving orders. The wind wolves who received the order led the ordinary wolves to bypass Nestor and rushed towards Ashura and the wolf pack behind. Among them, 3 wind wolves gathered their courage and led 10 ordinary wolves to resist Ashura, who was almost the same size as their leader, apparently trying to stop her from going up 2 vs 1. The other 2 wind wolves led the remaining wolf pack to attack the team led by the 2 lieutenants. Ashura was facing 3 monsters and 10 ordinary wolves alone. Although there was a huge difference in numbers, her shoulder height and body length were nearly twice that of ordinary wolves, and 1.3 times that of wind wolves. The troll nature of her body gave her an extra strong power on the basis of wolf form. In addition, her ultimate evolution, that was more thorough than her husband's, made her more agile. When facing the wind wolves, she not only did not fall into a disadvantage, but also had an advantage. Therefore, as long as Ashura carefully protected her vital points and was not directly hurt by the sharp teeth and claws of the wind wolves with spell-like effects, she would not be afraid of siege at all. It was just because the wolf pack was still useful to the couple, so she was a little restrained in her fight, always using the effect of wind to entangle, and did not intend to kill. Ashura also had some attention on Nestor, always ready to rush to rescue. Whether in wolf form or troll form, her husband was obviously much clumsier than her in action, and in terms of strength, Ashura was actually stronger now. There was no way, who made Nestor a pioneer, and he took an immature and semi-finished road, which can be supplemented, and is being worked on. She was a latecomer, and got a more complete finished practice method, so she gained more strength before and after the leap. The wolf pack on the adjutant's side was also at a disadvantage at this time. Although the ordinary wolves on both sides had a taste of working without effort, it seemed that they wanted to wait for the leader level duel to decide the winner and then happily recognize the new big brother. But after all, the difference in numbers was almost 2:1, and Nestor's younger brothers had begun to get injured. The fight between the adjutant and his wife and their opponents seemed more dangerous. The 4 wind wolves seemed to have been angry, and there were claw marks and wounds cut by wind blades on each other's bodies. But if you observe more carefully, you can find that they really only look fierce, and almost all the injuries on their bodies are in the stage of not serious skin injuries. Therefore, the most intense area of the fight became the battlefield of the 2 leaders. The wind wolf that served as Nestor's opponent was obviously a giant wind wolf. The relationship between the giant wind wolf and the wind wolf was like the evolution of Pokemon in the previous life, which was an improvement in all attributes. Therefore, whether it was spell-like or physical fitness, the former was much stronger than the latter. Its speed of moving left and right brought Nestor a lot of trouble. He obviously had a more obvious strength advantage, but because he couldn't catch his opponent for a long time, he suffered injuries. But Nestor was not in a hurry. He was much more profound than the giant wind wolf in terms of foundation. Even if he suffered more injuries, he would never fall down, as long as his physical pool was not bottomed out. But his opponent was not like that. Therefore, he suppressed his impulse and waited patiently. The opportunity soon appeared. The upper level wind walk of the giant wind wolf was not a permanent effect. There would be a momentary delay between the 2 blessings, and the time for this delay had been bought by Blade in the previous spell-like reincarnation at the cost of the wounds that were constantly healing. At this moment, he predicted the lead time and rushed forward. Just at the moment of the delay, he firmly grasped the opponent's neck with both claws and bit the opponent's long kiss from the front. Nestor's mouth was very big, almost covering the entire nose and mouth of the giant wind wolf. Then, he used his front claws and neck to force it to the ground. He ignored the counter-attack of the opponent's claws, firmly pressed its body, and bit his mouth tightly, leaving no gap for the giant wind wolf to breathe. At this moment, Ashura suddenly abandoned the struggle with the wolf pack and appeared beside her husband like a flash. She opened her mouth wide, bit the throat of the wind giant wolf with her fangs stained with the blood of the enemy in the previous battle, and swung it hard, pulling a bloody long tube out of its body. In an instant, large handfuls of blood shot out from the throat of the wind giant wolf, which had been hollowed out by nearly 1/3, and poured all over Ashura's chest and face. With such injuries, the opponent was almost killed instantly. She spat out the garbage in her mouth, wiped her cheek with her claws in disgust, but found that she couldn't wipe it clean. Awoo. Awoo. After sobbing angrily for a while, Ashura looked at the corpse on the ground, and then looked at her husband's fur, and decisively chose the latter as a face towel. Nestor, who originally planned to bear a certain amount of damage, and then suffocate the opponent to death, was naturally relieved when he saw his wife hit him so cleanly. When Ashura rubbed the blood on himself, he was not idle. He opened the mouth of the corpse with his 2 claws, and then pried it down with force. With a click, the jaw of the giant wind wolf was separated. Nestor fixed the wolf head with his claws and put his claws in. After a while, he finally felt a half soft and half hard substance between his claws. Nestor reluctantly took it out. Then, a blood-red crystal appeared in front of him with red and white colors. After he rubbed the thing on the corpse, its texture had hardened and turned into the appearance of magic crystals commonly seen in the tribe. This is a good thing, and I must take it back to the tribe, but I don't have a pocket on my body. What should I do? Should I dig a hole to store it first? Nestor was somewhat worried. When he was hesitating, he suddenly remembered that when he was in wolf form, there was still a cavity in his brain, or when he was in troll form, there was still a digestive system active area. For the former, perhaps he could gain its spell-like ability by putting the magic crystal of his own wolf form superior species into it. As for the latter, which had not worked in his body for a long time, perhaps he could use the function of the storage capsule he developed this time. As for swallowing it in wolf form, he was sorry he didn't want to try it. Whether it was digested or saw tomorrow like the enoki mushrooms, it was not a good result. Digesting it would be a waste, and saw tomorrow would be too embarrassing, because Ashura was still by his side. Thinking of this, he temporarily put the magic crystal aside, then straightened his limbs, stepped on the corpse with his front paws, and swept his majestic eyes over the wolves that had almost stopped fighting when the wind giant wolf fell to the ground, but was not dead. Looking at their self-conscious and submissive attitude, Nestor clearly understood that this was the wolf pack that belonged to him and Ashura, until they also failed. So, the couple's wolf pack ushered in an expansion. 2 giant wolves, 7 wind wolves, and 44 ordinary wolves formed a new wolf pack, and naturally occupied the hunting grounds of both sides. Of course, Nestor did not forget his own purpose. He knew very well that he and his wife did not cross the river to become the Wolf King. So, he called the 7 wind wolves and asked about the relevant information at the first time. Maybe it is not appropriate to use the word inquiry, but in short, he tried to get the relevant information from the wind wolves. But unfortunately, the wolf pack here has never found any traces of similar civilization ruins in its own territory. Nestor was not discouraged. At most, he would continue to expand the wolf pack, which would be more efficient than the 2 of them searching aimlessly. After a battle, whether they were really working hard or pretending to work hard, the wolf pack was a little tired. Nestor simply let them rest on the spot, and he and Ashura, under the gaze of the wolf pack licking their wounds, left together for a short time. Of course, there was no need to discuss where to go with the younger brothers. After just telling them to mind their own business, the couple went into the forest and disappeared. Ashura didn't know what her husband was thinking. She just followed him closely, rubbing his neck, and occasionally making a slight hum sound. Nestor didn't walk very far. Anyway, his smell would not change after the transformation, so he just had to avoid their sight, and didn't have to pay attention to the overly sensitive noses of his younger brothers. Therefore, after walking about 200 meters, he got into a suitable tree hole and motioned Ashura to come in. Ashura thought her husband had finally figured it out and was ready to try some activities that she was looking forward to, but Nestor always refused. She had long understood that her husband just couldn't let go, and he actually wanted to do it in his heart. Isn't it that she finally waited for this day? Ashura pawed excitedly and went in with a happy mood, but what she saw was Nestor, who had turned back into a troll. Coward. Thinking so, she bit Nestor's thigh lightly with hatred. It's so itchy. Stop it. Change back quickly. I have an interesting idea to try, but I need your help. Ashura did not delay any longer and immediately changed back to the troll form and glared at him fiercely. At this time, both of them were naked. Nestor knew her situation, so she turned away and didn't face it directly and quickly expressed her thoughts. Chapter 137 Ashura's sense of crisis. Nestor's idea was somewhat crazy. Ashura was actually reluctant to let him use her body as a test subject, but her husband always found ways to persuade her. And this time, naturally, in this simple tree hole, a craniotomy was carried out. After explaining, Nestor turned into a wolf, while Ashura kept her unique troll body and used magic to prepare the knife for the operation. After the preparation, she shaved a layer of hair on her husband's head to expose the surface skin. I'm going to start. You go into meditation. Nestor entered a deep meditation state as he said, on the one hand, to block the pain, so as not to affect the operation process by moving around. On the other hand, he also had to slow down the healing speed of the corresponding area through deep meditation. Otherwise, now that only Ashura was the main surgeon, the wound would heal too fast, which would seriously increase the complexity of the operation. Although the tribe's research on the working principle of the brain of trolls and windwolves has only remained in a very superficial field, but the research on the structure of the skull and brain tissue has already had a fairly in-depth understanding. Therefore, the risk of this operation is not big or small, it all depends on the stability of the surgeon's hand and whether the patient can tolerate the pain. Facts have proved that these two are both outstanding in this field, and the operation went quite smoothly. Not long after, Ashura's scalpel completed all the work accurately, and Nestor also learned all this through the changes in the meditation space in time. So he released the control of some wound areas and began to further observe the changes that might occur after adding magic crystals. At this time, Ashura did not feel relaxed because her task had been completed. She still maintained 100% concentration, staring at everything happening in the cranial cavity. Because Nestor still suppressed the healing of the scalp and skull, the surgical window was retained. Ashura needed to use external force through this wound to block the malignant results at any time. Nestor knew the principle of the formation of the wolf-shaped body better than anyone else, and this attempt was by no means aimless. He made this decision based on the understanding that the probability of no reaction was greater than the benign reaction, and the probability of benign reaction was much higher than the malignant result. If it really doesn't work, isn't there a wife who can serve as a fuse? Therefore, he was not anxious at this time, but just patiently waited for the result. Under the influence of foreign objects, the tissues at the wound were delayed in healing, and the two underlying operating bases that constituted the troll wolf body seemed to conflict at this time. Among them, the troll instinct as one part of the foundation has an urgent tendency to eliminate foreign objects and heal quickly, while the wolf instinct as another part of the foundation has the idea that there should be something here, and this thing is quite suitable for me. Originally, as an outsider, the wolf instinct must give way to the troll instinct in this decision, so that the magic crystal was squeezed out. But behind both parties, there is a spiritual main consciousness that exists with both of them, which has become a variable in this confrontation. Although Baka's main consciousness is not enough to control the basic cell structure of the body at will at this stage, it can still be carried out under special circumstances. Therefore, when the main consciousness took sides, at a certain moment, the wolf instinct temporarily took the upper hand in the local area and directly defined the magic crystal as part of the body, thus causing the regeneration direction of the wound to shift. In the objective world, this shift caused the cavity in the skull to suddenly have many flocculent structures, which became denser and denser, gradually climbing up the entire magic crystal and wrapping it up densely. Gradually, the flocculent fibers began to be closely connected with the magic crystal and penetrated into its interior layer by layer, making it impossible to distinguish the difference between the two. At the same time, the magic crystal also showed a tendency to soften, as if time was going backwards, and it returned to the state it was in the giant windwolf's body bit by bit. When the whole process ended, Nestor clearly felt the changes that had occurred in himself. The concept of magic crystal seemed to have been absorbed by the troll body, and it would be his thing from now on. Not only that, the magic-like spells in the magic crystal opened his eyes. It's not that these quasi-spells are so powerful, but the existence form of quasi-spells appeared more clearly in his cognition at this moment. It's not a rune, nor a mysterious formation. One after another, strings extending from the unknown to the unknown, appeared abruptly in his meditation space in a form that is full of rules, but like a tangled mess. Looking at these strings, Baki felt that his rune cognition was shaking violently, and his distrust of the existing witch doctor system was also growing little by little. Danger. A deep sense of crisis appeared in his heart. This form of expression, that he could not analyze now, but was enough to confuse his cognition, seemed to be the deep rules of this world. They are real, complex, and dangerous. They may not endanger his life and health, but they will hinder his persistence and determination to open up the path of magic. Good things, but they come at the wrong time. Just when Nestor was about to save himself, his head suddenly went blank, and he could no longer sense the traces of the magic crystal, and all the strings disappeared in an instant. He began to recall seriously, and found that he could not remember what those strings looked like. So, the position of rune cognition began to stabilize again, and some inexplicable changes occurred. He breathed a sigh of relief, and did not even have time to observe what this change was. He hurriedly ended his meditation, and returned to the real world. The first thing he saw when his wolf eyes opened, was his wife's worried eyes, and the magic crystal between her fingertips, stained with a little purple blood. It turned out that it was Ashura who saved my dream of becoming a mage. But how did she confirm it? Nestor was puzzled by this. This time, the malignant change did not appear at the physical end, but sprouted at the level of cognition. Logically speaking, Ashura couldn't know that there was nothing to hide between the couple. After Blade turned back into a troll, before he could speak, Ashura asked worriedly, "Are you okay? I suddenly felt a chill earlier, and then I took out the magic crystal on my own initiative. It was obviously healing well." She was very nervous now, fearing that she would follow her subconscious judgment and delay the success that her husband should have achieved. However, the previous sense of crisis was too heavy. Moreover, she could feel that the crisis was not directed at herself, but at Nestor. What she felt at the time was not so much a sense of crisis as a kind of help. If this help came from my husband, it was because of this thought that she made a decisive decision that now seemed too arbitrary. "No, you did a great job. It's like an angel sent by God to protect me." When they returned in wolf form, the wolves, who were waiting to lick their wounds, were so happy to find that their female wolf leader was so happy. The two fake wolves were both a little tired because of what happened before. They ignored the wolves and just leaned against each other not far away, closed their eyes, and began to rest. While resting, Nestor began to look at the changes in his rune cognition level and the impact of his troll instinct on his body after accepting the concept of magic crystal. First, in the cavity in the wolf's skull corresponding to the magic crystal position, the purple silk that previously wrapped the magic crystal began a new round of adaptive adjustments because it lost its connection object. The end that was originally connected to the brain did not show any abnormality, but the vacant end was twisted together to form a crystal the size of a grain of rice, and it was proliferating at a very slow speed. Is this my magic crystal? It seems to have inherited the useless regeneration ability of brain cells. This is a good thing, which means that, even if he loses the supreme bone in the future, he can slowly grow it back like that person. After it is completely generated, what kind of spells will he have? I hope it's not too bad. He regretted that he should have used a more powerful magic crystal instead. Maybe there are superior species of giant wind wolves in this forest. Now that things have come to this, it's useless to think too much. Then, Nestor began to try to study the changes in the runes in the meditation space, and habitually use the fire induction rune group as a test tool. The fire induction rune group, which was so simple that it only had a few basic runes, was generated and formed quickly in the meditation space, but after looking left and right, Nestor could not find where this change appeared. Perhaps I should try a more complex rune group. Thinking of this, he began to meditate on the flame impact rune group again, but after it was generated, he still did not make any new discoveries. Maybe I think too much? Thinking of this, he reluctantly gave up maintaining the Flame Impact Rune group and prepared to withdraw and be intimate with Azura for a while. But just as he was about to end his meditation, his consciousness suddenly caught the Fire Induction Rune group that had lost its support but still maintained its existence. So the change appeared here. Nestor immediately realized what was going on. Chapter 138 Ruins. I obviously did not inherit any of the magic-like spells in the giant Wind Wolf's magic crystal. Under the combined influence of the Runen Cord, my magic crystal may have become an organ with a similar effect to the spell slot. This is not something that cannot be verified. You can know the result by trying it. The Wind Wolf form cannot use the magic ability other than the 3 unique magic-like spells, at least before I researched the medium dedicated to this form. If I can use the fire starting spell in this state, it proves the correctness of his guess. I did it as soon as I thought of it. Nestor immediately activated the rune. The familiar vibration came from the skull, but this time it did not resonate with any part of the body. Instead, it acted directly on the outside world, like when the witch doctor cast a spell, but its medium was the same as when launching a spell-like spell. Taking the path of meditation space magic crystal slot outside world, eliminating the spells and gestures when the witch doctor casts the spell. So, a weak but real flame drilled out of his nasal cavity the next moment, and scared Azura by the way. This medium-free, instantaneous spell casting. Nestor was overjoyed by this, and felt that the fire starting spell was not worthy of such a high-end spell casting form, so he decided to replace it. But he was too happy too early, because at this time, the magic crystal, which was not even as big as a grain of rice, could only fit the fire starting spell. Magic crystal, grow up quickly, grow up quickly. Nestor, who was not discouraged by this, hummed happily in his heart. He turned around, revealing his relatively soft belly, and hugged Azura beside him with his 2 claws, and began to play. The wolf pack rested here for a night and officially started business the next day. He and Azura led the wolf pack, hunting and expanding their territory. With the cooperation of the 2 of them, the new wolf pack defeated the 2 neighboring small groups one after another, and successively recovered 4 wind wolves and 24 ordinary wolves, once again expanding its own power. At this time, there were 13 wind wolves, 68 ordinary wolves, and 79 wolves in the pack, plus their 2 giant wolf leaders. However, the search for the tribal ruins did not make any progress, and the newly joined wind wolves also had no relevant impression. The couple continued to work hard, and in the following month or so, they still repeated the operations of hunting, invading, fighting, and taking in dogs. But as the size of the wolf pack continued to expand, they found that their hunting pressure had become heavier. When the number of wolves exceeded 120, almost all of the time in a day, except for sleeping, was spent on hunting. The couple thought about it and found that this was not an efficient method, so they had the idea of dividing the family. Then, the wolf pack was divided by them, and the 5 pairs of wind wolf couples were each given 20 ordinary wolves, and they took on the task of hunting and tribute. Azura and Nestor led 5 wind wolves respectively, acting as the assistance group in the south and the north. In this way, more than 120 wolves formed an effective forward mechanism, and began to move westward as a whole. In this process, the branch wolf pack was responsible for hunting in a vulgar manner. Once they encountered other wolf packs, they had to give warnings and run away, while waiting for Nestor in the south or Azura in the north to collect the dogs. The wolf pack would not easily betray the group that had already been formed. Even if there were occasional ones who turned against the group before the rescue arrived, they had to return in disgrace, after being beaten after one of the couple arrived and won. After several such examples, the leaders of the wolf pack branches learned their lesson. When they were driven away by the original owner of the territory, they learned to provoke and lead the way in the direction of the rescue group. In this way, they encountered one wolf pack after another on their way west. Most of them were led by wind wolves, and a few were led by giant wind wolves, but without exception, they were defeated by the couple. In the first 3 times, they killed the giant wind wolves for safety reasons and only took in wind wolves and ordinary wolves. But when they encountered the giant wind wolves for the 4th time, since they were already familiar with their fighting style, the couple began to use brute force to recover the giant wind wolves and incorporated them into the rescue team. After 2 months of this action, their efforts finally paid off. One day, Ashura subdued a giant wind wolf and obtained the information they wanted to hear from it through the communication method they had recently mastered. During the couple's daily routine meeting, she told Nestor the good news. After learning about this, Nestor immediately stopped the wolf pack's westward advance, told the wind wolves to do their own things, and then led Ashura and the other 4 giant wind wolves to the area of the suspected ruins. Since the target was in the territory of the newly recovered giant wind wolf, it only took them a few days to get there. What came into view were the few remaining scattered traces, but Nestor was quite sure that this was definitely a ruins belonging to the troll tribe. This tribe should have mostly wooden houses, so most of the areas have lost their observation value after at least 200 or 300 years of erosion. The reason why Nestor made the judgment that this place once belonged to the trolls is mainly based on the density of plants and the few stone house ruins. Most of these stone houses have collapsed or even been buried in the soil, but some ruins have been preserved, stubbornly showing its former appearance. Judging from the scale, even at its peak, this place could only accommodate 1,000 trolls, so it is definitely not the powerful tribe mentioned by the old witch doctor, but to be more specific, whether it belongs to the old site of the Tooth tribe, there is really no way to make a judgment. Just as Nestor carefully explored everywhere and tried to get as much information as possible, a giant wind wolf put its nose to the ground somewhere and sniffed doubtfully. Nestor and Ashura approached and were told that there seemed to be a unique smell belonging to more powerful wolves underneath, so the excavation work began. The 6 giant wolves dug 1 meter and 2 meters down. During this process, except for the couple Nestor, whose noses were not as good as those of real wolves, the other wolves became more and more excited. However, they also showed a little fear in their excitement. Could it be that there is really a superior wolf species that is more powerful than the giant wind wolf? Just as Blade was thinking this, his claws touched something hard. He pulled it open and looked down, and immediately saw that it should be a piece of bone. The bone was dark green, and even though it had been buried in the ground for countless years, it still maintained its complete appearance and bright color. Nestor turned his head to look at both sides. When the bones were unearthed, the 4 giant wind wolves had an obvious tail clip action, but that only lasted for a short moment, and they returned to normal. It may really be a superior wolf species in front of it. Even though it has been dead for so many years, it can still shock these guys, even if it is only for a moment. Apostrophe. Chapter 139 The Source of Hints, 3-in-1 subscription request, so bleak. Only a small section of the bone was exposed. When Nestor wanted to dig deeper, to reveal its full appearance, the tip of his claws was blocked by a relatively solid stone layer. He used his claws blessed by a magic-like spell, and took great pains to open a little bit of the stone layer. What he saw was a small section of the body that was almost completely preserved with fur. Nestor and the other giant wind wolves continued to dig the soil on both sides. The stone layer continued to extend until a large regular surface appeared. The lower part turned to a deeper layer, and finally they dug out a cube with a height of 2 meters, a width of 3 meters, and a length of 5 meters. On the side of the cube, you can still see 4 broken, claw bone structures extending from the inside. On the upper part, which was the side that Nestor started to dig at the beginning, there were occasionally several arc-shaped damaged rib remains. In other words, most of the body of this wolf was locked by a magic similar to turning mud into stone. Only 4 claws and a small part of the side were exposed to withstand the erosion of time, and then turned into what he saw before. Nestor could imagine such a scene. The wolf pack attacked the tribe, and the witch doctor held a high-level magic crystal in his hand, and imprisoned the leader or one of the leaders of the wolf pack at the cost of his own life. But after that, the tribe still did not escape the fate of destruction. Because as the excavation continued to go deeper, more and more bones belonging to trolls also appeared in the soil. Of course, there were more wolf bones. A troll tribe with a scale of more than 1,000 is definitely not a weak force. Even if it was put 40 years ago, the Ya tribe was only at this level, and it was already considered one of the 7 strongest in the Black Forest. But such a tribe was destroyed by the wolf pack. What kind of terrible wolf pack can do this? He had already vaguely noticed that the wolves here were very wrong. In the few months since he entered the west bank of the Black River, he had hardly seen predators other than wolves. The few that were there were like stray dogs, and they only dared to move secretly at night. All the areas that Nestor's footsteps touched were almost all the territories of the wolf pack. It seemed that this place had become the private reserve of the wolf species. This site did not bring more information, but it seemed to open a door. As they continued to move westward, they learned about new sites. Most of these sites were ruins after destruction. Only a very small part seemed to have migrated to an unknown distance before that. They might have survived smoothly in a foreign land, or they might have been killed on the way of migration. At this point, it was no longer important whether the site of the strong tribe could be found, because he and Ashura already knew the result. To the west of the Black River, the wolf pack seemed to have carried out a crazy massacre for some unknown reason more than 300 years ago. It was an organized and disciplined killing, which caused the troll tribe, which had never concentrated its forces, to suffer a catastrophe. This may be the true meaning of the Black Forest punishment. But Nestor still did not plan to go back. The scale of the wolf pack on the west coast was enough to scare him, and now he found that they could be organized. Who organized it? Why did they exterminate the trolls in this area? Why only this area? If he did not figure out these questions, he would not be able to rest assured even in his dreams. Due to the discovery of the corpse of the superior wolf, he and Ashura slowed down the pace of the wolf pack's expansion and temporarily stopped their sphere of influence in the current area. Then, the couple divided the work again. Ashura stayed here as the leader, while Nestor went deeper into the jungle alone, intending to get a glimpse of the truth of the superior wolf. Ashura was naturally opposed to this proposal, but since Nestor could not guarantee that he could keep the right to mate in front of the more powerful superior wolf, a temporary separation became necessary. You are not allowed to mate with other female wolves. Be careful to protect yourself. Before leaving, Ashura carved this line of words on the ground with her claws, and then watched Nestor, who had made a promise, go far away. Although a lone wolf was at a disadvantage in terms of intelligence, the speed of advancement was not comparable to that of a large team. In addition, he had less food than other wolves, and with his wholehearted efforts on the road, he ran a distance that would have taken half a month to walk in just a few days. Along the way, he met several wolf packs, some large and some small, but Nestor did not subdue them. Instead, he beat them up and asked about the news of the superior species. At first, he did not gain anything, but as Nestor continued to go deeper, a giant wind wolf finally pointed him in a clear direction. This was a giant wind wolf whose territory was right next to the superior wolf. Nestor followed his guidance and walked out again for 3 days and finally saw another wolf pack. But the leader was not the superior wolf he imagined, but just a wind wolf. Nestor was puzzled and defeated it easily. But the subsequent news surprised him greatly, because this was also a divided wolf, and there was actually a general leader above it. In addition to the wolf pack led by the couple, there was almost the same organizational form in the forest. This was unexpected, but reasonable. Otherwise, how could the wolf pack have carried out the massacre 300 years ago? Thinking like this, Nestor resorted the known ranks of wolves in his mind. Ordinary wolf, wind wolf, giant wind wolf. This is information he has known for a long time, and as for the superior species he just learned, he gave it the title of Wind Wolf Lord. What will the Wind Wolf Lord look like? This doubt did not last too long. He had only been in this territory for a few days. When he was hesitating about how to meet the Lord, a small wolf pack took the initiative to find him following his unfamiliar smell. From the perspective of scale, this is indeed a small group, with a total of only 18. However, 17 of them are giant wolves about the same size as Nestor and Ashura, and their leader is an exaggerated guy with a shoulder height of 2.2 meters and a body length of 3.5 meters without the tail. If I can be called a giant, then what should this thing be called? When Nestor saw it for the first time, he knew that he had to update the standard for defining the size of wolf creatures. He had to retreat to large and give giant to the big guy in front of him. Nestor did not suffer the expulsion or siege he imagined. The wind wolf lord first looked at him curiously, then looked at the giant wind wolf beside him, and then Nestor clearly felt its happiness. Under Nestor's slightly nervous gaze, the lord slowly stepped forward and gradually approached. It came close to him, circled around him and observed him, and sniffed left and right. Fortunately, it did not show any desire to attack, which made Nestor feel a little relieved. After a while, it seemed that the observation was over. The Lord walked back to the front of Nestor, raised his head, and aimed his eyes at him diagonally downward, as if to say, "Boy, what are you waiting for?" Nestor understood at this moment. This guy seemed to regard himself as an outsider who came to join the group. The previous satisfied look seemed to be recognizing his size. Then there is nothing to hesitate about. In order to learn more about the situation, Nestor imitated his younger brothers and showed his obedience at the right time, pretending to convert. In fact, it is not that he has not thought about turning the tables. The nature of the troll makes him extremely confident in terms of strength, but the Lord is definitely not to be underestimated in terms of size. Thinking of the troubles that the agility of the giant wind wolf has brought him before, this guy in front of him may be even more exaggerated in this regard. Therefore, he temporarily suppressed his thoughts in this regard and planned to get some intelligence first before talking about other things. So, Nestor became a member of the Lord Elite Guard, and without any further intimidation, he successfully integrated into the team. In the eyes of the Wolf Lord, he may be a good helper with a little defect in IQ, poor communication, but extremely powerful. The main responsibility of the Lord Elite Guard is to drive away the sneaky competitors in the territory, which are mainly other species that are not wolf-shaped. These monsters are usually solitary, and their individual combat power is brave, but they are weak in front of the wolf pack. In several operations, Nestor performed bravely. He was always able to recover quickly while exchanging injuries, so he won the greatest satisfaction of the Wolf Lord and successfully became the upper wolf in the elite team. There was also a female wolf who came up to form a partner, but was ruthlessly rejected by Nestor, so he became a fool in the eyes of the other wolves. Time passed little by little, just when Nestor felt that his position was stable and wanted to start gathering intelligence, the Wolf Lord suddenly led them out of the territory. Wolves usually don't do this, but the other giant wind wolves that Nestor saw all had an expression of being accustomed to it, so although he was puzzled, he silently followed the team. After the elite team left the territory, they went all the way west, and there were no other wolf packs coming to drive them away along the way. On the contrary, he could occasionally see other wolf packs heading in the same direction in the forest. These wolf packs were also led by the Lord, and when they met by chance, they would howl to each other in a friendly manner. In just over a month, Nestor had already encountered 5 such teams, which gave him a better understanding of the situation here. 1 month later, Nestor, who was on his way, suddenly felt a strong pressure. The giant wind wolves in the team were extremely unbearable under this pressure, and they all stopped with their tails between their legs. Even the Wolf Lord was affected. It seemed that it didn't want to get too close to there, so it led the team to walk a big arc and bypass the border. Nestor looked at the border thoughtfully and found that, although it was also a green forest scene inside, there was no vitality belonging to animals. Only some small insects could live there without knowing it. At the same time, he himself had a strange feeling other than pressure. He seemed to be hinted by some avoidance attribute in his mind, and he couldn't help but want to leave here far away. And this feeling naturally reminded him of the tribe's avoidance of exploring the west coast. If this is really the case, then what on earth can spread its influence to such a long distance? Nestor secretly noted this place, planning to come back to investigate after seeing the destination of the wolf pack with the team. The destination was soon reached, which was the bottom of the rolling mountains, and the scene in front of him shocked Nestor. Thousands of giant wind wolves of the same size as himself, and more than 100 wolf lords gathered here, forming an endless sea of wolves. Not only that, in the center of the sea of wolves, there were 12 even larger blue guys lying in pairs at leisure. They were nearly 6 meters long, about 3 meters tall at the shoulder, with a strong chest width of 1.3 meters, slender and powerful limbs, and a look of obvious arrogance in their eyes. These seemed to be the real kings of the west bank of the Black Forest, creatures more terrifying than the wolf lords. The team that Nestor was in seemed to be the last to arrive. The usually majestic lord was now trotting cautiously to one of the pair of wolf kings with his tail between his legs, and lowered his head, as if to express his obedience. But the wolf kings did not appreciate it. One of them slapped it, and flew more than 10 meters away. Then it appeared like the wind where it landed, and bit the lord's scalp. The lord did not resist at all. It just stretched out its limbs and clung to the ground, whimpering softly. The Wolf King did not kill it, but just let it go after expressing his dissatisfaction, and turned back to where it was originally, leaning against the other Wolf King who seemed to be its partner and lying down. After the Lord came back dejected, he secretly lost his temper and took it out on his men. After a night, the 12 Wolf Kings finally stood up and howled, and then led thousands of powerful wolves to the mountains not far away. With his keen hearing, Nestor heard many panting sounds in the forest at the bottom of the mountain range, where there seemed to be nearly 1,000 different kinds of monsters waiting. He noticed something was wrong, and then cautiously slowed down his pace, gradually falling behind to the end of the army, wanting to see what was going on. Not long after waiting, the purpose of the wolf pack was revealed in front of him. When the Wolf King led the wolves into the mountains, the roars of beasts came one after another, and a large number of monsters belonging to the mountains attacked the wolf pack directly. The wolf pack was also unwilling to be outdone. With the Wolf King and the Wolf Lords personally leading the charge, they bravely rushed into the enemy group. Nestor followed far behind, observing the situation outside the battle. The giant wind wolves were well organized. They quickly formed encirclements one after another under the leadership of some Lord Wolves, and launched fierce attacks in turns. The Wolf Kings, with some lords, began to select targets in a targeted manner, and confronted those powerful monsters similar to big cats. It turned out to be a war. The purpose of this trip was already half fulfilled. Nestor did not intend to work for the wolf pack. He took advantage of the Wolf King's attention to the hunting stall and quietly slipped out of the battlefield and ran away straight towards the forest plain. At this time, the superior forces of the wolf species in the forest were empty. He wanted to seize this opportunity to explore the source of the pressure. The speed of rushing back was nearly twice as fast as when he came. Nestor quickly passed through the territories of various wolf packs that lacked superior guardians and touched the edge of the pressure zone. At this point, he knew that he had to act cautiously. Who knew what kind of monster was inside? He resisted the urge to leave, crouched carefully, and kept trying to move towards the center of the pressure. 100 meters, nothing came to drive him away. 200 meters, still no obstacles. 300 meters, 400 meters. Although the sense of pressure and the desire to avoid became stronger and stronger, there were no accidents. Nestor's courage gradually grew. He got up and approached the core at a faster speed. Finally, after walking about 3,000 meters, a bottomless cave that extended diagonally downward to an unknown place appeared in front of him. Nestor was sure that everything came from here. Escape, or go in and find out. This was actually a multiple choice question for him without options. The strength and number of wolves on the west bank of the Black River made Nestor make a preliminary judgment that no matter what was here, it should be related to the wolf pack. If the joints were not figured out, there would always be an invisible sword above the tribe's head, and it was unknown when it would fall. Therefore, he now had only one choice: forward. Should he stay in wolf form, or restore the troll? Nestor hesitated for a moment because of these two ways of exploration. If there really is some kind of terrifying living creature in here, then the extra combat power of his troll form does not seem to be enough to become a reliance for a comeback. On the contrary, the relatively weaker wolf form may become the only chance of survival at that time. With this idea in mind, Nestor did not change back, but went directly into the cave. The cave is unusually wide, and the acupuncture points that extend in all directions are always blowing with wind from nowhere, and the closer to the center, the stronger this inexplicable wind becomes. Under the strong wind, Nestor gradually became only able to crawl and move forward a little bit, but fortunately there was no other difficulty besides this, so he spent several hours and finally approached the core area of his feeling. Turning a corner, he opened his eyes with difficulty, and a huge cave of at least dozens of cubic meters appeared in front of him with a strange light. In the center of the cave, there was a huge monster lying on its side. It was a terrifying giant wolf, with a body that was over 11 meters long and over 6 meters tall, shining with blue and red light. Fierce winds were howling around it and gushing out along the acupuncture points that extended in all directions. Nestor tried to look and listen more carefully. The heartbeat of the giant wolf was already intermittent, and its breathing was even more undetectable compared to its size. It seemed to be in a very weak state. Among the blue and red lights on its body, it seemed that only the blue light was its true color, and the red light was more like some kind of external energy that was like a thorn in the bone, suppressing the blue light from beginning to end. It is injured. And it is a very serious injury. Nestor made such a judgment, and a wave of thoughts emerged in his heart uncontrollably. We must not give it a chance to recover. He wanted to do something, and even wanted to try to kill it directly. With this in mind, Nestor began to approach, but perhaps because of murderous intent or some other reason, when he turned the corner and just crawled forward a few steps, the giant wolf's eyes suddenly opened. The eyes, which were like sleepwalking and devoid of spirit, immediately made Nestor feel like he was falling into an ice cave. He subconsciously activated the wind type spell, and in an instant he got into the corner and rode the already extremely strong wind in the cave to quickly move away. Before he could move 100 meters, a violent roar came from behind him, and a dark blue wind group that seemed to be real, like a cannon, smashed several walls, and collapsed the entire 30-meter circle cave in the direction of Nestor. In the bottomless darkness of the ruins, pain invaded every inch of his skin. Nestor felt that his whole body was broken, and he could not use any strength. Fortunately, the damage came from the back, and was a wide area damage, after being buffered by the wall. He also protected his head in time, otherwise he would not be able to survive at this moment. The troll's self-healing ability began to show, and the broken bones were already repairing themselves. Nestor, who was afraid that the guy would chase him out, did not care about the pain at this time, and was always paying attention to the movement above. But after a while, no follow-up sound came to his sensitive ears. Nestor understood that he seemed to have escaped, but his body, that was healing at a high speed, made him feel distressed. When the bones were restored before, the physical pull was almost exhausted. If he continued to heal in the dark environment like this, his vitality would be consumed next. Asura, because of the experience during the previous surgery, Nestor was ready to gamble on the heart-to-heart of the meditation contract, so he immediately entered deep meditation and began to actively slow down the self-healing process of the body except for blood vessels. In the east, Asura felt a strong sense of uneasiness the moment Nestor faced the giant wolf's eyes, and then when Nestor was seriously injured, she felt a phantom pain, as if she felt the same way. She immediately abandoned the wolves and rushed in the direction indicated by her instinct. She didn't know what kind of danger her husband encountered, nor did she know whether she could help in the past, but she just rushed on the road day and night. The wind walk technique was acting on her all the time. Asura's speed was getting faster and faster. The absorption of sunlight by her body could not keep up with the speed of energy consumption. Even in the dark environment of the night, she did not stop to rest for even half a minute. So, she gradually became thinner. When she rushed to the place indicated by her instinct, her originally healthy wolf body was almost skin and bones. She turned back into a troll regardless of anything, and immediately began to cast a spell. Ultrasonic positioning found Nestor's traces, and felt that he was still alive. Vines extended downwards, stirring the soil, and drilling into the underground ruins. The vines gradually touched Nestor, and along the gap between his body and the rubble, they wrapped him up little by little, and then quickly retracted upwards under Asura's control. Soon, the vines took Nestor up a distance of dozens of meters, and came to the ground. Asura controlled the vines to stretch out, dragging her husband's tattered body to a place where the sun could shine. Nestor, who was still in deep meditation, immediately understood the change in his body's position and the feeling of being recharged. He ended his meditation and opened his eyes to see his wife's eyes full of blame, anger, heartache and many other emotions, as well as her body that had become so thin that it was almost completely deformed. "Thank you for your hard work," he said weakly. Asura ignored him. After making sure her husband was fine, she hid far away and sat in another area to recover. Nestor had witnessed the attitude of the wolf pack towards this place and knew that, because of the monster underground, they were unwilling to get too close to this place, at least until the lord level. So as long as the wolf kings did not return, this place would become one of the few safe areas in the forest. Therefore, the couple recovered here for a while with peace of mind. Under the sunlight, Asura's body gradually recovered, and Nestor also healed all the injuries with the constantly replenished physical strength in just a few days. and their relationship finally returned to normal after Nestor apologized and made a promise like a swearing oath. On the 5th day after Ashura arrived, the two of them returned to wolf form again and began to return to the direction of the tribe. The information that should be explored here has been taken by him at this time. As for how to deal with it later, they have to go back to the tribe and discuss a rule together. It was a pity to abandon the wolf pack that had been subdued before. But after seeing how the Wolf King taught the Lord Wolf a lesson like training a dog, Nestor really didn't dare to take them back as originally planned. He was even a little worried about the existing wolves in the tribe. What if they had to fight the Wolf King on the West Bank one day? Would these guys become the guides? When they finally saw the Black River, nearly 2 months had passed. On the east bank of the Black River, some trolls saw the naked Nestor and Ashura, who still maintained her wolf body, on a fishing boat. They cheered and rowed to the shore and took them to the other side. Savoring the sense of security brought by returning to the tribe, the couple returned to the treehouse first. Then they only had time to take a shower and change clothes, and hurriedly summoned all the witch doctors stationed in the tribe, and went into the council hall to discuss. Nestor explained the size of the wolf pack, its organizational form, and most importantly, the underground monsters. The faces of the witch doctors became more and more solemn. The two witch doctors, Sharp Fang and Coarser Fang, also described the various things that happened here during his absence from the tribe. There are both good news and bad news. First of all, Chuana's mission has ended. He sailed along the Black River and finally arrived at the Horned Hoof tribe smoothly. He established a preliminary trust relationship between the two sides during the communication. The headquarters' willingness to trade has also been conveyed and has also been welcomed by the other party. Now, more fleets are being prepared, and once the supplies are in place, they will set off north. I will only post one big chapter today. I'm too dizzy to write anymore. Chapter 140 after return, 3 in 1. To be honest, there are not many things that can be exchanged between the headquarters and the Tulan tribe. The Tulan tribe has just migrated here and is still in the stage of infrastructure construction. It is basically a poor stage. The most abundant thing is the livestock population that is still expanding during the migration, but meat is the material that the headquarters has the least shortage of at this stage, and there is no motivation to exchange with it. As for the grain crop seeds that are the first target of the transaction, they themselves are not enough, so how can they provide extra to the headquarters? Moreover, the land of the Cheyenne Sea Plateau has been recently reclaimed. According to the little knowledge that Nestor had about agriculture in his previous life, there will not be too high per yield in the first few years. Of course, they have a relatively long history of farming on the land where they originally lived. Maybe they have already developed land cultivation techniques that Nestor could not imagine. For example, the shaman casters of the Tulan tribe. Unfortunately, although Chuanya met several shamans, he did not have the opportunity to have an in-depth exchange of magic. The Tulan shamans were extremely conservative in this regard. Although they were curious about the spell-casting ability of the boat teeth, they had no intention of exchanging knowledge. The folks of Tulan did not know much about shamans, which was not enough for the boat teeth to form a complete cognitive outline. Because of these reasons, the consensus reached with the Tulan species this time was at best a friendly coexistence agreement, and the results of the material exchange were relatively lackluster. So, if we provide some food, tools, and weapons, the horned-hoofed species will agree to exchange farming techniques, right? Yes, after the batch of materials being prepared arrives, they will send a few old farmers to teach. Have you got the seeds? They said they didn't have enough for the time being and were unwilling to provide them to us, but the boat teeth stole a small bag, and I dispatched 2 witch doctors to conduct research. That's enough, so I'll continue to ask the coarse-toothed witch doctor to keep an eye on this matter. Yes, that's what I should do. In addition, we found another trail in the northeast that can cross the Bilu Mountains. How is the situation? According to the report, this road is not as easy to travel as the Black River Gorge. As for the more specific situation, we have to wait until the subsequent traveler troops come back to find out. I see. What about the White River? What's the situation? We have also explored the upper reaches of the White River. The terrain there is extremely steep, and many sections of the river flow down from a straight slope of nearly 90 degrees. It has not formed a geographical or hydrological environment like the Black River Narrows that can be used by large troops. That's good. Billy, we need to continue exploring the gaps in the mountains and try to record the terrain along the entire route. Understood. By the way, from my observations this time, the number of predatory monsters in the mountains should not be underestimated. Even the wolf packs on the west bank have to gather troops to regularly clear them out. So, we must be more careful when exploring. Yes, we have confirmed this from the horned-hoofed species. They seem to have suffered huge losses in the mountains, so they turned to move horizontally along the mountains, and finally found the current land. These are the only major events that have happened in the tribe in the past few months. As for the other minor items, Nestor will learn about them through the prepared files. But the information he brought about the west bank of the Black River made all the witch doctors frown. Because the situation there is really too serious. The wolf underground almost killed me on the spot with a random blow while unconscious. It is undoubtedly a high-level magical beast that the tribe has never heard of before. Fortunately, its condition does not seem to be too good. It seems that it has suffered very serious fire injuries. In addition, the more than 10 wolf kings, more than 100 wolf lords, and the giant wind wolves and wind wolves under their command are all a huge source of danger. Everyone, tell me, how should we deal with it? Fire damage. Could it be related to the barren land in the south? After all, the temperature there is really abnormal. It is possible. The territories of the two high-level magical beasts are in the west and the south, and for some reason they began to fight each other, resulting in one of them being seriously injured and unconscious. Before it entered hibernation, it asked its wolf pack to eliminate all unstable factors nearby, and the primary target is the powerful tribe mentioned by the old witch doctor. Are the other tribes just incidental in the process? I also think it is related to the south, but they are not necessarily local species. They may have just run to the west coast to recuperate after being defeated in the south. But the purpose of eliminating the troll tribe should indeed be to avoid risks. It's not necessarily risk avoidance. I think that slaughtering the troll tribe may be a routine behavior when it is healthy, just like we regularly harvest fruits from trees. Yes, it may not be for eating, but to prevent the emergence of a super large civilization like ours in the Black Forest, which would endanger its rule and the survival and expansion of the wolf pack. You mean, it is precisely because it is injured, now that we can successfully grow to today's scale, and the wolf pack on the east bank of the Black River has therefore shrunk back to the west bank, within its current hint range? Well, I think this possibility is more likely, otherwise it is impossible to explain why the Black Forest punishment is said to have been passed down for eternal time. Indeed, the facts prove that we trolls are not stupid, but we have lived in the Black Forest for countless years, but have never really had a real civilization. Perhaps this is one of the reasons. Shouldn't we discuss what to do? What's the point of thinking about these things? If we don't understand the cause and effect, how can we talk about the response method? Just rush up and kill them? Who will bear the subsequent revenge of the wolf pack? Okay, what you said may make sense. Nestor listened quietly to the discussion of the witch doctors, and was also thinking about how to deal with it. To be honest, considering the scale and strength of the wolf pack on the west coast, it is really a fantasy for this department to completely wipe it out. And he loved wolves very much in his previous life, and it is even more so in this life. So in his heart, Nestor hopes that the tribe and the wolf pack can establish a harmonious alliance relationship. Of course, the alliance's dominance must be in the hands of the headquarters. From his observation, the wolf pack is a creature with considerable intelligence, especially the high-ranking wolf species. Therefore, the alliance's idea is feasible from the perspective of the IQ of both parties. But there are also two obstacles. First, the existence of the wolf underground is too transcendent, judging from the deterrent ability of the wolf king to the lord wolf. As a high-ranking existence, it should have stronger control over the wolf pack. Therefore, once it wakes up, it will be a disaster that may happen at any time for the headquarters. Second, the strength of the wolf pack is definitely above the current headquarters. Ordinary trolls may ignore the attacks of ordinary wolves, but they must not face the siege of more than 5 wind wolves or more than 2 giant wind wolves. As for the level of Wolflord, from Nestor's point of view, the only two trolls who can win one-on-one are him and Ashura. Among them, he may have a harder time, while Ashura will be relatively easier. As for the dozen Wolf Kings, the headquarters has no chance of winning. But the war between the two tribes is not a simple battle of chess. If the existing witch doctors unite to fight the enemy, with the powerful control of magic, the combat power should be no less than the combined power of more than 100 Lord Wolves. As for the Wolf King, to be honest, he is not very confident that he can win with the number of existing witch doctors. But the forces that the headquarters can integrate are definitely not just witch doctors, but also hunter teams, combat soldiers, etc. At least, the headquarters has an absolute advantage in battle formations, weapons, organizational capabilities, etc. when facing the wolf pack. Therefore, the specific situation of the overall war can only be known after the battle. In fact, what the headquarters fears most is not the war, but the wolf pack breaking up into pieces and rushing into the east coast to find trouble with them in the Black Forest. Especially the guerrilla warfare mode of the enemy retreats and I advance, the enemy stays and I disturb. The flexibility and speed advantage of the wolf pack will greatly drag down the hunting ability of the troll tribe, thus affecting the durability of the war. But even so, the headquarters cannot ignore the ever-present threat on the west coast. Because of these estimates, no matter what, the monster must die, and it must fight a few tough battles with the wolves. Only when the monster is dead and the wolves are subdued, can we talk about the subsequent coexistence. Thinking of this, and combining the content discussed by the witch doctors before, a rough plan gradually took shape in Nestor's mind. He tapped his fingertips lightly on the table, and after attracting the attention of all the witch doctors, he asked, "How is the expansion of the war soldiers going, and how is the supply of materials and the research on totem matching?" Hearing his question, a witch doctor from the Witch War Integration Committee stood up and replied, "The war soldiers are in place and are now undergoing intensive training and officer training, and the negotiations with the second-class Covenant tribes have also been completed. They have agreed to bear the increased 15% protection tax, and this part of the tax will be extracted from every transaction. In terms of totems, the apprentices have completed the engraving of the war soldier brute totem. As for the selection of other totems, the committee dared not make a decision on its own, but has compiled the totems we have selected into a book. Well done, let me see it." Yes. The witch doctor seemed to be prepared. He pulled out a roll of paper from his sack and immediately handed it to Nestor. Opening the paper, Nestor saw the names of more than a dozen spells, all of which were spells that had completed totem transformation during the half year he was away, or even earlier. Among them, the agility blessing type includes good movers, 10%, wind walkers, 20%, and agile, 25%. The strength blessing type includes giant strength, 20%, brute force, 30%, tree shaker, 35%, stone breaker, 40%. The protection type includes bark slayer, 5%, earth walker, 10%, stone walker, 15%. There is only one type of charge type. Raider, 30%. In addition, there are listeners and wind whisperers developed specifically for reconnaissance and communication. When seeing these names, Nestor instantly felt that he had grasped the future. The different combinations of totems seemed to be a prototype of some extraordinary profession. Of course, the current number and classification are definitely not enough, and there must be more choices in totems. Moreover, the limitation of 3 totem positions and the lack of energy supply also restrict further development. So he suppressed this thought for the time being, and focused on the current situation, focusing on the choice of the warrior totem. Is there a difference in the difficulty of engraving totems of different levels? What about the overlapping side effects, duration, etc.? Yes, the lower the increase, the simpler the totem. For example, the bark breaker totem, an apprentice can complete an engraving in 1 lamp hour after becoming proficient, but at the level of stoner breaker, it is not surprising to spend 4 or 5 lamp hours. There is no standard time limit for duration. It usually only depends on the physical fitness of the user. Basically, the more abundant the physical strength, the longer the duration. But the higher the level of the totem, the more strenuous it is, so the duration will be correspondingly shorter. As for the side effects, they are actually linked to physical consumption. For example, if a strong warrior only activates the Stonobrika totem for less than 3 minutes, then at most he will feel hungry to varying degrees after it ends. More than 3 minutes and less than 5 minutes, there will be varying degrees of fatigue. More than 5 minutes, you will feel extremely weak, and all of the above are still within the recoverable range, but once it exceeds 7 minutes, it will consume irreplaceable vitality. This is the result of only opening one totem. When multiple sets of totems are opened at a time, the time will be further shortened. I understand. Can the warriors feel this consumption when using the totem? Will they unknowingly enter the stage of consuming vitality? It can be perceived, Your Excellency the Dictator. The warriors reported that the body will feel it at different stages, but may ignore this warning because they are too involved in the battle. I understand. Thank you for your hard work. As for the follow-up, find a way to amplify the warning. Sometimes you have to retreat. Don't waste the lives of the warriors because of indulging in battle. Yes, I understand. After the witch doctor who explained it to him returned to his seat, Nestor continued, I will say a few points. First, temporarily give up high-end individual battles and focus on collective battles of squad size and above. Since the overall advantage of the wolf pack lies in agility, we must increase our meatiness accordingly. Full body protection is probably unrealistic, but we should be able to protect key areas if we work hard. In this regard, my idea is to develop head armor and front and back chest armor, and on this basis, engrave protective totems for the warriors to supplement them. The protection standard of the armor plates should be as high as possible, but the output must also be taken into account, and the protection standard of the totem can be appropriately lowered to take into account its duration. In addition, you must understand the difference between claw attacks and pure power bombardment. The wolf pack's attack mode is relatively more inclined to the former. Therefore, when developing and selecting armor and totems, you must pay attention to this factor. In response, the witch doctors nodded in response. Second, the large-scale city defense weapons can be handed over to several apprentices who focus on mechanics to think about. I will give the preliminary design concept later. Third, temporarily form an elite witch doctor team, take the cave wolf as the imaginary enemy, and study ways to kill it in the medium and long range, and the ultimate goal is the same. To achieve this goal, we need to go deep into the west coast, so we must find a way to control the spread of the smell, otherwise the wolves' overly sensitive noses will make them lock their hatred directly on the tribe. Of course, this is not something that can be accomplished immediately. The wolf killing drill must be carried out together with the equipment upgrade. When the totem and equipment are in place, we will set off. Fourth, since everyone thinks that the injury of the cave wolf is related to the barren land in the south, then the exploration of the south must be put on the agenda. Considering our resistance to fire, I will not go there in person and leave it to the traveler troops. Understood. Understood. A voice of agreement rang out, and then the witch doctors discussed other trivial matters for a while, and then they dispersed and left. After leaving the council hall, Nestor found several outstanding mechanical experts and shared his ideas on the manufacturing of city defense crossbows and crossbows that he had copied from his previous life. But he could only do this much. As for more specific research, he had to let these apprentices think for themselves. After that, Nestor found two witch doctors, Sharp Fang and Coarse Fang, and asked them to focus on improving their own energy levels for the time being, hoping that the tribe could have two more combat forces of the same level as him as soon as possible. He also handed over several giant wind wolf magic crystals seized from the west coast to several other witch doctors who were proficient in animal research. So far, the arrangements for everything after returning have finally come to an end. After that, it was the witch doctor commando's drill and waiting for news from all parties. 2 days later, a temporary commando consisting of 20 witch doctors was established and began a wolf killing exercise in a simulated cave environment. 4 days later, the fleet headed for the Tulan tribe on the Cheyenne Sea Plateau, carrying the city building tools promised by the tribe, nut powder that could withstand long distance storage, dehydrated fruits, and a few steel and wood weapons. At the same time, a witch doctor proposed the idea of combining ships with refrigerator trees, believing that this would be more conducive to expanding the tribe's farthest reach. In this regard, Nestor expressed his approval and asked him to conduct relevant research with Chuanaya. 10 days later, the heart armor and head armor were finalized. The former was 2 pieces of steel and wood the size of a palm troll, and the latter was a full covering helmet with only eye holes and hearing holes. A month later, the witch doctor team of the project also designed and manufactured a further full body armor. The upper part is a neckring armor, front and back chest armor, heart armor can be inlaid, shoulder armor, upper and lower arm armor, and back of the hand armor. The lower part is the skirt armor, upper and lower leg armor, knee armor, and foot armor. This set of equipment can effectively cover almost every inch of the soldier's skin, and they weigh only 80 kilograms, which is not a problem for the trolls, and can be easily borne. The reason why such a complex set of things can be finished so quickly is that it does not require material research. The existing 3-level strong steel wood in the tribe is sufficient. The witch doctors only need to improve the appearance of the steel wood. Therefore, except for the design of the joint connection, the entire research did not take too much time. After asking about its production, Nestor learned that it only takes 3 hours to produce seeds, and it can start to produce after 5 years of natural growth, and each tree produces 2.5 sets of armor per month, and if there is magic to accelerate the planting, it only takes half an hour for the tree to fully mature, producing 2.5 sets of armor per month. If 100 trees work together, it will produce 250 per month. The tribe currently has 2,700 off-duty people. Even if the travelers and cavalry corps who do not need armor are included, it will take less than a year for 100 trees to be fully equipped, and if there are more, it seems that it is not a dream for everyone to be equipped with armor. Nestor was quite satisfied with this, and immediately ordered that all witch doctors stationed in the headquarters, except for the Fangs and Coarse Teeth who were busy with advanced, should take 10 days to produce them. The 25 witch doctors who accepted the order mastered the seed production technology in less than 1 lamp hour on average. Then, they spent 4 days to concentrate on producing 1,000 armor tree species. After the tree species were prepared, they used the remaining 6 days to ripen 400 of them, so that the tribe immediately had the ability to produce 1,000 sets of armor per month. As for the remaining 600 trees, they just found a suitable place to plant them, and let them grow slowly in 5 years. As an aside, almost all the output of the tribe now appears in the form of such and such tree. At first, Nestor did not think there was anything wrong with it, but when these trees with fast growing and high yield properties, after being adjusted by magic appeared more and more around the tribe, he thought of the soil fertility problem in his previous life, and began to worry about the land carrying capacity. Fortunately, God took pity on the fertility that may have accumulated in the Black Forest for tens of thousands of years, so that these planting areas around the tribe have not yet had carrying capacity problems. But as the saying goes, everything is prepared, and lack of preparation leads to failure. It is always right to conduct relevant research in advance. Therefore, Nestor established a relevant research group long ago to explore this aspect, and after the cell research was completed, it was reorganized according to the model of Research Institute. This unit named Soil Research Institute has actually achieved several achievements of varying sizes. For example, they found that the feces of large animals and trolls in the tribe can increase the fertility of the land after processing, but the feces of moose do not have this effect, etc. When the tribe's negotiation group came to visit the tribe, the old men and women in the pasture area who picked up black particles with clamps were actually collecting animal feces for the Research Institute. Back to the point, after finishing the preparation of the armored tree, the wolf killing commando started related drills again. It may not be appropriate to call it a drill, because it is still in the stage of exploring methods. Taking into account the power of that blow and the fact that the cave wolf would not wake up easily, Nestor, after discussing with other witch doctors, preliminarily determined the idea of witch doctors don't go into walls, and decided to use thick steel and wooden walls to advance little by little. Today is still a 3-in-1 chapter, and then I should do my homework. The beating that cannot be said is over, and the function of saying this chapter should be restored in the next few days. Recently, I see that your messages are all in the deleted status. I don't know if these deleted messages will come back later. Chapter 141 Crops and the Taulan Mission, 3-in-1. The seeds stolen from the Horned Hoof tribe were handed over to 2 witch doctors for research. They had no idea how to grow this crop, nor did they know what it would grow. They just followed the pattern of planting trees, dug a hole, poured some water, and buried a few seeds. "This thing looks more like grass than a tree," a witch doctor said as he looked at the product in front of him. "Perhaps we should start from a more fundamental place." Another witch doctor scratched his head and answered helplessly, "Okay, I'll apply for a microscope room. It should be approved." Well, there are a lot of vacant microscope rooms recently, and the dictator attaches great importance to this project, so it should be okay. After the 2 witch doctors discussed, they immediately returned to their newly built temporary office next to them, and began to write applications and interim summary reports. After having paper, the Rune Council proposed the requirement of frequent summary and frequent communication for various studies, so that witch doctors, apprentices and other researchers would diligently record their failures and thinking processes. This report and application, as well as the samples, were quickly sent to the Scientific Research Resource Allocation Section jointly managed by the Academic Conference and the Executive Government. After receiving them, the apprentice on duty prepared to send them to Nestor as soon as possible according to the requirements of the memorandum. When the apprentice took the materials and samples to the area where Nestor was, he was still simulating the task of killing wolves with the witch doctors of the assault team in the recently dug simulated wolf cave. The tribe currently has 15 nice crystal microscope rooms, each equipped with 5 top-of-the-line optical microscopes. In this regard alone, the resources are already quite abundant, at least at today's level. Therefore, the application for a microscope room obviously did not require Nestor's personal approval, but the apprentice still came and shouted loudly to the cave, "Your Excellency the Dictator! Your Excellency the Dictator!" The apprentice's voice passed through the twists and turns of the acupuncture points and finally reached Nestor's ears. Although he didn't know what it was, he still stopped what he was doing and said to the other dozen witch doctors, "You keep trying. The steel and wood wall needs to be enclosed faster. Try to find a balance between solidity and speed. I'll go up to deal with something first." "Understood, you go first." Nestor nodded, turned around and left the central cave, returning to the ground. The tunnel in the cave is basically opaque. Nestor relied on his hearing and his eyes, that had a little dark vision after the upgrade, to move forward without any obstacles. He soon came to the ground, and saw the apprentice who had shouted before. "What's the matter? The research of the new project seems to have encountered difficulties. You said that you would be notified, as soon as possible, if there is such a situation. Are these seeds from Taulan?" "Yes, sir, you told me." "I understand. Show me the information." Looking at the detailed records with pictures and texts in his hand, Nestor learned the specific situation there. Looking at the strange plants that were broken and fell to the ground in the hand-painted pictures, he felt speechless. He opened the sample bottle and carefully poured the contents into his hands. He carefully observed the fragments and combined them with the pictures he had seen before, trying to restore their original appearance in his mind. Root samples, stem fragments, leaf fragments, and some granular substances gradually overlapped with the pictures in the report, forming a very distinctive plant in his mind. It has a slender stem, long strips of leaves, and dense fruits gathered at the top in the shape of a hydrangea. The stem is hollow and soft, the leaves are long and sharp, and the fruits are granular with hard shells. Nestor picked out the suspected fruit in the sample, put it on the fingertips to observe, and tried to crush the shell. But because the fruit was too small compared to his fingers, Nestor had no place to use his strength, and could not effectively exert force. So, he transferred it to the back of his thumbnail, curled his thumb and middle finger inward, and crushed its shell with his fingernail, and got a small black hard particle. Nestor put it into his mouth, and tried to chew it. He felt a faint sweetness. "Well, it's a fruit, but it's a pity that I didn't eat the bowed teeth. I don't know if it's suitable for grain or powder." Of course, the focus now is not on this problem. He wants to see how the witch doctors broke it. He once again focused on the summary report and carefully read the detailed records on it. After reading it, he immediately understood where the problem was. Nestor had never farmed in his previous life, nor did he have a detailed understanding of the differences between various plants. but he at least knew the basic differences between grasses and woody plants, and looking at the appearance of the plant in the picture, it can be seen that this thing can never be a tree-shaped plant. Combined with the structure he learned from observing the fragments before, he roughly determined the reason for this result. Good man, I got used to it, and really treated this thing as a tree. The witch doctors have their own set of techniques to accelerate plant growth, which can easily violate the laws of nature and easily obtain harvests. But these techniques are developed and modified for large trees, and this time they are really at a loss when facing these seeds. The seeds ripened by magic were stimulated by the two witch doctors to grow in the same way as trees. During the growth process, they tried to lengthen and thicken the roots and enlarge the stem according to the standards of a tree. In the end, it completely fell apart. This thing should not be a tree. The two witch doctors seemed to have such a guess after their failure. They were preparing to observe the fragments under a microscope, trying to find the difference. Well, it's good that none of them died. The microscope room has abundant resources. Try to coordinate one for us. I understand, but we may have to wait until tomorrow. Okay, go back and tell them to try planting in shallow soil, loosening the soil, and fertilizing with wood ash. He wanted to give more instructions, but after thinking it over, he found that he really didn't know much in this area. So he stopped being demanding and instead instructed, also, tell them that they can ripen the seeds quickly, but don't make drastic changes to the growth pattern. This picture may be their maximum growth dimension. He pointed to a picture in the comic strip and said, also, although according to previous experience, the transformation of the magic cannot affect the characteristics of the next generation of plants, for the sake of caution, let them try the ripened seeds again, to see if they still have the ability to develop. Understood. I will convey your meaning to the two witch doctors. Well, thank you for your hard work, you go first. After the apprentice said goodbye and left, Nestor no longer thought about the seeds. He immediately turned around and returned to the cave to continue to join the drill planting experimental area. After the apprentice who came to convey the instructions of the dictator left, the two witch doctors immediately began to follow Nestor's words and conducted a replanting experiment on the seeds that had been induced by the magic and obtained the conclusion of no effect. In this way, there is no need to worry that the seeds stolen by Chu and Ya will be used up, and they can let go. When the microscope room was coordinated the next day, they shifted their main focus there and began to conduct more detailed research on this crop. In this process, the witch doctors gradually discovered the fundamental reason why they could not become trees: the lack of a structure they named proliferation layer. The proliferation layer grows trunks inwards and peels outwards, which is an important reason why trees can grow thicker and taller. The crops obtained from the horned hoof tribe obviously lacked this structure, so they could not withstand the hyperplasia effect of the ripening technique developed for tree plants. After learning this, they had two choices. One was to completely transform the plant so that it had the same growth ability as trees. The other was to only reinforce the stem on the original structure and adjust the yield per plant. Both paths have their advantages, but also have disadvantages that cannot be ignored. The two witch doctors wanted to try them out, so they decided to start with the second path, starting with the easy and then the difficult. The second path was not time consuming. It only took them 2 months to figure out how to apply the yield increase and transformation technique for fruit trees to new crops, and obtained an improved variety with an acreage yield of 600 kilograms and an estimated 2 harvest per year. The witch doctors estimated that the original species, provided by the horned, hoofed species, should be able to reach 2 harvest in 3 years and a single harvest of 200 kilograms per acre after being migrated here for planting. Compared with this data, the transformation of seeds can be said to be quite successful. But it is not all good news. In the later cooperative research with the Soil Research Institute, they found that this crop named crown wheat has extremely high requirements for soil fertility and tillage precision. Moreover, after each ripening, the wheat stalks will almost die, and they must be replanted before they can be harvested. In general, the difficulty of planting is not the same as that of fruit trees. But in any case, under the temptation of 2 harvests a year and an annual total yield of 1,200 kilograms per mu, the headquarters has been drooling over it. because it was found in the tasting that it can completely replace meat as a staple food of the trolls, and it also has advantages such as convenient storage and fixed output. So under the resolution of the Rune Council, the witch doctors used magic to burn a large area of forest and transformed the entire 50 acres of vacant land as the first batch of test fields. This 50 acres of land will become a full manpower test field. Except for breeding, no magic will be involved in its planting process. The witch doctors want to use this method to see what the actual effect is. At this time, the delegation from the Taulan species arrived. Nestor led more than 20 witch doctors in the headquarters and many executives of the executive government to the dock area to greet them. The leader of the delegation was a young horned-hoofed man, the third son of the great chief of Taulan, named Titan Earthshaker. He was accompanied by 40 guards said to be from the most elite Earthshaker corps of Taulan, and 5 ordinary-looking old farmers. The headquarters held a grand welcome ceremony and dinner for them, and performed the gladiatorial dance that was developed according to Nestor's requirements. A few days after the ceremony, the witch doctors accompanied Titan to visit the construction of the headquarters and the military drills, which made the young chief's son's face gradually become solemn from the initial contempt. Especially the part of the war soldier drill. The uniform full body armor immediately made him a little pale, and he asked to buy it. But Nestor refused with the excuse of insufficient production, because he found that, unless the Taulan tribe was willing to share the secrets of the shaman, the headquarters really had no other needs for them. For this reason, even the alliance treaty that was originally in the plan was not mentioned by the headquarters. In addition to the disappointed tour group of the prince, the 5 old farmers who came with the team have already participated in the scheduled farming teaching. Of course, the tribe's grain seeds are not of good origin after all. In order to avoid additional misunderstandings, these old farmers were not led to the experimental field some distance away from the tribe. They only taught the trolls to cultivate an acre of small fields and brought the farming tools of the Turan seeds. The Turan seeds, who were unwilling to provide seeds, were actually not very willing to give out their mature tools that had been transformed for hundreds of years, but they lacked the ability to produce their own products after all, and the headquarters was willing to provide support in this regard. Therefore, in order to resume food production as soon as possible, they could only accept it with a pinch of their noses. So, under the guidance of the old farmers, a group of apprentices and ordinary trolls gradually learned to farm. Although the techniques were still very immature, it was a beginning. During this period, an apprentice reported that one of the old farmers always found excuses to approach the restricted area, suspected of exploring something, but because he did not get too close, he was exempted from expulsion. After hearing the news, Nestor had some doubts about their identities, and had the idea of whether they are shamans, and naturally had the intention of detaining them and then digging out the secrets. It must be said that this is an extremely tempting idea, but he gave up it after communicating with other witch doctors. It's not that shaman is not attractive, but it's a troublesome time. The wolf pack in the west of the tribe, the newly discovered corridor in the northeast, the wolf wounding in the south that is still being explored, and many tribes that have not yet been integrated. The situation of the headquarters can be said to be surrounded by a group of enemies. It is really not suitable to establish an enemy with unknown strength. Therefore, Nestor temporarily chose to forbear and suppress all the extra thoughts. The delegation stayed in the tribe for about a month, and the witch doctors all established a pretty good friendship with Tulan. Although this guy showed a little contempt when he first came, he was generally a pure person without much scheming. With the deliberate friendship of the witch doctors, they quickly became friends. Many soldiers did not let go of the elite of Taulan, and invited them to fight one by one, and staged one crushing after another. After that, there were 5 on 5, 10 on 10, and even 40 on 40 group battles, and the troll troops were undefeated. Of course, just like the trolls never use the totem, these Taulan Earthshakers might have some hidden cards that they did not use. Therefore, we cannot simply judge their strength. A month later, when the old farmers finished their teaching, the delegation boarded the cargo ship carrying supplies and embarked on the journey back to the Heavenly Plateau. And their troll students began to go to the real large experimental field of the tribe to conduct field operations. While the temporary troll farmers were working hard, a squadron of travelers exploring the northeast had arrived at the destination of the journey. This is another smooth road to the outside world. The mountains are almost cut off here, and at the other end of the road is an endless plateau grassland. The travelers had seen almost the same scene on the Cheyenne Sea Plateau before, therefore, they did not have too many feelings about this scene. Considering the experience of encountering the Chiron species in a similar place before, the captain decided to continue to explore for a month to find out if there were any new encounters here. In the south, another team of travelers, led by SYNOPSIS lights, had just crossed half of the barren land and arrived in front of a group of towering terraced mountains. This was a strange mountain group that appeared on the horizon a month after they entered the wasteland. Although they were not continuous, they shared a foundation, and each mountain was a trapezoid with a wide bottom and a narrow top. The overall appearance was like a conjoined mushroom that was planted by someone at random, scattered and isolated on a platform that looked like an inverted pottery bowl, standing together in the center of the wasteland. The height of the peaks was obviously higher than the original sacred mountain that has now been renamed Central Mountain. There was no snow on it, but instead, there were faint black or white smoke columns that disappeared after floating upwards for dozens of meters. Roar! Exclamation mark. Roar. Occasionally, there was a faint sound in the smoke column. If the travelers were not equipped with a listening totem, they might not be able to hear it even at the foot of the mountain. SYNOPSIS lights frowned, always feeling that this place was weird. Thinking of the information leaked by the witch doctors before the trip, she became more cautious about the subsequent exploration. Unfortunately, the effect of the totem seemed to be hindered by the thick mountain wall, and the monitoring range was much weaker than that of the flat ground, so in the end they had to really go up to conduct effective exploration. In order to reduce the risk, the squadron decided to send a team up to find out the bottom first. The team that went up did not take the way of volunteering or calling names, but chose by drawing lots. The team that chose the short lottery was not depressed, but climbed up the plateau with great interest under the leadership of the team leader. 1,000 meters. This is the height of the abrupt rise here. When the team arrived at it, they saw a piece of land with no grass growing. From here, the more than 10 smoking peaks standing on it seemed more crowded, and those inexplicable sounds became clearer, as if they were the roars of some creatures. The team leader randomly picked one of them, and led his team members to climb as quietly as possible, gradually approaching the top of the mountain, which was hundreds of meters higher than the terrace, and approaching the top of the trapezoid. He asked the team members to be on guard with weapons, and he walked towards the smoke outlet step by step. The temperature was higher as he went forward, but it was not as exaggerated as the flames, so it was naturally no obstacle for the trolls. When he really stood at the top, he saw a deep hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Dozens of meters below, there was a dark red fluid like a flame. The team leader didn't know what it was. He stretched his neck to try to see it more clearly, but at this moment, two creatures with bright red bodies and almost 10 meters long emerged from the fluid. They wrestled with each other, roared wildly, and sank to the bottom again and disappeared. Now the team leader finally understood that the thing should be the source of the sound. North of the headquarters, on the wide river channel of the Black River, 6 paddle boats were heading towards the Cheyenne Sea Plateau. Inside the cabin, in a room specially renovated for the delegation, Chiron Earthshaker was talking to an old man. This old man was one of the 5 old farmers. At this time, he was taken to a seat by the third son of the great chief. He asked something with a respectful face. Elder Shaman, the Rune Council and the Black Forest seem to be a little too powerful. What do you think? You are right. It is a young but powerful, rational but barbaric race. The old shaman stroked his long beard and said so. Immature? Savage? Reasonable? Why do you say that? Tulan was a little puzzled. It's normal that you can't see it. Who asked you to put all your energy into making friends? I don't mean to blame you. As the envoy, there are actually many things that are not convenient for you to do. The old shaman helped Tulan get rid of the embarrassment in time, and then continued. In terms of culture, although they concealed it very well, some subtle details can still reflect a kind of abruptness. Especially the gladiatorial dance, which is obviously a dance without any background, but it can be used to present it to the envoys for observation. And they have no reverence for the spirits of ancestors and elemental spirits. They are an out and out barbarian tribe. This is one of the reasons why I said they are immature and barbaric. They are like magical beasts in the mountains that suddenly have wisdom, which makes me feel bored. Speaking of their strength, you may have discovered that their warriors are much stronger than ours, and they are the kind of strength that almost has no difference between males and females. But they are different from those races in the north whose individual strength is better than ours, but at the same time they are strong and unruly, and their will cannot be united. Trolls are powerful, aggressive, and obedient. Their leadership group can issue almost any order without any hindrance. This is a racial character that can be transformed into war potential. It's a pity that we don't know their number. The only thing we know is that there seems to be a city of them throughout the Black Forest. If the scale is the same as the one we went to or even slightly smaller, it will become a terrifying war monster. Fortunately, their upper class doesn't seem to be warlike, otherwise we might be in danger. So you mean the tribe should make friends with them? Yes, no one knows whether our old enemy will attack again. If there really is such a day, these trolls should be able to help us. Compared with those guys, we can be said to be quite qualified neighbors. But at the same time, we must strictly keep our shaman knowledge. Their witch doctors have embarked on a path that we don't understand and seem unable to walk. If they master more things, then this continent may tremble. I found that it's also good to publish a big chapter. At least you only need to think of a title. I have actually felt the difficulty of writing this book. Whether it is the knowledge or the control of the plot, it is quite strenuous and unconfident. Haha, but I will stick to it and must finish the book! Exclamation mark. Finally, I still want to thank all the book friends who insist on subscribing. Stop being so pretentious. It's time to do my homework. See you tomorrow. Chapter 142, Farming and Beheading, 3 in 1. Amidst the changes in various aspects, it has been nearly a year since Nestor returned from the West Coast Forest. During this period, all the senior officials of the headquarters who knew about the cave wolf did not distrust or disapprove, because they did not see it with their own eyes. They were all making various preparations with an uneasy mood. They did not know when the monster was injured, or when it would wake up. They could only silently believe in the great and wise dictator in their hearts. They hoped that under his leadership, the tribe could successfully survive this long and short preparation period. In this uneasy mood, the tribe's preparations and explorations in various directions have gradually yielded results. First of all, the assault team composed of witch doctors has completed the targeted magic development and tactical drills. Next, they can only hope that there will be no accidents during the actual operation. Secondly, after more than half a year of continuous production, the tribe already has more than 7,000 sets of armor, which is truly a luxury of one set for each person. This speed made Nestor feel incredible, and marveled at the magic of magic. As long as this supernatural power is used in the right direction, the benefits it can bring are really terrible. The abundance of armor has also boosted the confidence of the upper echelons, and they are eager to start a big battle. Again, the Far Traveler Squadron that went to the northeast and south for reconnaissance has also returned and brought back 2 pieces of news that are not sure whether they are good or bad. First, the path to the outside world, determined in the northeastern mountains, has not been found after exploration. There is no doubt that this is another undeveloped plateau meadow area with abundant water and grass, suitable climate, and quite suitable for survival. But the troll tribe has not even been able to completely occupy the land under their feet, let alone the distant mountains. Nestor and many witch doctors can only put it aside with drooling. Perhaps after dealing with the wolf pack in the west, the headquarters can send some trolls to establish a base there, but in short, that is not now. Second, in the middle of the southern wasteland, a volcanic group consisting of more than 10 volcanoes very close to each other was discovered, and there lived a large creature that seemed to be made of magma, with a total number of about 30. Fortunately, I don't know whether they can't or don't want to. These guys have no intention of leaving the magma even in the face of the provocation of the travelers. This made the headquarters a little relieved, and finally they didn't have to deal with another group of unknown enemies while facing the wolf pack. In the end, the first output of the experimental field was far from the expectation. The estimated per mu yield of 600 kilograms was reduced by 2/3, and only 250 kilograms of new crops per mu were harvested. This caused a great blow to the two witch doctors who were originally full of confidence. Although the Rune Council did not express overall dissatisfaction, they themselves were quite self-blaming. Nestor was also puzzled by this result. Obviously, the output was so high after the intervention of magic. Why was the actual natural output so much lower? After thinking for a long time, a proverb from his previous life came into his mind. Oranges grown in the south of the Hui River are oranges, while those grown in the north of the Hui River are bitter oranges. Why is that? It's because of the different water and soil. The Tulan species originally migrated from the north. Perhaps this crown wheat has developed a special growth environment under their domestication? This seems to make sense. In previous exchanges, the witch doctors have learned that the land they once lived in was much colder and drier than the Black Forest. Perhaps the Shaanxi Plateau outside the mountain is not much different from its hometown in temperature due to geographical reasons. If the soil difference is not considered, the grain production of the Tulan species may not be affected in the future. But the Black Forest is different. It is actually a low altitude plain with a hot and humid climate. If it is really due to the above reasons, then the reduction in the production of crown wheat is justified. Nestor conveyed his hypothesis to the two witch doctors and asked them to try to start from this aspect to see how it works. The witch doctors are most afraid of having no ideas. Facing Nestor's reminder, they feel very excited and full of hope for the future. There is indeed hope. Since the magic can directly ignore this problem and raise the yield to a high point, as long as some adjustments are made in advance during breeding, the problem should be solved. So, further transformation of the seeds began. With a clear direction, the witch doctors completed the breeding work efficiently and planted it again. 6 months later, they happily welcomed a real bumper harvest. The 50 acres of experimental fields yielded 600 kilograms per acre, and a total of 30,000 kilograms of shelled crown wheat were harvested. According to the food intake calculated by the adult trolls after the experiment, eating 5 kilograms of crown wheat, 1 kilogram of meat, eggs and milk, and a certain amount of mixed powder of fruits, vegetables, and nuts every day is enough to make them full and nutritious. This greatly reduced the tribe's demand for meat, thereby improving the utilization rate of the troll power sources. Although the cultivation of crown wheat is also quite troublesome, its trouble is seasonal. According to the calculation of sowing twice and harvesting twice a year, the busy farming season is only 3 or 4 months, which is much more cost effective than hunting that needs to be carried out all the time. The only trouble is that the high yield seeds must come from the hands of witch doctors. But who knows if this is also a benefit? Therefore, facing this temptation, Nestor and the Rune Council made the decision to destroy the forest and create farmland, and ordered the apprentices to create a machine that is convenient for cutting trees. This order was quickly executed. Hundreds of trolls temporarily put aside their hunting tasks. They could not wait for the development of convenient machinery, and they entered the forests around the tribe in small teams, preparing to use relatively primitive tools such as axes and saws to open up stretches of farmland. After the trees are cut down, they will be burned together with the grass and trees in the original place, and the residue will become fertilizer for the land, thus continuing to support the development of the tribe in another form. Nestor is in awe of the natural environment, but now he can only regretfully say that it is not the time to talk about forest environmental protection, tree protection and soil protection. The tribe will continue to develop with the concept of pollution first and then governance, and when it is really strong in the future, it will definitely return more greenery to the Black Forest in multiples. Besides, the Black Forest is so vast that the farmland that the tribe plans to reclaim is just a drop in the ocean compared to the whole forest. How can it cause such great damage? Therefore, the first phase of the land reclamation project set the goal at 10,000 mu, that is, 3,000 meters long and 2,000 meters wide, a total of 6 million square meters of farmland. In order to facilitate management and subsequent development, these farmlands will be concentrated together as much as possible to form a large agricultural reclamation area, and the subsequent second and third phases of additional projects will also be connected to form a regular grid layout. The development of agriculture and the continuous rise of animal husbandry will inevitably lead to a decrease in the importance of hunting activities. The current production unit of the tribe, based on hunter teams, may face challenges, and land management and the distribution of food output will inevitably become the top priority of tribal policy adjustments in the near future. In this regard, Nestor is ready to think carefully and discuss a suitable plan with the witch doctors. But this is a matter for the future. It is not too late to make a decision after the first phase of 10,000 mu of land is properly developed. At the same time, the Fanged Witch Doctor and the Thick-Toothed Witch Doctor also completed their advancement at the right time. The appearance of the two witch doctors also showed changes similar to Azura. Their height dropped to about 2.8 meters, and their muscle dimensions also decreased accordingly. They became fit and slender overall, and their facial features also showed the appearance of the elves in Nestor's previous life. Their advancement results were not completely the same. Both of them incorporated their own ideas on the basis of Nestor's development path, resulting in many different changes. The Thick-Toothed Witch Doctor's long hair grew leaves, which had better light energy conversion efficiency, and his druid transformation was a half tree and half flesh form, which could absorb nutrients from the soil by taking root and sprouting, and further improve the efficiency of energy conversion and material absorption by transforming all hair into leaves. In this way, he will have stronger regeneration ability and spell endurance after transformation. And the Fanged Witch Doctor, because he was more fascinated by the carving of the Windwolf meditation method, had the ability to transform into an upright wolf form similar to the werewolf in his previous life. After watching the two witch doctors' druid transformations, Nestor thought that the former had enhanced endurance, but was not very good in terms of flexibility and physical attack power, while the latter, while specializing in attack power, also took into account the flexibility and losing ability unique to upright creatures, but was mediocre in terms of energy conversion. In short, their choices were both powerful directions. He was very pleased with this. More roads meant more choices, and the younger generation of witch doctors and ordinary trolls in the future would have more possibilities. Since the two witch doctors had successfully advanced, and the tribe's many war preparations had been completed, it was time to go to the west, to eliminate the hidden dangers. Therefore, the expedition to Wolf Cave operation officially entered the implementation stage. In order to carry out this expedition, the witch doctors not only prepared new spells and practiced combat strategies after arrival, but also made huge adjustments to the preparations for the march. Although the concept of combining ships with refrigerator trees proposed by the witch doctor before has not been realized for various reasons, its land mode variant has been successful. The witch doctors transformed the refrigerator tree. The crown was removed, and the leaves were concentrated on one side of the trunk. The roots that can be extended and retracted under the control of magic are distributed on the other side of the trunk. There are 4 pairs of wheel-like structures that can roll freely on the lower sides and front and back. And the position, where the crown originally grew, has several more vines extending out. Therefore, the entire refrigerator tree has become a horizontal transport vehicle. When it is moving, it is pulled forward by moose and relies on the residual cold to preserve the food inside. When it stops, the roots will drill into the ground and start the refrigeration function again. In today's world, where meat is still the staple food, this change can greatly enhance the tribe's long-distance marching ability. Before the departure, 5 such food transport vehicles have been prepared, and they will march with the army under the traction of 25 moose. The reason for this arrangement is that in addition to the beheading team composed of 20 witch doctors, there will be 2,000 soldiers accompanying this trip. Their mission was to resist the wolves that might come to rescue them outside the cave when the witch doctor attacked the cave wolf. After preparing all this, the mighty army left, and the tribe left behind entered a period of contraction again. All non-combat trolls stayed at the headquarters and various outposts, fully armed to guard against any possible accidents. The 2,000 combat soldiers included 3 corps of infantry and 1 corps of wanderers. The former was the main combat force, the latter was the reconnaissance force, and the cavalry corps stayed in the tribe to deal with any eventuality. The infantry marched in groups according to the organization of the corps, forming a shaped structure in the forest. In the center of the were the logistics convoy, apprentices, messenger groups, etc. The army's speed was much slower than when Nesta and Mia were alone, and it was also dragged down by the baggage transportation, so it was not moving fast, and it was estimated that it would take about 3 or 4 months to reach the destination. In this process, the wolf pack would certainly not ignore them, and all kinds of temptations, provocations, and even large-scale attacks would come sooner or later. The far travelers were dispersed far away just to guard against this. If there was any disturbance, they would promptly inform the main force. In the main force, there were 30 apprentices who were responsible for receiving information from medium and long distances. They had the mutated listener totem engraved on their bodies, and would take turns to open it, and continuously listen to the messages conveyed by the far travelers using the wind whisperer totem according to a certain pattern. And Ashura was not a member of the assault team. At this time, she had left the main force, and returned to the territory they occupied at the beginning, preparing to gather the remaining forces, and disrupt the wolf pack's surveillance of this side, by launching a civil war. In addition, the witch doctors launched the joint spell of Silent Field in batches at the outermost periphery of the army, using its side effect of reducing the air concentration in the area, to create an odor isolation zone outside the army, thereby reducing the probability of being discovered by the wolf pack. Even with the combined effect of so many means, the army had dozens of conflicts with the wolf pack during the 4-month march. In the largest one, the main force faced an attack by a wolf lord, 13 giant wind wolves, more than 200 wind wolves, and more than 1,000 ordinary wolves. Fortunately, the news from the traveler was received in advance, so the formation was prepared, so there was not much loss. The wolf lord was resisted by the sharp-fanged witch doctor who transformed into an upright wolf alone. The remaining wind wolves and giant wind wolves faced the troll army that was armed to the teeth and had a tight battle formation. Their proud speed and flexibility were almost useless. As a result, under the follow-up siege of the other Takor, none of these wolves escaped, and they were hacked and stabbed to death by the soldiers one by one. The corpses were not wasted. After the magic crystals were separated, they were all stored in the refrigerated transport vehicle to replenish the food consumed previously. Unfortunately, the first team of travelers who discovered the wolf pack lost 4 soldiers in the face of the wolf pack after sending out the intelligence, and only 1 member was left in the whole team. All these sacrifices were accorded by the tribe without exception, but apart from sending them a collective funeral after returning, the tribe could not give much compensation, or even no compensation at all. Because according to the current organizational form of the tribe, even if they want to give a pension, they don't know who to give it to. In response to this problem, Baki has actually considered whether to give the pension to the remaining soldiers. After all, in the tribe, teammate affection has in fact replaced the status of family affection in the previous life, and has become the closest relationship between the trolls. Therefore, it is not a bad idea to regard comrades as objects of comfort. The only concern that has not been implemented is the fear of the tragedy of actively harming teammates. But think about it in terms of the importance that the trolls attach to teammate affection. This situation can basically be compared to the father-son fratricide and brother-brother killing in the previous life. Once it occurs, it will be an extremely evil case that will shock the society. This situation also happened in the past, but the government did not change the rules for the issuance of pensions and insurance money because of this. Therefore, he felt that perhaps he should not doubt the entire system because of his concerns about extreme cases. Moreover, considering the simplicity of the trolls now, it is possible that for a long time, there will be no such thing as killing teammates for wealth. Even if the trolls are not as good as they used to be, and this situation really begins to occur in the future, it will be treated as a serious case and severely punished. Thinking about various problems and experiencing repeated harassment, the army finally followed the path in Nesta's memory and arrived in front of the wolf cave. When all the trolls crossed that border, there was a faint sound coming from the ground, and the wind in the range suddenly became stronger. Nesta's face was solemn. He was worried that too much hostility would wake up the monsters directly, so he ordered the soldiers to retreat first and line up outside the threat zone to prepare. Their opponents were no longer in front of them, but in the pack of wolves. He himself led all the witch doctors into it and came to the place where he had collapsed before. The witch doctors looked at the scale of the collapse and finally had a direct understanding of the random attack that Nestor had mentioned before. They looked at each other with solemn expressions on their faces. Everyone, the fate of this department depends on this. Are you ready? Understood. Give the order. Okay, start the action. All the conversations were involuntarily lowered, for fear of being noticed by the monster. Following Nestor's order, the witch doctors each took out the largest number of special tree species they could control, buried them in the cracks in the ground, and began to cast spells. Nestor can now control 6 tree species at the same time. Fanged witch doctor can only control 4, because he prefers the animal meditation method. Among the other witch doctors, there are 10 plant doctors, and they can all control 3 at the same time. 7 animal doctors can control 1 each. Only the style of the coarse-toothed witch doctor is the strangest. Most of his body has turned into a tree. Among the dozens of roots that have grown from his feet, 12 of them are holding a tree seed at the front end and deeply penetrated into the ground, and began to take root and sprout. A total of 59 tree species sprouted under the control of the witch doctors, and continued to extend into the depths of the cave, and finally broke into the edge of the central area. The witch doctor slowed down the control of the magic, followed the corridor opened up by the vines, and drilled into the ground, heading towards the end at a very fast speed. They did not gather together, but formed a circle, surrounding the surrounding areas of the giant wolf's sleeping cave, and after landing, their eyes lit up, and they finally saw the light, and felt the strong wind. The witch doctors did not observe more closely out of curiosity. They did not even think of turning a corner to take a look. They immediately continued to control the magic. The vines no longer spread completely downwards this time, but extended to the left and right, up and down at the same time. They drilled through the wall, the ground, and the ceiling, forming a large circle, and connecting with each other, forming a cage constructed by 59 groups of vines. The 17 witch doctors who had not yet advanced, were already feeling tired. They maintained their spells with one hand, and reached into their backpacks with the other hand, grabbing large chunks of fat, and putting them into their mouths to replenish their energy. Nestor and Sharp Fang felt fine. Although there was no sunlight here, their physical strength was enough to support this level of consumption. However, considering the large amount of magic power needed later, they also began to take out food to replenish their energy. Only Corsefang, whose main body was still on the ground and only the roots of his lower body entered the ground, was not worried about his physical strength at all in the continuous energy conversion, and he was still concentrating on casting spells. Soon after, Corsefang noticed the embarrassment of the witch doctors who had not advanced. Open the control path. If it's just an auxiliary, I can do more. The voice controlled by the Wind Talker was accurately transmitted to the ears of every troll present. The 17 witch doctors who had not upgraded followed suit, and shared part of the control of the vines with Corsefang in the mode of joint casting. In this way, they reduced a large part of their physical expenditure and the corresponding part of the medium control requirements, and were able to eat fat at a faster speed. Gradually, the vines formed a complete sphere, and began to shrink inward. From a diameter of 100 meters to 90 meters and 80 meters, its structure began to deform. The intersections evolved from independent vines to complete walls, and its material properties also changed from focusing on stretchability to extreme toughness. This process cannot be carried out too quickly. Once the transformation to extreme toughness is completed too early, the controllability of the prison will be greatly reduced. At that time, every contraction and advancement will be at the cost of huge physical energy consumption, but it cannot be too slow. The vine stage is too fragile compared to the monster's attack, and can be easily destroyed, so it cannot achieve the ultimate goal. When it was 70 meters in diameter, the waist of the sphere finally broke into the cave, where the target was, and gradually approached the area, where it had awakened before. At 60 meters, the giant wolf in the center of the cave, which was more than 11 meters long and 6 meters high, finally opened its lifeless eyes again, and a violent hurricane gushed out of its mouth, directly bombarding the wall that had not yet been completely transformed. Although the wall made of vines had not completely collapsed, it had already appeared with dense cracks. The witch doctors quickly stopped eating, and began to concentrate all their energy on controlling the synthesis, thickening, and contraction of the wall. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, War Against the Cave Wolves, 3 in 1. The cave wolf's unconscious counterattack caused great trouble to the witch doctors. The strong winds that continuously spewed out of its mouth bombarded the barrier that had not yet been fully formed, causing cracks to appear on it, and began to break. Everyone, increase the output of magic power to speed up the transformation of the vines. The Magic Beast Department opens the control of magic and provides magic power with all its strength. The Plant Department jointly controls and concentrates on changing the properties of the barrier. As Nestor's order was issued, the witch doctors followed his instructions. The Plant Department witch doctors entered the semi-meditative state of the highest spellcasting concentration, concentrating on controlling the many vine groups, and the Animal Department witch doctors, because of the direction of meditation, had a lower control over the Plant Department, so they simply focused on eating and output the physical strength converted from fat. With everyone's joint efforts, the cage gradually stabilized and began to compress inward again. 1 hour, 2 hours, 1 day, 2 days. When it shrunk to a diameter of 30 meters, its extension no longer moved inward, but completely turned into a complete wall and began to grow vines inward and outward with this thin wall as the center. The vines growing on the outer wall turned into roots, deeply penetrated into the ground, and began to actively absorb nutrients, which effectively slowed down the output of the witch doctors and gave them a breather. And every time the vines on the inner wall grew 3 centimeters inward, they would begin to compress and fuse according to the set growth method and turn into a ½ centimeter thick tough plate layer, thereby greatly improving the thickness and strength of the entire barrier. While the witch doctors were focusing on magic and besieging the sleepwalking cave wolves regardless of the loss, Ashura was not idle in the outside world. The wolf packs under her command had long since run away with her husband, and their size and territory had long since dwindled. This time, Ashura found only 3 giant wind wolves, more than 60 wind wolves, and nearly 1,000 ordinary wolves. The rest of the wolf packs had long since disbanded, either escaping or becoming independent, and had already left the group. Ashura was not disappointed. She gathered the remaining wolf packs as quickly as possible, and began another invasion around the cave. This area, perhaps out of fear, was unexpectedly not included in the hunting grounds of any Lord Wolf. Only some wind wolves and giant wind wolves led medium and small wolf packs. Ashura quickly defeated these natives who were alert because they smelled the scent of trolls, and after subduing them, they were dispersed to the outer circle of the troll army and carried out activities that pretended to be surveillance and actually served as a warning. The alert soon took effect. The Lord Wolf pack closest to the area noticed the movement in the cave and smelled the scent of the trolls, which were no longer isolated. They immediately reported the news to their superiors and gathered their forces to rush over. When the Lord Wolf finally arrived, besides the Lord Elite Guard composed of 9 giant wind wolves, the wind wolves that originally led the various branch wolf packs were also there. Ashura knew that the movement here would sooner or later attract the attention of the wolf packs in the separated territories. Her purpose was to mess with these outside wolves in the name of protecting the territory and delay their attack on the troll army as much as possible. Therefore, after the wolf pack under her command reported the news, she immediately led her brothers to block the Wolf Lord. The Wolf Lord was surprised. In his eyes, Ashura was just a giant wind wolf with strange fur. At this time, she not only led giant wind wolves of the same level as herself, and more in number than the Lord's subordinates, but also dared to bare her teeth at him. If it could speak, it might say how dare you. But Ashura did not give it too much time to think, and directly ordered the attack. When the giant wind wolf under her command was hesitant because of the upper wolf, she immediately rushed towards the Lord. She thought she didn't have time to spend on confrontation. As time passed, more lords or even wolf kings might arrive. Perhaps they were already on the way, but because the wolf pack's territory was too large and too scattered, they couldn't catch up for a while. Because of her own speculation, Ashura immediately started the attack. The the Lord Wolf's spell-like ability already had the rudiment of the cave wolf. The fierce wind from its mouth was like a machine gun firing blades, plowing the ground that was hit into a terrible state. But Ashura's wolf body was extremely agile. She was like a fighter plane caught in a dogfight, always paying attention to the direction of the opponent's mouth and dodging most of the flying attacks in advance while moving her feet. Even if a few wind blades scratched her body, they healed quickly with the constant replenishment of physical energy, and finally quickly approached the Lord to engage in melee. Seeing that the leader who had not seen each other for a long time could not lose to the superior species, the wolf pack immediately became energetic and launched an attack on the opposite side. Although these giant wind wolves and wind wolves have quite high intelligence, the instinct of obeying the leader's arrangements in their bones obviously outweighs the idea of uniting to deal with foreign races, which effectively delayed the pace of the wolf pack at this time. The sight returned to Ashura. According to the simple classification of levels, the Wolf Lord was a 4th level creature who had passed the stages of ordinary wolf, wind wolf, giant wind wolf, and advanced 3 times to reach the Lord Wolf stage. Ashura looked at it, and it seemed that it could also be counted as a 4th level creature according to the 4 stages of ordinary troll apprentice witch doctor advanced. Witch doctor. But strictly speaking, there was actually no obvious upgrading process between ordinary trolls and witch doctor apprentices, and there was almost no possibility of analogy with the change from ordinary wolf to wind wolf. So, maybe she could be regarded as a 3rd level or 3.5 level creature? In this way, it seems that she should be weaker than the Lord Wolf. But the initial points of nature are obviously unfair. As 2 stages of the upgrade floor of the 2 tribes, there is no comparability between ordinary trolls and ordinary wolves. They are even much stronger than the wind wolf that has advanced once. Therefore, the starting steps of both sides are different. This difference was clearly demonstrated in today's battle. After getting close, Ashura, who was obviously much smaller, almost crushed the Lord Wolf in both strength and agility. After getting close, she slapped her opponent's cheeks twice in succession. Under Ashura's great strength, the Lord Wolf instantly saw stars and retreated more than 10 meters in a daze, trying to distance himself again. But before it could shake its head to recover, Ashura stuck to it again like a thorn in its flesh, knocked it down from the side, after shifting its position, and then opened her bloody mouth and bit the joint in the middle of its hind legs. There were only a few crackling sounds, and the limb joints, which had little hair and flesh to act as a buffer, were directly shattered under the terrifying bite force, leaving the Lord Wolf half crippled immediately. It howled in pain twice, stood up and dodged to the side with all its strength, but because the broken limb was still in Ashura's mouth, it failed to dodge, and instead felt more severe pain from the pulling. The blood flowing from the broken limb stained the sharp teeth, and overflowed from the corner of her mouth, dyeing Ashura's entire jaw red. The purple hair there was wet, and tangled into clumps, reflecting her slightly open mouth while biting, forming a ferocious smile that was almost there. She stretched her neck forward and lowered her head, biting the opponent's broken limb tightly and unwilling to let go. Her hind legs suddenly pushed forward, driving her front legs to step on the body of the Lord Wolf who was about to stand up, causing it to fall to the ground again. Ashura turned her body towards the Lord Wolf's buttocks while avoiding its claws and counterattacks, pulling the broken limb in her mouth to flip its body upwards so that its abdomen gradually faced upwards. Almost at the moment when the relatively soft abdomen appeared in front of her eyes, Ashura opened her mouth and freed the opponent's hind limbs that had been restrained, and then her long snout quickly stretched forward again, the upper and lower large fangs with the sharp claws effect drilled straight into the wolf's belly, and then, as if they were steel knives that were exerting force in the upper and lower directions at the same time, they bit the skin and flesh and cut the internal organs. A woo, a woo. A painful howl sounded from the mouth of the Lord Wolf, and the 3 limbs that were still intact exposed their claws to scratch Ashura's side, and then suddenly bent the spine inward, opened a wider mouth, and bit a neck. This was to force Ashura, who was frantically destroying its internal organs, to retreat, so as to gain a chance to escape. But Ashura obviously didn't want to give it this opportunity. She quickly rotated her body position, turned her buttocks towards the direction of the Lord's head, and then kicked its head with her slender hind legs. The sharp hind claws happened to drill through the Lord Wolf's eye sockets and directly pierced its eyeballs. The eyeballs with dense pain-sensing nerves were severely damaged. The Lord Wolf howled miserably and could no longer move his head forward, but he could not move backward either, because the claws that Ashura had inserted into his eyes had deeply hooked his eye sockets. Therefore, the Lord Wolf could neither move forward nor retreat, and could only continue to bend his neck and wail in pain. However, Ashura did not have the idea of forgiving others when you can. She focused on opening and closing her long kiss, plowing open the wound on the Lord Wolf's abdomen, and moving her mouth deeper into it. Her body position slowly changed, and her kiss gradually moved from the lower abdomen to the more deadly upper chest. Finally, she felt a violently beating organ, and then bit it. The Lord Wolf's heart was quite large, and Ashura could not even bite it all in one bite, but even if she only held a small half of it in her mouth, it meant that the life of this large wolf was in the final countdown. She did not hesitate, and bit down with her long snout. Half of the heart was broken, and large amounts of blood were pumped out of the heart by the still strong myocardium, but could no longer flow into the blood vessels as usual. They flooded its entire internal organs like a river bursting its banks, poured into Ashura's mouth, and rolled into her throat and stomach with the heart. At this point, the Lord Wolf finally had no strength to struggle, and as the hind claws that were hooked in the eye sockets were retracted, it fell heavily to the ground powerlessly. Ashura retracted half of her head from the Lord Wolf's abdomen, and the hair on her face was completely stained red by the blood, showing a strange dark purple. A woo. After she raised her head and let out a long howl, the enemy and friendly wolves that were fighting in a radius of 500 meters immediately stopped fighting, gathered around her without distinction, and showed an attitude of submission. These wolves in the Black Forest obviously have a unique survival logic. No matter whether they are giant wind wolves or wind wolves, as long as they are not the leaders, they will never fight desperately in the civil war. So, Ashura looked at these wolves who were covered with scars, but still had not died. She couldn't tell whether she felt more helpless or more admiration at this time. She just thought a little unhappy. I'm fighting to the death here, and you guys are actually acting. But this is also a good thing. Although these guys don't fight desperately, they will at least obey her orders to resist the footsteps of other wolves, so the more they stay, the better. After the younger brothers whose number increased after the merger were dispersed again, Ashura looked in the direction of the cave, silently hoping that her husband's action would go smoothly, and she found a small slope to lie down. She habitually licked the blood on her body, and began to conserve her energy for the wolves that might arrive later. In the trees not far away, 2 members of the Far Traveler army hid in the tree canopy and watched the battle from beginning to end. Among them, one warrior was engraved with 3 totems, including Windrunner, Refractor, modified from Polarization, and Gatherer, modified from Silent Field, and was responsible for cover in this operation. The other was engraved with totems such as Windrunner, Windtalker, and Monitor, and was responsible for transmission. The latter must always be within 3 meters of the former to share the Refractor and Gatherer effects on his teammates, so that he can pass on information to the main force in a relatively safe environment. The 2 fast Ritter warriors were huddled in the tree canopy at this time, and sent out the information here in the difficulty of breathing caused by the Gatherer effect. In the main direction, the 30 apprentices responsible for receiving medium and long distance information took turns to monitor in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and northeast according to their shifts, and soon received information sent from the Ashura front. Since the effective transmission distance of the language information of the Windtalker is less than a kilometer, and the information from farther away can only be transmitted through the agreed sound wave frequency, with limited and fixed paradigms. Therefore, the message has to be translated again, before it can be understood in the usual language. At this time, the apprentice who received the information was recording the wave frequency. He held a pen in his hand and accurately drew a line that kept folding up and down on the paper with a hard shell. Every time he finished a line, he would hand it to another apprentice waiting next to him for translation. AI, sap, la, kill, die, leader, wolf, self, without hindrance. This translated message was then sent to the leader of the information group, and then passed from here to the flag officers of the main forces of various parties who were arrayed in large formations, and finally known to the entire army and the witch doctors in the cave. Lord Dashura has already encountered a wolf lord, so we should also be prepared. I don't know when the Wolf King will arrive. It's better if he doesn't arrive. It is said that he is a big guy. It will not be fun if he breaks into the army. The 3 captains and their flag officers are now at the command center behind each brigade, waiting for the news from the witch doctors. The troops are still outside the deterrence zone at this time. To larger defense zone is very unfavorable for the defensive battle. That will come later. It is only because of the fear that too much hostility may completely awaken the cave wolf that they are asked to wait here temporarily. Okay, the dictator asked us to move inward and form a formation outside the collapse point to prepare. At this time, the flag officer on duty received the information from the inside and said excitedly. After hearing his retelling, the captains immediately began to issue orders to their flag officers and conduct remote control of the army. Their orders passed through the hands of flag officers at all levels and reached each brigade one by one, and then the troll army began to form a formation and march towards the direction where the witch doctors were fighting. Underground, the siege against the cave wolf has lasted for 3 days. Although the monster's attack is powerful, it has not completely awakened, which has given the witch doctors the greatest convenience. At this time, the underground barrier is already 30 meters thick, and the dense roots on the periphery are deeply rooted in the ground, continuously extracting the necessary substances. The center of the cave wolf is left with only a spherical space with a diameter of no more than 15 meters, and its inner wall is almost attached to the wolf. The price is 17 witch doctors who are almost too tired to stand up, and 2 advanced witch doctors who are also not feeling well. Only Corsfang, who is still half of his body on the surface, is in good condition. The barrier is still proliferating inwards, and the vines are still condensing with each other to form a new wall. Finally, the barrier touched the half-asleep monster, and the sleepwalking feeling in its eyes disappeared instantly, and the continuous attack also stopped at this time. Its eyes regained their spirits, and it looked at its situation in a daze. Why is it a bit crowded? Have you recovered from your injuries? The giant wolf thought so, and without turning its head to look around, it immediately realized that its recuperation place was invaded by the enemy. The giant wolf, who was awakened from hibernation, felt boundless rage, not only because of the environment outside, but also because it should have recovered most of its injuries at this time, but somehow it became weak again, and the tricky fire damage on its body became stronger again because of the lack of suppression. The strong wind that had been surrounding it for a long time stopped, and the giant wolf's angry roar penetrated through the layers of barriers and penetrated to the outside world. These roars, which should have been meaningless, somehow formed a specific language in the minds of the witch doctors, and were involuntarily understood by them. Who is it? Who is offending the great giant wolf king? Debilious. The indescribable sense of oppression directly affected the spiritual level. The witch doctors all shook their bodies, then made a muffled sound, and blue or purple blood flowed from their mouths and noses. A woo. Then, a more penetrating wolf howl appeared again from the inside of the sphere, even after being blocked by a solid barrier as thick as 30 meters. The terrifying waves it carried swept and spread at an extreme speed, with this place as the center, and heading towards the distance of 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters, and 1 million meters away. In the depths of the distant Black Forest, the 6 huge territories directly governed by the 12 Wolf Kings are distributed in the west, northwest, and north of the western Black Forest. They are close to the Warcraft Mountains. Although it sounds like they are located on the border, they actually extend inward and occupy nearly half of the area on the west bank of the Black River. In addition to the guards of varying numbers who always patrol around the Wolf Kings, most of the other wolves directly under the lords are widely distributed throughout the territory, commanding various branch wolf packs, and under the branch wolf packs, there are branch wolf kings of branches, and in this way, they manage large tracts of territory that did not originally belong to them. The remaining 2/3 of the western Black Forest, including the area where the Wolf Cave is located, belongs to those lords who are not directly under their jurisdiction, and even giant wind wolves and wind wolves. These small lords of different sizes, which spread eastward to the west bank of the Black River, replaced the 12 Wolf Kings who could not get close to the Wolf Cave and symbolically guarded the safety of the Wolf Cave. although they were forced to submit to the wolf kings due to the situation, and would go to the front line to serve when conquering or defending the mountain monsters, but according to tradition, these were forces that did not belong to the wolf king. In fact, except for the border areas next to the mountains, most of the Wolf King's current territory was owned by such lords of all sizes about 300 years ago. It was only after the cave wolf was injured and fell into a deep sleep that the most powerful 12 Wolf Kings began to gradually expand their power. In the heyday of the cave wolf, all the wolf lords directly obeyed the true King Debilius, and the 12 Wolf Kings today were just powerful border commanders at that time. At this time, as the special sound waves emitted by Debilius spread, the lords of all sizes became alert and ran towards the cave with their guards. A few blinks of an eye passed, and the sound also swept through the territories of the 12 current Wolf Kings. These Wolf Kings, who were either making out, killing, or resting, turned their heads and looked towards the cave almost at the same time. But unlike the eagerness in the eyes of most Lord Wolves, the information contained in their eyes was richer and more uncertain. Some were full of anxiety, some were full of fear, and some had deep disgust. But no matter what, at this moment, when they felt the call of the king of the entire Black Forest, they suppressed all their thoughts and led the guards around them to run in that direction. The sound has not stopped yet and gradually reached the mountains. Before it was completely wiped out by the high and low mountains, it was heard by the intelligent monsters who were always vigilant against the invasion of the wolf pack. Debilius has woken up. There are creatures attacking it. What about us? What should we do? Apostrophe. Chapter 144 Siege Consumption and Victory, 3 in 1 7000 plus. We can't let it wake up. We must let it continue to sleep, or let it die! Exclamation mark. Let's go. At least we have to stop the Wolf Kings. No matter who is attacking it, it's a good thing for us. But, can we stop the Wolf Kings? Don't worry, they won't be serious this time. The Wolf Kings don't want that guy to return. The roars of the beasts one after another contain a lot of information, and they quickly reached a consensus during the communication. Roar, roar. The powerful and bloodthirsty giant cats, black saber-toothed beasts set out from their respective territories and ran towards the outside of the mountain in groups of 3 or 5 for the first time. While running, they let out a thunderous roar, as if to challenge the majesty of the Wolf Kings. Behind them, more mountain monsters also rushed out from the border and rushed into the territory of the Wolf Kings regardless of anything. The 12 Wolf Kings, who could almost jump 100 meters with a big jump, naturally heard the provocation from behind. They stopped, their eyes flashing with cunning and anxiety. The Wolf Kings always appeared in pairs, and this time was no exception. The inseparable partners just looked at each other, comforted each other and made up their minds. Awoo. But by then, what awaits them may be the wrath of the 12 Wolf Kings. In this case, it is self-evident what choice should be made. The younger independent Lord Wolves who do not know the specific situation, or those giant wind wolves and independent small wind wolf lords whose wisdom cannot overcome the blood instinct, follow the original choice of blood, and continue to move towards the wolf cave regardless of anything. Along the way, the size of the wolf pack is getting bigger and bigger, and finally formed several large groups in different directions. But even so, it is much better than the situation that the Wolf King led all the lords to stop them. In Nestor's estimation, the troll tribe, under the interference of many factors, happened to reduce a large number of opponents. This may be a kind of destiny. In the cave, the witch doctors are naturally unaware of the changes that have occurred in the distance. They are busy dealing with the giant wolf that has really awakened. Its attacks are changeable and fierce, no longer as mechanical as before, which puts considerable pressure on the barrier. Fortunately, the space left for it in the center of the sphere was too small, and the 30-meter thick wall also gave the witch doctors enough time to buffer. While continuing to grow the barrier, they could draw out their strength to make up for the damage caused by the cave wolf. With the idea of killing it completely, the witch doctors created 36 long and sharp spikes inside the barrier. They were evenly distributed on the inner surface of the sphere and pressed towards the cave wolf little by little. But the facts proved that this guy was not so easy to kill. The awakened giant wolf could use more than just aimless spells. The powerful strength contained in its huge body finally came into play. The cave wolf simply waved its claws and turned sideways, to break several tough spikes in front of it, and then just repeated this several times. It made the witch doctor's physical strength almost in vain. Of course, there is still the word almost in vain. Even though the big vertebra was broken in half, its thicker bottom was left on the wall. These cylindrical semi-vertebrae with flat bottoms staggered each other and became more and more dense. As the small amount accumulated, the space in the center of the bull was further compressed. The cave wolf was furious in the increasingly closed space. It opened its huge mouth wide, and strands of light blue energy gathered in front of its mouth, forming a huge energy ball that looked almost made of wind. As the energy was compressed, the color of the bowl became darker and the density increased. After 3 seconds, it turned into a pitch black standard sphere with a diameter of only about 20 centimeters. When it was formed, everything around it seemed to be quiet, and only the sharp sound of the wind remained in the whole space. This was obviously a very terrifying attack method, but the cave wolf's eyes flashed with resentment, and it was obviously not satisfied with it. It had realized that during the time when it was not awake, too much of its energy had been wasted in vain, and now it was extremely weak. I can't continue. My injuries are almost uncontrollable. The fire hidden deep in Debilious' body had begun to stir at this time. Once it erupted, it knew that it would die without a burial place. Therefore, the cave wolf stopped infusing energy and directly launched an attack. Bang! Even though it had only flown less than a meter, the black sphere made a sonic boom in the space and then stuck to the barrier like a flash. Although the diameter of this black energy bead was less than 30 centimeters, the moment it touched the wall, it created a 3-meter deep pit accompanied by a friction sound that was enough to pierce the eardrum. However, this was not the real outbreak of the attack. At best it was just a prelude. The time seemed to be calculated only in milliseconds. During this period, the black sphere, under the action of the initial kinetic energy, drilled directly into the barrier for 5 meters, causing great damage to the wall. After that, the tough wall finally offset its forward momentum, causing it to stagnate in midair. Then, the sphere expanded rapidly, from 30 centimeters to 3 meters in the blink of an eye. The scraper-like wind exploded with it as the center, hurting everything in the center of the sphere regardless of friend or foe. Of course, strictly speaking, there was only the cave wolf in the center of the sphere at this time, so it had to face the attack launched by itself. But Debilious did not dodge. It let the wind bring fine scars on its body, just stared at the front with a pair of eyes, staring at the place where the sphere exploded, wanting to see the effect it expected. The dark green wind in the center of the ball gradually disappeared, revealing a huge hole on the wall that was 26 meters deep and half the width of the wall. In other words, this blow almost destroyed most of the achievements that the witch doctors had made for a long time. However, the steel and wood that were crushed by the energy did not disappear out of thin air. They were like particles floating in the haze, evenly filling every inch of the center of the ball, and gradually attached to the walls on all sides as time went by, forming a layer of sponge-like debris wall. These debris, the moment they came into contact with the wall, had a fusion reaction. They condensed with each other in the wall, and seemed to be able to merge into the ball wall again, thus becoming the accomplices of the witch doctors again. Outside, the witch doctors' faces were not good. Only about 4 meters of the real thickness of the half of the wall remained, and the rest were soft walls composed of the debris of the crusted layer. Although they were also transforming into hard walls, it would undoubtedly take time. Although it doesn't take several months like the previous growth from nothing, it's not something that can be completed in the blink of an eye. After the 26-meter hardened layer was eliminated by one blow, the remaining thickness of the real wall could not provide much security to the witch doctors. Is it going to be unstoppable? Your Excellency the Dictator, what should we do? This is what all the witch doctors thought at this time. Although they couldn't see, they all turned their eyes to the direction where Nestor was. They hoped that this leader could lead the trolls out of this predicament. These sights obviously couldn't penetrate the barriers between the witch doctors, but Nestor felt them, as if they were real, and came to him with heavy pressure. There is no doubt that, if the previous attack happened again, this cave wolf would be able to escape. Then, whether it was the witch doctors underground or the main force of the army outside, it might face its tragic revenge. Something must be done. Something must be done. In the sense of urgency, the developed brain power of witch doctors, especially advanced witch doctors, gave him a certain amount of time buffer. Various complex thoughts appeared at the same time in a short period of time, and then the brain processed them quickly like a multi-threaded computing center. The ideas were ejected, or pending one by one, but he did not have the time to think thoroughly, because the cave wolf inside was undoubtedly a more advanced creature, and its brain speed was not necessarily slower than his own. Therefore, Nestor selected a few relatively reliable ones from the many pending ideas, and then divided them into various branch tasks, and conveyed them to the witch doctors. Although it is unknown why the cave wolf inside did not take this opportunity to continue to launch a second attack, under Nestor's decision, the witch doctors still changed their strategy in time. Some witch doctors began to cast spells to make the outer wall grow more roots, penetrate into the ground, and transform more necessary substances inside. Some witch doctors slowed down the speed of the transformation of the hardened layer, and let the tough vines entangle the giant wolf. The remaining witch doctors, regardless of the loss, began to accelerate the transformation of the soft wall, trying to restore the barrier to its previous thickness. Quickly. At the same time, Nestor issued an order to the external command center, asking them to open the inventory of the refrigerator transport truck, quickly set up the stove, transform a large amount of fat prepared earlier into liquid, and then send it to all witch doctors in batches. In this way, a longer war of attrition began. Nestor firmly believed that witch doctors like himself, who had a constant supply of physical strength, could definitely last longer than the seriously injured cave wolf. In this way, the witch doctors drank the fat solution, while continuing to cast spells, and began to consume the cave wolf bit by bit, and they were waiting cautiously, always ready to meet the previous intensity of attack. But there is no end to the witch doctor's path. I wonder if it is accumulating power or simply can't use it again. In short, the cave wolf has never launched an attack of the same power since that time. Inside the barrier, this has been countless times. Dozens of vines have entangled the cave wolf's body from all directions. Its size reveals fatigue and resentment. Under the influence of injuries, the cave wolf no longer dares to use powerful spells recklessly. It can only rely on small-scale wind blades and the strength of its own body to crush these annoying wolf vines again and again. But as time goes by, there are always a few fish that slip through the net and inadvertently entangle its body. Even if it quickly breaks free and crushes them, it more or less slows down its speed and consumes its already limited physical strength. The space in the center of the ball began to shrink again, and those soft walls firmly restored their solid and more powerful internal structure, further narrowing its range of movement. There was not much room to exert its power. Gradually, after several vines entangled it, the cave wolf finally failed to break free immediately. This was like a signal. More and more vines followed closely. Some of them were lucky enough to avoid its attack, and successfully turned into a part of the power that restricted its ability to move 20 meters, 30 meters. The space in the center of the ball became much wider because of the dark energy ball, and finally returned to its original thickness, and the remaining part was gradually occupied by these broken or intact vines. Those materials that were turned into powder by its attack could only be accumulated here because of the completely sealed environment, and gradually penetrated into the gaps of many vines and began to merge. Debilius was still struggling, and the shackles on his body were sometimes broken and sometimes reorganized. Slowly, the giant wolf seemed to be swimming in a sea of vine residues, and most of its body was covered. At the same time, the witch doctor's attempts to tie it up never stopped. Continuous vines stretched out, continuing to make seemingly useless efforts. This stalemate lasted for a long time, so long that Ashura was attacked by 6 Lord Wolves in succession, and once 3 of them attacked together. Fortunately, she was strong enough, so she killed them all, after paying a certain price. The main force was also attacked by several groups of wolves who broke in when Ashura was entangled, and several battles of varying sizes were launched. The witch doctors gradually felt that they were becoming more relaxed. The diameter of the spherical cage was less than 80 meters, but its outer root system had reached a terrifying scale. When another month passed, the cage was no longer a cage, but gradually took the shape of a real plant. At its bottom, There were twisted roots winding deep into the ground. In the center, there was a spherical trunk with a diameter of 80 meters, and at the top, branches and tender leaves began to grow, and they climbed out of the ground little by little, and began to fulfill their mission in the sun. These branches and roots are different from the main prison in terms of material structure, at least they are much weaker in strength, but the energy and material supplements they bring have almost completely freed the hands and feet of the witch doctors, allowing them to finally leave the dark underground and return to the surface. The witch doctors lay tiredly in the sun, watching the cage not far away being slowly lifted out of the ground under the support of the roots, their eyes full of a sense of accomplishment. They successfully trapped an extremely strong creature. Although, whether it was the restrictions in the early stage, the consumption in the middle stage, or the siege in the later stage, all of them were achieved, while it was seriously injured. But what does it matter? No matter what the process was, they relied on their wisdom and preparation to successfully reap the rich fruits of victory. Therefore, the joy and complacency in the eyes of the witch doctors were not affected at all. Physical and mental fatigue did not make them hide the smile on their faces. On the surface, since soldiers had been carrying fat liquid into the cave since the middle period, the main force was aware of the fierce battle inside. Although they could not fully understand the invisible sword and blood confrontation, it could not stop them from cheering at this time. The witch doctor won. The dictator won. The excited cheers of the soldiers, while making Nestor feel relieved, and the witch doctor's smile, were also transmitted to the cage and the ears of the cave wolf. Although it could not understand the troll language, it could directly understand the meaning of the language. Undoubtedly, this made Dibelius even more angry, but at this time, the former Wolf King could hardly do anything. The space in the center of the cage had been squeezed to the extreme. Under the control of the wolves on all sides, the cave wolf had no room to move at all. Even though it was far from the moment of exhaustion, it could no longer launch a decent attack. Dibelius' body was covered with vines, which had small pointed branches that penetrated into every inch of his skin. These branches were both roots and injection heads. While using the cave wolf as an energy supply source, and feeding back to the main body of the cage, to make it more solid, they were also continuously injecting a large amount of plant toxins into its body. If 1 kilogram or 2 kilograms were ineffective, then it would be measured in tens or hundreds of kilograms. Under the influence of countless toxins, its mind became more and more confused, and it gradually fell into a deep sleep again. I won't let you go. You can't kill the great Dibelius. When I wake up again, I will kill all of you without leaving a single one. Wait for my return. This was its last voice, which penetrated the cage, and was clearly heard by every troll. After hearing this voice full of resentment and murderous intent, the witch doctors looked at the huge thing in their center, and felt a headache, while feeling a sense of accomplishment in their hearts. It seems that we really can't kill it completely, so how should we deal with it? The sharp-fanged witch doctor looked up at the twisted and huge tree in front of him, shaking his head helplessly. The cave wolf can't be killed, at least it seems that they can't do it with their current means. Its body is too solid, and those roots that have turned into injection heads can only pierce its epidermis with great effort, and the thick steel and wooden cones, in addition to making it feel severe pain, can't really hurt it, and the lack of air in the confined space is the same. It has been so long, but there is no sense of the cave wolf being suffocated. The original plan was really just to kill it, while limiting the lethality with a cage, but now, the cave wolf has been captured alive. Let's not talk about whether the result of capturing alive will bring other uncertain effects, but at this moment, it really makes the witch doctors a little embarrassed about how to deal with it later. 2 ideas. First, if we are confident that we can prevent it from escaping forever and intend to use it for further research, then we should find a way to transport it back. Doing so is of course risky. Once it escapes, the tribe will suffer huge losses in the first place. Second, just leave it here. The operation of the cage is already on the right track, and it is difficult to be destroyed from the outside. It will surely be able to delay for a long time. But after all, this place is out of sight of the headquarters, and the outcome is completely out of our control. Maybe the Wolf Kings will have a way to help it escape. Moreover, if we choose this, we can hardly gain any valuable knowledge from this monster. Nestor looked at the witch doctors and said, so, I tend to find a way to bring it back to our hinterland. Although there are risks, it also allows us to control the situation at any time. Can't we set up a guard post here? If you want to do research, you can come here. A witch doctor said so, but the increasing howling of wolves in the forest on both sides stopped him from saying the next word halfway. The witch doctor also realized what was happening, and then he sighed and nodded. I see. I also think we should take it back. The witch doctors were naturally ambitious in their magic. Since they had captured this extremely powerful cave wolf, how could they be willing to give up if they could not conduct in-depth research? Since this place could not provide an environment where they could study with peace of mind, it became the common choice of all the witch doctors to move it to the vicinity of the headquarters. In that case, then we should deal with the wolf pack next. Coarse-toothed witch doctor, you and the other plant type witch doctors will stay here while reinforcing the cage. Think of a way to see if it is possible to transport this thing back. The sharp-toothed witch doctor and I will take the remaining magic beast type witch doctors to the army to have a look. I see. Leave this to us. After the discussion, the witch doctor split into two groups. Nestor led the sharp-toothed witch doctor and the other 7 magic beast type witch doctors to leave the vicinity of the cage and come to the command center. The 3 captains, as well as several flag officers at all levels in the apprentice communication team, were receiving information from all parties in the command center, and then assigning various tasks based on this information. When they saw the arrival of the witch doctors, they all stood up happily and said excitedly, "Your Excellency the Dictator. Your Excellencies the witch doctors. Well, how is the situation?" Well, because Your Excellency Ashura is so capable, the army has not directly encountered large-scale wolf attacks except for a few sporadic harassment. It's a good thing for compatriots to have fewer casualties. You don't have to feel ashamed of it. I see. It's just that the burden on Your Excellency Ashura's side is a bit too heavy. Okay, let's not talk about this. What's the situation with the wolf pack? In addition to those solved by Ashura, have you found any traces of the other territory lords? Yes, Your Excellency the Dictator. The farthest travelers have found their traces. Several came from the north, east, and south. The Lord Wolves that came are the closest to us now and should arrive in 4 hours. This is the first batch. 3 days later, there are nearly 10 Lord Wolves leading their subordinates to rush here. The real battle may be about to begin. Has Ashura been notified? How will you respond? It has been notified. Lord Ashura has decided to use the time difference to deal with the wolf packs in the north first, and the wolf packs in the east and south will be resisted by the army. What about the north, south, east and west? For some reason in the west, except for the first one, no trace of wolf packs has been found later. What are the wolf kings thinking? Nestor was puzzled by this, but the weaker and fewer enemies are naturally the better. Under this situation, it is not the time to think deeply about the reason. Okay, then get ready to buy some time for the coarse-toothed witch doctor. The witch doctors I brought back will also participate in the defense. Understood. On the periphery, Ashura had already led the wolf pack to the north to block the attack. Nestor did not follow because of worry, but instead focused on the main force. The officers had noticed that it was not very convenient to deploy a battle array in the forest. Therefore, they had been committed to cutting down trees before, hoping to turn this place into a large open area. However, due to lack of experience, they did not expect to face this situation when they came here, so they did not prepare too many logging tools. This led to them always relying on brute force and weapons to carry out this task, and thus did not achieve too high efficiency. At this time, there were still large battlefield positions still in the forest. Now with the addition of witch doctors, this work has become more convenient, and a large number of axes and saws have been manufactured one after another, especially Nestor and Sharpfang. As long as it is daytime, these small tools do not consume much of their magic power at all, and can be produced almost continuously. Although the remaining witch doctors cannot do this, they can also be a considerable supplement. After 3 lanterns, Nestor and the witch doctor stopped the work in hand and looked to the southeast. The traveler had sent news at this time, reporting that the wolf packs in the east and south had merged and stopped their plans to move forward. Moreover, the Lord Wolves of these 2 teams have already begun to send out scouts to other directions, and they seem to be planning to form a large group to attack together. At this time, Nestor also reacted. Wasn't the previous behavior of the wolf pack the add fuel to the fire tactic in his impression? And now, they have also realized the inappropriateness of doing so they decided to make a change? No, we can't let them gather. The headquarters can now deal with it so easily, all thanks to the wolf pack's large size due to the large territory. Once they consciously begin to gather and form a tide-like offensive, the army will suffer far more losses than now. Fang and I will take the initiative to attack with a general team to nip this in the bud, and the remaining witch doctors and two general teams will continue to stay. Understood. Listen. After making the decision, Nestor immediately took Fang, 10 information group apprentices, and 700 fully armed troll warriors including officers, left the garrison area and took the initiative to move towards the southeast. Chapter 145 Wolf Pack's General Attack, 3 in 1 8,000 plus. Fangs and I will lead a corps to attack and extinguish this trend. The remaining witch doctors and a corps will continue to stay. After making the decision, Nestor immediately took Fang's 10 apprentices of the information group and 700 fully armed troll warriors including officers and left the garrison area. The wolf pack did not stay in place to wait for annihilation. After smelling trolls far outnumbering themselves, they immediately decided to move. The 3 types of wolves that make up the wolf pack are all known for their agility. The troll army has no way to keep up with their speed of movement, so they can only helplessly follow the wolf pack and be kitted. After several consecutive misses, Nestor found that he couldn't go on like this. If he continued to delay here, the wolf packs in other directions might have approached and formed a larger team. So, he discussed with Fangs and decided to play the same old tune again and penetrate into the enemy. Fangs did not have a complete wolf form, so this task had to be done by Nestor. He handed the army to Fangs, took off his clothes, and put them in the hands of his subordinates, and then turned into a wolf and left. According to the intelligence of the far traveler, he quickly found the wolf pack that had been leading him around in circles after the merger. There were 2 lord wolves, more than 40 giant wind wolves, and more than 500 wind wolves. From the perspective of quantity and quality alone, they were not enough to pose a great threat to the troll army, even just one of the headquarters. But Nestor did not choose to let it go. The first thing he did after arriving was to fight for the dominant position. But this time, the fight for the leader was not as smooth as before, because he did not have a wolf pack under his own command, and the 2 opposite were real lord wolves. They had no obligation to compete with Nestor one-on-one. Therefore, Nestor immediately faced the siege of all the wolves. His agility was not as fast as Ashura. Facing the lord wolves, it was difficult for him to take the advantage of speed like his wife, so he could only rely on his thick skin and flesh to bear the damage and fight hard. But fortunately, his strength and physique gave him the greatest confidence. Although Nestor was struggling under the siege of the wolves, he did not suffer any serious injuries from beginning to end. In addition, he deliberately chose to come during the day, and the few injuries he had to endure were also quickly healed under the effect of recovery. After fighting for nearly 2 hours, his efforts paid off. He finally seized the opportunity and took advantage of the carelessness of one of the lord wolves to suddenly kill him. Then, the second lord was much more cautious, always carefully hiding behind the siege wolves, so that Nestor could not find a good opportunity to act. Seeing that time was about to be consumed endlessly, a turning point appeared again. Everything here was actually seen by the traveler who used the totem to cover his breath, and then reported to the Fangs that had separated earlier. Fangs was also a decisive witch doctor. After handing over the command of the army to the captain and instructing him to be on guard, he immediately activated the magic to conceal his breath and rushed towards the direction where Nestor and the wolf pack were fighting in a suffocating feeling. Since the wolf pack had already determined that the troll was an enemy, he decisively chose to sneak in the tree canopy after getting close to a distance without exposing his figure to the wolf pack. When he was almost close, he activated the wolf troll form that was somewhat similar to a wolf. Taking advantage of the moment when the magic disappeared, he pounced on the back of the lord wolf and successfully hung on it. Then he used the sharp claws of his feet to dig into the ground and cooperated with his weight to drag down the target's movement speed. Nestor noticed Fangs the moment he jumped out of the tree canopy and immediately lowered his head and started to charge. He used his nearly 1-ton weight to rush around and came to the Lord Wolf, who was firmly controlled by Fang's witch doctor from behind. With a sliding tackle, Nestor ducked under the Lord Wolf, who was taller than him, and then quickly turned his head and sent out his long fangs, using the kinetic energy and sharp teeth to cut a long wound on its abdomen, and the blood immediately gushed out and drenched it. The fangs did not just stop at suppressing the Lord Wolf. He used his own advantage as an upright creature to clamp the Lord Wolf's flank tightly with his legs, and used his free-clawed hands to launch a fierce attack on its head. The choice of attack position is naturally the softest eyes. The werewolf form combines the advantages of trolls and wolves, so it has very exaggerated sharp claws. At the moment, when the Lord Wolf's attention was diverted due to the injury in the abdomen, he pierced deeply into its eyeballs, and even almost injured the brain. The simultaneous attack from above and below quickly made the Lord Wolf lose strength. Nestor stood up and flipped it from below, then stepped forward with his forelimbs and pressed it firmly to the ground. Although the Lord Wolf still had some ability to struggle, it was obviously unable to stand up again under the punishment of the two witch doctors. Nestor did not miss this opportunity. He immediately howled and declared himself the winner, demanding the loyalty of the rest of the wolf pack. The wolf pack was in confusion. They were a little confused, especially what the thing that suddenly appeared just now was. It was not quite right to say that it was a member of the same tribe, but it was not quite right to say that it was not a member of the same tribe. Fortunately, the sharp-fanged witch doctor was very low-key after the eye attack. His whole body curled up behind the Lord Wolf's back, holding it firmly and using its body shape to hide his tracks. This kind of hiding under the sensitive noses of the wolf pack was actually not very useful, but Nestor in front attracted more attention, so it could at least blend in. Nestor certainly would not give the wolves too much time to react. Seeing the wolves were hesitant, he aimed at a giant winged wolf in the front and leaped, then slapped it several times in a row, knocking the whole wolf to the ground. Then he growled and threatened, wanting the giant winged wolf to recognize the situation and surrender quickly. The giant winged wolf certainly did not want to die, since the situation was stronger than the human now, and the one in front of it who asked it to surrender was obviously a real wolf. At least in its eyes, that was right, so it decisively chose to admit defeat, whimpering and expressing its willingness to surrender. Once there is one, there will be two. Following the statement of the first giant winged wolf, the other wolves also hesitated and expressed their obedience. After half subduing them, Nestor did not stay there and immediately led the wolves away. After a while, when the wolves were no longer in sight, the sharp-fanged witch doctor slowly stood up from behind the Lord Wolf, revealing his body in the form of an upright wolf. He looked down at the giant wolf that was still baring its teeth and roaring, curled his lips in disdain, and changed back to the troll form, because only in this way could he perform real magic. Fangs did not have any prepared vine seeds in his hand, so he used local materials and cast a spell on the wild vines around him, creating several sections of not very strong vines, then pressed the wolf's head with his knees and began to tie up its limbs with both hands. At the same time, he knew that there must be a far traveler reconnaissance team around, so he whistled. Sure enough, a voice of Your Excellency the witch doctor came from the treetops not far away, and the two far travelers revealed their location. Fang then gave an order in that direction. Notify the headquarters I brought with me to send a few soldiers over to take this guy back. Understood. The wanderer agreed, and the troll in charge of the communication immediately began to contact the rear, while Fang continued to wrap vines around the wolf's limbs in circles. When he felt that it was almost enough, he cast a spell to create a few long enough sticks, which he inserted between the wolf's gathered limbs as a tool to carry it back later. Not long after, 3 teams of 15 troll warriors came over according to the coordinates provided by the wanderer. At Fang's signal, 2 teams were responsible for vigilance, and 1 team carried the giant wolf and happily returned to the direction of the temporary base. But Fang did not go back with them. He just told them to bring it back, and then asked in the direction of the tree canopy, where the wanderer had just spoken, "Are there any teammates in the direction that the dictator left?" "Sir Sharp Fang, there should be 2 more groups over there. Is there anything we can help you with?" "That's good. Ask them for the exact location of His Excellency the dictator. I have to go over to provide cover." "Understood. Please wait." After saying that, the messenger turned on the wind talker totem in that direction, asked his comrades farther away for Nestor's information, then closed it, and turned on the listener totem, ready to receive the news sent back from the front. After 2 relays of their inquiry, they finally got the information back, and passed it on to Sharp Fang before Nestor completely left the reconnaissance distance. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Fang nodded, and immediately activated the special breath concealing technique, and left in that direction. In front, Nestor led the wolf pack forward aimlessly. He didn't know where the other wolf packs were, but he didn't want these new wolves under his command to stop, and have a chance to seriously think about the strange things that had just happened. Therefore, he could only lead them to circle around with a purpose. At this moment, a few bird calls that sounded quite real suddenly came from the treetops not far away. Although Nestor did not personally participate in the design of the military's secret language and frequency recognition scheme, how could he not know such an important thing? Therefore, the moment he heard these bird calls, the witch doctor's developed brain computing ability was subconsciously activated, automatically turning it into a more abstract frequency signal, and then further translated it into recognizable troll language. Fang, witch doctor is coming in your direction. Please don't leave too far. This message not only brought intelligence, but also gave Nestor inspiration. Woof woof woof. Woof woof. He planned to use this method to convey his meaning to the Far Traveler reconnaissance team. Of course, the price was the discomfort of barking like a dog and the inexplicable gazes of the wolves under his command. In this world, at least in the Black Forest, there were no creatures like dogs, and naturally they could not engage in tit-for-tat confrontation with the wolf pack for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, these wolves could not understand what the new leader was doing, and just listened in a daze. A few clever giant winged wolves that seemed to be able to flatter even imitated Nestor, and began to bark twice. At first, the Far Traveler team hiding in the tree did not react, but when Nestor used almost the same voice, and made several seemingly meaningless barks in a row, they gradually realized that the dictator seemed to want to convey some message. So, the Far Traveler in charge of the communication took the initiative to activate the monitor totem that had not yet been activated, and then really received the special frequency emitted by Nestor. Point out the rest of the wolf pack to me. Direction. This is exactly what Nestor wanted to express. So, after the traveler responded to him with a cry of please wait, he began to send Nestor's inquiry to the distance. Not long after, this message was received by the reconnaissance team scattered in many directions, and then the messages sent back from all directions came to the ears of the traveler on Nestor's side. So many messages poured in at the same time, causing many frequency waves to mix together, but this traveler was not a witch doctor apprentice, and did not have the ability to recognize so many messages at the same time like the communication team. But after all, he had been doing reconnaissance tasks for so long, and his mind was still much more flexible than other soldiers. He immediately found a solution. Isn't there a summary of the information over there at the command center? Why should I deal with it myself? Can't I just ask for the ready-made ones from there? This is undoubtedly a good idea, so he turned off the monitor that had long been beyond his scope of handling and became useless, and sent the request directly back to the command center from here. The message arrived at the command center and was translated into Investigation Team No. 30th, requesting to follow number 1, Investigation Team No. 30th, number 1 requests intelligence support. Investigation Team number 1 requests information on the location of the wolf pack. The messages were divided into 3 groups, and by indicating their own numbers and the simple identification numbers of Nestor's headquarters, the command center was less likely to identify them. Soon, the center sent a message to the remaining investigation teams. Stop sending messages to Investigation Team No. 30th, so that the travelers on Nestor's side would not be bombarded with massive amounts of information. After they activated the listener totem again, then the center sent them a request to pass notice and the coordinates of the nearest wolf pack location. The traveler then conveyed the location information to Nestor, so that he finally had a specific direction to move forward. In addition, the request "we will always follow you, please slow down the transfer speed" was also received by Nestor, and the speed of the wolf pack that had stopped circling nearby and was about to turn to the new target was appropriately reduced. In this way, Nestor led the wolf pack to start the action with the traveler, who had been turning on the breath suppressing totem in front and behind. But before long, the traveler who was responsible for the cover in the two-person team felt exhausted. The suffocation effect has the side effect of reducing physical strength, and the totem will continue to consume it if it is turned on. Therefore, his physical strength quickly dropped towards the warning line, and it was about to produce more severe side effects. The traveler did not carry forward the spirit of personal heroism, but expressed this situation to Nestor, and took the initiative to say that the team must leave Nestor for a while. Nestor nodded obscurely. After that, in order to avoid losing his trace after the traveler recovered, he kept a medium speed as much as possible, and kept moving in a straight line. This situation did not last long, because the sharp-fanged witch doctor quickly followed the intelligence, and was intercepted by the reconnaissance team who stopped all the totems, and ate the fat they carried with them to replenish their physical strength. Through communication, the sharp-fanged witch doctor understood the dilemma they were facing, and took the initiative to take over the task, preparing to personally perform the duties of a scout. This may be a bit of a waste of talent, but every time Nestor defeated a wolf pack, the corresponding pressure on the army would be reduced later. Therefore, what will happen in the end can only be determined after seeing the results. The sharp-fanged witch doctor does not rely on totems to cast spells. He can almost rely on the replenishment of light energy to maintain the operation of Tusk spells with almost no loss in the witch doctor form. Therefore, when it caught up with Nestor, the cooperation between the two advanced witch doctors suddenly became much smoother. At this time, Nestor also had his own wolf pack and was no longer worried about being besieged. With the support of the intelligence from the fangs hidden in the dark, he let go and dealt with the wolf pack. Along the way, he defeated several Lord Wolves that had already shown a tendency to merge, and the larger number of Wind Giant Wolves and Wind Wolves one by one. Among them, the Lord Wolf was definitely dead, and the magic core would be recovered by the Fang Witch Doctor who stayed in place at the right time. The wolf body was wrapped with vines and dragged into the ground, ready to send soldiers to recover it when there was enough time. The giant Wind Wolf and the little Wind Wolf Lord, or other wolves under the Lord Wolf, were all collected by Nestor, and once again there was a trend of sweeping the forest like the couple did back then. If Tiberius was still awake at this time, Nestor would not be able to do it so smoothly under his intimidation. This group of wolves who had taken the guarding the emperor into their minds would not be so easily recovered by him, but who made that guy fainted from the poison now? Therefore, under the threat of his claws, fangs, and even his size, the wolves soon forgot what your majesty was, and focused on following the new lord to start the expedition. In this way, Ashura was responsible for one direction, Nestor was responsible for another direction, and the 12 traitorous wolf kings were willing to cooperate with the mountain monsters to act. The main force needed to deal with less than 50 wolves led by independent lords. After the gathering of 50 independent lords, it was also a large number. They had more than nearly 1,000 giant wind wolves and nearly 10,000 wind wolves under their command, and because it had been several months since the troll army entered the cave area, this group of wolves had basically completed the assembly and was now rushing towards the main force. When the travelers discovered this large group, they were less than 3 days away from the main force. The command center that received the intelligence immediately began to prepare. The core that Nestor and Fangs had taken away had also returned at this time. In addition to the travelers who were still scouting the periphery, all 3 corps had gathered in the cave position. In the last moments before the enemy, the army had a few big meals and ate almost a quarter of the remaining food, and then began to recuperate and wait for the final war. On the 3rd day, the traveler once again reported the location of the wolf pack, reporting that they had arrived at a place less than 1 light hour away from the main force, and seemed to be resting, and this pause lasted for 4 light hours, and then they showed a trend of approaching again. The trolls who received the specific intelligence began to enter the position according to the large group. The preset battlefield was undoubtedly around the freak tree in the rear. This forest had been cut down during this period, and the wood was sharpened, and then combined into a huge horse according to Nestor's teachings, and arranged in layers in all directions. Countless traps were dug among these horses, and sharp wooden spikes were also laid inside. The various combat battalions were waiting for the wolf pack's attack behind these horses and traps. About an hour after the lights, the wolf pack appeared in the dense forest on all sides. There was nothing to communicate between the two sides, and they could not communicate, so they started fighting as soon as they met. Of course, in order to get close, the wolf pack had to bypass or jump over obstacles that were tall enough. For the trolls, this was not a forest under their control anyway, so they didn't feel any pain when they cut down trees. The big roots of wood were cleared away, and all became obstacles that delayed the wolf pack's pace. The army did not watch the wolves coming. The rain of javelins had already been thrown towards the target. As soon as the wolves entered the range, under the huge force of the trolls, the javelins whistled with a dull sound, went to the sky, and then fell at the highest points due to the influence of gravity. The 50 Lord Wolves did not gather their subordinates in one direction, but came from all directions. The trolls' javelins naturally had to go in all directions. Several batches of heavy javelins flew up from the center like flowers scattered by fairies, and then densely shot into the path that the wolves had to pass. With terrifying potential energy, they climbed up and fell down at a very fast speed, turning the outer circle of the position without trees into a jungle of needles in a few breaths. Some unlucky wolves were directly pinned to the ground, while others were smart and kept an eye on the direction of the javelins, so they dodged in time. The trolls' throwing speed was very fast. Often, before the previous javelins reached the highest point, they had already grasped one of the 8 javelins in front of them, immediately pulled it out, and shot it out. 1 batch, 2 batches, 8 batches. In just a few minutes, the army threw more than 12,000 heavy steel and wood javelins to the periphery. Then, as if it was not enough, they reached out to the inferior javelins that had been hastily made with local materials. The wolves were very fast. They braved the rain of spears and traps, and at the cost of the lives of nearly 3,000 compatriots, they successfully approached the brigade at the front position and launched a close attack. Their ferocity at this time was far from comparable to the slacking off during the Civil War. The wolves rushed towards the trolls in front of them one after another in a way of falling one after another. Fortunately, the trolls were wearing heavy armor and could almost ignore the attacks of the wind wolves. Only the giant wind wolves and the minions of the Lord could really hurt them. However, the giant wind wolves and the Lord wolves did not appear in the first batch of attacking teams, and the wind wolf team was blocked by traps and failed to form a tide-like offensive when they met the enemy. Under such circumstances, the several brigades at the front successfully launched a massacre, and a large number of wind wolves fell under the stabbing of spears and the slashing of giant swords. Seeing this scene, the Lord wolves could not sit still. They led the giant wind wolves that gathered together and launched an attack in 2 directions. In front of them, most of the traps had been exposed under the temptation of the wind wolf pack. The wind wolves that were wailing in the traps opened up a smooth path for their lords to reach the interior. Therefore, this group of elites was approaching the front line of the battle at a speed far exceeding that of the previous wind wolves. The troll army was arranged according to the windows formed by the intersection of horses and traps. There was a distance of 100 meters between the brigades. Therefore, after the firefight at the front line, there was still room for long-range attacks in the rear. But because the heavy throwing spears made of steel wood had been used up before, and the throwing spears made of ordinary wood, whether in terms of weight or structure, did not have too exaggerated lethality, therefore, the Lord Wolf completely chose to ignore these inferior throwing spears, allowing them to hit him like raindrops, but there was no damage. The other 1,000 giant wind wolves only needed to be careful to avoid the vital points, and they could charge forward openly. The captains felt quite regretful when they saw this scene, and felt that a batch of heavy throwing spears should be left to attack this group of real elite wolves, but it seemed that there was no other way at this time. Just as they were thinking so, the witch doctors in the back gave them a small surprise. It turned out that the witch doctors were not idle. They had rushed to make a batch of heavy throwing spear trees in the recent period. Although they did not deliberately prepare this, they just made it casually with the idea of what if it is useful, so the number was not large, but it was really useful at this time. They had realized that the heavy throwing spears might not be enough during the attack of the Windwolf group, so they began to use magic to speed up the output of the heavy throwing spear trees. In less than half an hour, nearly 400 heavy throwing spears were quickly produced, and they were distributed to the brigades that were still in the rear and had not yet fought with the wolf pack, so that they could attack the elite wolf pack. According to the speed of the wolf pack, it would not take long for them to contact the first line or even second line troops, so the several brigades that received the heavy throwing spears actually had only one attack opportunity at most. This last bombardment window must be maximized, so the power of launching was collected layer by layer and finally concentrated from the hands of each team leader to the hands of a general captain. He did not waste too much time. 3 seconds after the next batch of inferior throwing spears took off, he issued an attack order through the flag officer. Under this order, the heavy throwing spears quickly took off, and because of their own structural advantages, they reached a higher altitude in the sky, and then carried the power brought by the high altitude and gravity, mixed in the inferior throwing spears, and bombarded the elite wolf pack. The elite wolf pack did not take seriously the spear throwing group that they had faced twice before, and subconsciously classified them as guys with no lethality. Therefore, it was not until these heavy spears really approached and felt a biting chill that they hurriedly evaded. But for most of the wolves facing the attack, it was too late to evade at this time. Nearly 200 giant winged wolves were either seriously injured or simply died under this batch of bombardment, which directly caused nearly 1/6 of the wolves in the elite team to lose their ability to move. But the 50 Lord Wolves, relying on their extraordinary agility, knocked over their own guards at the critical moment and successfully evaded. There was a fire of anger in their eyes, but at the same time they hesitated. The loss of the guards was too great, which would affect their authority in their respective territories, and the Wind Wolves that had already joined the battle in front of them had also suffered heavy losses. These Wind Wolves were the backbone of their control over the huge territory. If they continued to lose so much, the territory wolf pack might fall apart due to insufficient grassroots strength. The lords wanted to retreat, but the voice that had penetrated their blood before was still affecting their behavior. These young lords lacked the cunning of their predecessors, and there was no wolf king in front of them to deter them, so they could only follow their instincts and continue to attack. On the troll side, as the wolf pack approached, there was no window for long-range attacks. So the soldiers followed the orders of their superiors, carrying melee weapons and leaving their spear-throwing positions, and went to the front line to support. While the entire position was divided by a large number of traps and horses, there were also paths for the soldiers to move in and out in squadrons or even battalions. When the wolves attacked the front line, they quickly deployed support through these paths and began to circle around to form not too tight encirclements of the few surrounding the many, heading towards the wolf packs in all directions where they were located, which had become the center. The elite wolves had already broken into the front line at this time, and with only 2 or 3 leaps, they surpassed the wind wolves from above and entered the formation of the battle brigades in the 2 directions where they were, and then a bloody storm unfolded. Under their claws, the heavy armor on the soldiers' bodies cracked and was even directly broken, and the casualties finally began to increase among the soldiers. Of course, there are additional armor for protection at the front and back heart positions, and the helmet is also the toughest protective component on the soldiers, so except for a few unlucky ones, most of the trolls were only injured to varying degrees. Although their recovery ability is exaggerated, it is obviously not a solution to continue like this, and there will always be a time when the oil is exhausted. Of course, the command center couldn't just sit there and watch all this happen. Chapter 146, End of the War. Some of the soldiers in the second and third lines of the rear lined up through the trails to support, while others went around from both sides to try to form an encirclement. In particular, the command center deployed nearly 1/3 of its troops to deal with the 2 positions that the elite wolves broke into. On the front line, the elite wolves began to show their power from the moment they broke in. In particular, the damage caused to the troll soldiers by the Lord Wolves was increasing all the time. But gradually, as the squadrons and battalions that came to support from all directions arrived one after another, they found that they could not rush forward. In the space that could originally accommodate 2 battalions in the position, there was only 1 battalion of soldiers defending before. Thanks to the reliable equipment on their bodies, they were able to hold out for so long without being swept away. But now the two battalions are full, and the array is suddenly filled up, and they use their solid muscles and huge strength to squeeze the overcrowded wolf pack in the opposite direction bit by bit, gradually forcing them to the edge of the position. Behind the wolf pack, soldiers arrived at the positions between the traps. Together with the trolls in the positions, they surrounded the two wolf packs. The soldiers were far fewer in number than the wolf pack, but they still relied on their excellent qualities to grasp the fruits of victory bit by bit. Under the pressure of spears, shields, heavy swords, armor, etc., the wolf pack began to suffer more exaggerated casualties than before from the moment they were surrounded. Especially in front of the trolls, the wind wolves, who had nothing but numbers, died one after another like wheat harvested in autumn. Faced with this situation, the Lord Wolves finally woke up. A total of 50 Lord Wolves in the two positions began to form groups and break out with the remaining giant wind wolves. But under the solid shield wall, their charge was quickly cut off. Although the soldiers could not do anything to these lords, there were only 50 of them after all. Often, after they had broken the front 3 layers of positions into pieces, the giant wind wolves behind them would be blocked by the trolls. After the several layers of shield guards that had been broken through stood up, they did not turn back to chase the lords, but firmly inserted themselves into the middle of the team, forming a series of abrupt walls, creating a situation of division and encirclement. This situation can be seen everywhere in the positions, and finally the distance between the lords and the wolf packs under their command was pulled away, and they could not form an effective linkage. When the two positions were divided into nearly 10 small encirclements, a group of soldiers activated the brute force totem and began to concentrate on dealing with these difficult lords, leaving the rest of the wolf pack to the teammates behind them, concentrating on breaking the connection between the head and the tail more thoroughly. The Lord Wolves were naturally unwilling to let this happen, and they turned around again, wanting to reunite with their troops. This U-turn put a lot of pressure on the soldiers. Fortunately, the 7 witch doctors from the Warcraft department saw that the formation was unstable and quickly came to support and joined the siege of the Lord. On the other side of the cage, some plant witch doctors were also separated and came to the battlefields where the Lord Wolves were. The soldiers were in front and the witch doctors were behind. For a while, countless vines drilled out from the ground and caused some minor troubles for the lords. The soldiers took this opportunity to gain a foothold and ease the previous precarious situation. The lords looked at each other and seemed to realize that it was impossible to turn around and rescue their subordinates. So they made up their minds to save their lives first. The lords no longer paid attention to the wolves behind them and began to break through desperately. They used their advantages in jumping and agility and stepped on the shields of the soldiers. They could often run far away in a few jumps, and it seemed that they could achieve their goals immediately. But the witch doctors were not vegetarians after all. With the soldiers in the front line to resist, they could cast spells with the highest concentration. The thorny vines that had already started to whip earlier changed their attack mode to disturb at this time. They stretched and stretched all over the sky, wrapping around the limbs, tail, and even body of the Lord Wolf as much as possible. These vines were not special seeds. The high quality vine seeds had been used up long ago when dealing with the cave wolf. The ones used now were semi-finished products that were made from local materials and initially transformed. They did not reach a very high level in terms of strength and toughness. Therefore, these vines could be easily broken free by the Lord Wolf. But the witch doctors did not expect to really lock them up. Their purpose was to delay time as much as possible and wait for Corsefang, who was temporarily unable to get away. Under the repeated harassment of more than 10 vines, the Lord Wolf's steps were indeed delayed, and then he was tightly surrounded by the soldiers again. Swords and spears attack, shields block the way, and armor creates a buffer when facing damage. This tortoise shell-like defensive formation immediately blocked the Lord Wolf's way out, and for the first time, they began to get injured. In other directions, each battalion of soldiers faced the attacks of the Wind Wolf pack with ease, although the trolls generally had to deal with wind wolves that were more than 5 times their own number in each position. The result was almost a one-sided slaughter. The attack of the wind wolf was not a big threat to the soldiers at all. Even before the giant shield, they rarely had the opportunity to touch the troll's body. After all, the wind wolf was also an intelligent life that was eager to survive. It was okay before the Lord Wolf and the giant Wind Wolf were dispatched. Their existence was not only a confidence at that time, but also a deterrent to the Wind Wolves. But now the elite team has already attacked, but has not achieved good results, and even the elite group itself has been divided and surrounded. This has somewhat hit the enthusiasm of the Wind Wolves, and they have begun to show signs of retreat. The situation was different from that of the Lord Wolf and the giant Wind Wolf. The troll warriors, who only had 2,700 plus soldiers, did not choose to annihilate all the wolves, but just wanted to keep the elites as much as possible. Therefore, the Wind Wolf group was not really trapped in a tight encirclement with no way out. There were only a limited number of squadrons and teams behind them. These squadrons and teams, like the previous defensive formation, also entered the positions in the gaps of the trap. So, when the Wind Wolf began to flee on a large scale, they were like a breakwater, forming an independent mobile killing wall in all directions, killing the wolves that suddenly appeared in front of them and following their retreating steps. At the same time, the warriors who had been resisting the Wind Wolf on the front line also began to take the initiative to attack. They chased from behind, formed cooperation with the squadrons in front, penetrated and dispersed the fleeing Wind Wolf, thus disrupting their already chaotic formation. The blocking of the Wind Wolf did not continue. When they left nearly 2,000 plus corpses again, the remaining Wind Wolves were simply driven out of the wide position, and the soldiers let them go. Then, after driving away the Wind Wolves, these soldiers immediately returned to the center of the position, before they even had time to rest, ready to go to support their comrades who were dealing with the giant Wind Wolves and Lord Wolves. At this time, the grassroots force of the Wolf Pack, the Wind Wolves, had basically disappeared in the position, and the troll army finally gained an overwhelming advantage over the Wolf Pack in terms of numbers. And when this group of semi-fresh troops arrived, the fate of the giant Wind Wolves was basically determined. The killing started again, and the remaining about 600 giant Wind Wolves, under the siege and interception of nearly 2,000 soldiers, either fell to the ground with serious injuries or died directly, and the remaining small part, driven by the shield wall, was divided into small groups with only 2-digit numbers, and then quickly submerged by the troll army. When the Wind Wolf and giant Wind Wolf were basically solved, the siege of the Lord Wolf was still in a stalemate, and it could even be said that it was not a good situation. This group of guys, who were too flexible and not lacking in strength and spell-like abilities, were divided into two parts with more than 20 and more than 30 respectively, and each part was facing more than 300 soldiers who took turns to activate totems and more than 5 witch doctors, but they could always use their own advantages to pull out space between the impossible, and then inadvertently cause tragic casualties to the trolls. The reason why they have not been able to break out until now is that the soldiers fought hard to block them regardless of casualties, and the witch doctors maintained their spells regardless of consumption. Therefore, the trolls suffered the most serious casualties in this battle on these two battlefields. At this time, about 100 soldiers had been attacked to death, and more soldiers had experienced the regeneration of broken limbs. The sudden attack of the Lord Wolf's claws and fangs can often cause serious damage to the armor. They will even bite a part of the target's body and drag it into their own group in an instant. Then, 3 or 4 Lord Wolves will bite one side of the body and start to tear it horizontally. In this attack, the connection of the armor will quickly break, and the troll inside will also end up being torn apart. Although the trolls who suffered such an attack will not die on the spot, they will also fall into extreme weakness due to heavy bleeding. The Lord Wolf will naturally not let them recover from their injuries, even if this level of recovery will consume a huge amount of vitality. They have long seen the trolls' exaggerated recovery ability, and know that, as long as a while passes, they will be brave again. Therefore, the lords will follow the wounds that the warriors have been torn apart, and there is no trouble for the armor to resist, and come to a straightforward heart-wrenching, directly killing the trolls. The death of so many soldiers made the witch doctors and commanders feel very distressed, but they also understood that this was war and there was no time to waste on expressing anger. So, they suppressed the complex emotions in their hearts and performed their respective duties seriously. This stalemate was finally relieved to a certain extent after the other soldiers arrived and formed a tighter siege, and when the coarse-toothed witch doctor who temporarily put down his task and rushed from the cage learned of the casualties here, the situation was truly reversed. Tooth is an advanced witch doctor. In his tree-man state, the durability of his magic and flesh, as well as the vines transformed with part of his body, all gave him the power to change the situation. As soon as he entered the field, he immediately increased the troll's ability to restrict the Lord Wolf. Unlike the other witch doctors, Korsfang did not hide in the back in order to concentrate on casting spells. Instead, he came directly to the smaller encirclement and stood inside the wolf pack to cast spells. Each of his attacks often targeted only one lord. Vines flew all over the sky, and whenever he succeeded in tying up the target, he continued to add more vines to tie it up. In the end, circles of vines wrapped around the target, tightly tying it up and making it unable to move. Although Korsfang himself had lost most of his mobility due to his transformation, his exaggerated recovery ability with double blessing gave him the confidence to almost ignore the attacks of the Lord Wolves, and he didn't care about their support and rescue at all. In this way, with the cooperation of Korsfang and other trolls, more than 20 Lord Wolves here were tied up one by one, and finally they were restrained by vines and could not move. After that, the battlefield shifted to another group of Lord Wolves. The soldiers on both sides gathered, and relying on the advantage of numbers, they dragged the remaining lords here to a relatively wider battlefield. Then, more troops were deployed, making the final battle a ratio of about 20 plus to 2000 plus in terms of numbers. The trolls did not rely on their numerical advantage to charge mindlessly. More than 2000 soldiers, under the command of the officers, cooperated with each other to divide the remaining lords again and again. The lords were still causing casualties. Wind blades like machine guns kept spurting out of their mouths. The sharp claws were soaked in blood and turned into a faint blue. However, the trolls were always fearless. One squadron after another rushed into them like a death squad. Even if they held on for a moment, they could wait for more comrades to rush to their aid. Then more and more, and finally became a solid wall, successfully isolating the possibility of cooperation between the lords on both sides. In this situation, the distance between the lords became farther and farther, and finally it became a wolf against a group of trolls. And Korsfang intervened at this time, so he easily controlled and subdued them one by one. With the last lord being arrested, the battle that lasted for several hours finally came to an end. In this battle, the troll army and witch doctors achieved results far beyond their expectations. Not only did they successfully defend the witch doctors' war items, they even defeated more than 50 wolf packs led by the lord himself. This is the lord's army. What it represents is far more than just 50 high-level monsters and their subordinates. In this battle, most of the wind wolves were annihilated, the giant wind wolves were almost wiped out, and the arrogant lord wolves were almost all captured alive, destined to become research materials for the tribe. This is almost equivalent to sweeping away the forces belonging to the wolf pack near the cave. And these large tracts of forest have lost their rulers that have lasted for hundreds of years. If the headquarters can take advantage of this opportunity to intervene, it can almost immediately take over this territory that is dozens, even hundreds, of times larger than the tribe's existing hunting grounds. Of course, the ordinary wolf packs and the fleeing wind wolf packs in the territory have to be dealt with separately. In addition, there are more difficult wolf king forces that have not taken action this time and are waiting for the headquarters to conduct unknown negotiations. While achieving these outstanding results, the price paid by the headquarters is also not small. Although the specific numbers have to wait for subsequent statistics, the fierce and bloody battles when entangled with the lords before were seen by all the trolls. A day of academic meetings has made my brain almost numb, and I didn't find a chance to slack off during the day to finish my manuscript. So I'm sorry that there are only 4,000 plus today. Chapter 147 Drama and Orbital Concept, 3 in 1. When the battle came to an end half an hour later, with the end of the battlefield cleaning and the regrouping of various organizations, more specific statistics on the losses were finally released. The results of this battle were brilliant, with a total of more than 7,000 windwolf corpses found. Among them, a small number of thousands died in traps along the way, nearly 3,000 died under the bombardment of heavy spears, and about 3,000 died in the battle formation and the subsequent process of driving to the periphery. In addition, about 700 giant wind wolf corpses were found, which means that the giant wind wolf was almost wiped out, with less than 100 escaping. In addition, there were 3 corpses of the Lord Wolf. As the target of the blockade, more than 600 soldiers have been specifically blocking them since the Middle Period. Therefore, although there are only 3 corpses, the rest did not escape, but were all captured alive. The tribe also paid a painful price for this. About 3/4 of the casualties of the soldiers occurred in the encirclement and suppression of the Lord Wolf. In this battle, 183 troll soldiers died, and more than 200 soldiers recovered from their injuries in the battle at the cost of nearly 5 years of life. Among the remaining trolls, countless lost 2 to 3 years of life. In addition to the soldiers responsible for the frontal battle, the casualties suffered by the travelers in the periphery reconnaissance should not be underestimated. Since the reconnaissance team usually consists of only 2 trolls, one is responsible for communication and the other is responsible for cover. If they are discovered during the mission, they will face the pursuit and interception of wolves that far exceed their number. Therefore, once exposed, there is only a small chance of survival. When encountering the Lord Wolf, there is no chance of escape, and it is truly certain to die. Fortunately, the refractor and gatherer totems developed by the headquarters do have excellent cover capabilities, which barely allowed the casualties to be controlled to 23 far travelers. But even so, considering that the far travelers now have only 1 battalion, the sacrifice of 23 members is already a serious reduction in personnel, and this number of casualties is much higher than that of the soldiers. The collection of the bodies of compatriots was carried out in a very heavy atmosphere. Not only those on the front battlefield, but also the bodies of the far travelers who died during the reconnaissance process were found and recovered one by one in the strict investigation. After returning to the headquarters, the tribe will treat them as heroes and hold a solemn funeral for them. Such a collective funeral has no precedent for the headquarters, so all its processes and rituals need to be considered by the witch doctors now. But no witch doctor would think this is a troublesome thing, and everyone is thinking about it seriously. It took about 10 days to search for and collect the bodies, and most of the time was spent on searching for the bodies of the travelers. The wolf pack was undoubtedly a carnivorous monster, and it had no self-restraint of not eating intelligent life, so most of the travelers who died on the mission could not escape the fate of being eaten. Fortunately, the bones of the trolls were too hard, so even if the meat was eaten, they would not be completely destroyed. Although most of the bodies of the travelers were disintegrated, or even scattered and abandoned, the bones could be found. Therefore, after the 3 witch doctors, Nestor, Ashura, and Fang, returned, they saw such a scene. In the battlefield ruins, the soldiers patrolled and rested in batches, and the witch doctors were splicing and collecting their own bones, while the bodies of the wolf pack were discarded at will, and no treatment was done for the time being. Nestor was naturally heartbroken for the trolls' casualties, but he knew that this was not the time to indulge in this atmosphere. The treatment of the wolf pack under his and Ashura's command must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Otherwise, the wolves will fall apart like last time, and even become subordinates of other lords or wolf kings, and become enemies of the tribe again. The wolf pack under the couple's command has not been dispersed yet, but has been arranged to a place 3 days away from here to facilitate relevant arrangements. The witch doctors have different opinions on how to deal with these wolves. Some witch doctors believe that they should all be killed to avenge the casualties, while others believe that there is actually no reason for the headquarters and the wolf pack to be hostile, and this war was also initiated by the tribe, so there is no need to kill them all quickly. As for the hatred of the tribe, it is really not luxurious enough to ignore any subsequent hidden dangers for revenge. Even out of concern for the wolf king who has not yet appeared, they should try to cooperate. Nestor thought about it for a long time, and finally chose to try to coexist. To this end, after discussing with the witch doctors, he decided to put on a play together, not only to inform his wolf pack of the news of their alliance with the troll tribe, but also to let them witness the process of the covenant with their own eyes. So, the 2 witch doctors returned again, went to the place where their respective wolf packs stayed, summoned them and embarked on the conquest journey again. Ashura and Nestor first led their respective wolf packs to merge, thus forming a traditional model of co-governance between husband and wife wolf kings, and then led them to the battlefield full of blood. When they arrived, the soldiers once again formed a tight defensive formation, and in order to deter the wolves, they piled up the wolf corpses that had not been processed on the battlefield into a mountain. The corpses of 7,000 wind wolves were the most spectacular, forming a mountain of corpses more than 100 meters high, with blood gathering below, and emitting bursts of stinking odors. The next were more than 700 giant wind wolves, who were scattered on the path that Nestor led the wolf pack to attack, using their tall bodies to clearly indicate the fate of the enemy. The Lord Wolf was tied up tightly and hung on a newly planted tree, also to ensure that he could be seen at the first time. When Nestor and Ashura led the subdued wolf pack to arrive, these mountains of corpses and seas of blood gave the wolf pack a great deterrent, making them almost trembling with fear from the beginning. Another battle began. This group of wolves was far less powerful than the team led by the previous 50 lords, not to mention that the two leaders were traitors. They would not be able to gain any advantage against the troll army. This was indeed the case. They launched a mindless charge under Nestor's order, but soon paid a heavy price under the bombardment of heavy spears, and then completely collapsed in front of the shield formation. After suffering about a quarter of casualties, Nestor felt that it was almost enough, because the wind wolves had shown some signs of fleeing, so he quickly issued an order to stop the attack according to the previously discussed process. The troll commander also cooperated well. After the wolves stopped attacking subconsciously, he also restrained each battle line through the flag officer. In a strange silence, the two parties, who were hostile to each other just a moment ago, suddenly fell into a ban. Nestor and Ashura first ordered the wolf pack to retreat, and then they slowly moved forward from the back, and came to the front of the team in the confused eyes of the wolves. From the back of the opposite troll battle formation, 3 captains and a group of witch doctors who had been there all the time also walked out. The leaders of the two sides met in the empty space in the middle, and then had a cross-species exchange in full view of the public. Nestor and Ashura maintained their wolf bodies, and under the gaze of many wolves, they had a negotiation with the witch doctors and commanders of the tribe, the content of which was nothing more than to establish the relationship between this wolf pack and the trolls. In the final covenant, the headquarters will provide the necessary shelter for the wolf pack, and the wolf pack is obliged to hand in food on time, and it is necessary to join the troll army, to fight together when the trolls are conquering. The couple conveyed the contents of the covenant to the giant, wind wolves and wind wolves under their command. Although they might not be able to understand it 100% due to the language barrier, the basic contents were known to the wolf pack at the first time. Perhaps it was influenced by the pile of wolf corpses like a mountain around the signing site, or it was because of the 50 lord wolves who used to be high and mighty, but now became prisoners, and could not even open their mouths, or perhaps the previous battle was too one-sided. In short, the wolf pack did not reject this covenant, and even when they learned that they no longer had to fight, they actually showed an attitude of relief. Their performance at this time undoubtedly made Nestor and the witch doctors also feel relieved. This at least proves that the wolf pack is a kind of creature that can cooperate, rather than the stubborn group that must fight back with blood and tooth for tooth, and is not afraid of death. After completing this drama, the couple ordered the wolf pack to return to their own territory, and made a dividing arrangement, and told the small lords to hand in food on a monthly basis, but they themselves did not continue to follow back. In this way, before really facing the Wolf King, the 6-month-long expedition in the forest on the west coast finally came to an end. The next problem is how to really project the power of the headquarters. In addition, the giant tree that blocked Tiberius must be dealt with as soon as possible. The tribe has been delayed here for too long, which has seriously slowed down the development speed of the headquarters. During these days, with the joint efforts of the witch doctors, the cage in the center of the giant tree has become an almost completely solid sphere. A large number of solid barriers seem to grow on Tiberius' body, firmly fixing every inch of his body. A steady stream of plant toxins are also secreted into his body through the injection head inserted into his skin, just like food that keeps feeding him. At this point, even if this monster really wakes up again, it is estimated that it can't even move a millimeter. Fortunately, the biological level of this cave wolf seems to have reached a certain level, and its body excretion is almost stagnant, so there is no need to consider the disposal of excrement. This kind of ability is the only one that witch doctors have ever seen in their lives. Even those very powerful lord wolves are far from being able to do this. They also have to eat and go to the toilet, but I don't know what happened to the 12 wolf kings. The impression left by those wolf kings on Nestor was too deep. The beautiful fur, the proud look, the body full of power and speed. Nestor couldn't imagine them defecating like dogs. Thinking of the wolf king, Nestor recalled the strangeness of this war. From this rescue operation, the wolf king seemed to have an ambiguous attitude towards Tiberius. When Nestor and Ashura conquered in 2 directions, they also learned some information from the other lord wolves and giant wind wolves they encountered. Many independent lords and lords directly under the wolf king seemed to be ready to come to support at the beginning, but at that moment, the wolf kings actually issued a border defense order together, as if they had agreed, so that most of the wolf pack's rescue forces were mobilized. Although I don't know what happened on the other side of the mountains, this style undoubtedly gave Nestor some room for association. Perhaps the wolf kings don't want Tiberius to return. If so, maybe we can use this to talk to them about how to get along in the future. We have to send out qualified messengers. I hope they can recognize the new order dominated by trolls around the cave. Nestor thought so, and brought up the matter of messengers to listen to the witch doctor's opinions. The witch doctors agreed with this. After all, they couldn't really be cowards and lie to themselves that the wolf king doesn't exist, so the sooner the better. In this regard, the witch doctor Fang volunteered to go in person. Although the witch doctors were worried, they also understood that this was almost the only effective option, because Fang was the only troll in the tribe, except for Nestor and his wife, who could understand wolf language, and his pronunciation structure could support communication with the wolf pack. So he headed deep into the forest and prepared to talk to the wolf kings. Fang did not bring any entourage with him, because if things went wrong, he, a troll, would have some confidence to escape, and if there were too few entourages, it would be useless, and if there were too many, there would be various concerns. So he went like this. After sending the Fang witch doctor away, Nestor and the other witch doctors finally put their energy into dealing with the giant tree, and began to seriously think about how to bring it back. Whether it was the huge root system or the cage trunk structure with a diameter of nearly 100 meters, this kind of thinking was almost useless, and they could not think of a suitable solution. Just as they were racking their brains for this thing, a new batch of food supplements shipped from the tribe finally arrived. In this operation, except for the war with the wolf pack, the soldiers did not conduct large-scale hunting, so under the continuous consumption, the food they carried when they set out from the tribe was almost exhausted. So earlier, the witch doctor sent an ultra-long distance manpower relay communication to the headquarters, asking them to transport a new batch of supplies, which resulted in the current supplement. Food or not, let's talk about it first. But when Nestor saw the frozen transport truck pulled by the moose, his mind somehow thought of rail transportation. Remember that during the Qin dynasty, there seemed to be animal-powered wooden rail transportation? Can we work on this aspect? Although it is not known whether it is feasible or not, Nestor decided to experiment with the effect first instead of daydreaming. Otherwise such a large thing would not be transported back at all. He did it as soon as he thought of it. He first expressed his ideas to a group of witch doctors, proposed the concept of wooden tracks, interlocking wheels, etc., and then began preliminary trials with the help of the witch doctors. The track in Nestor's imagination will be composed of solid soil and stone as the roadbed, and then sleepers and tracks will be laid on it. Although he has never seen what the wooden rail transportation in the Qin dynasty in his previous life was like, he thinks it should be similar to the train tracks in later generations, right? So, the witch doctors ordered the soldiers to clear a forest straight road that was 100 meters long and 30 meters wide, and then built a complete track structure on this section of ground without trees. During the construction, they designed the spacing of each horizontal sleeper according to the amplitude of the moose's footsteps, and then laid a 100-meter long double track on it. This is a track located on flat ground. The witch doctors avoided or leveled the roadbed specifically to prevent the moose from spending their energy on the uphill climb. At the same time, it was also to prevent the situation where the car became faster than the moose under potential energy when going downhill. Since it was only a 100-meter long experimental track, and there were more than 2,000 soldiers to assist, the construction process was quite fast. It was declared completed in less than 1 day and 24 hours. In addition to the witch doctor's efforts and the soldiers' dedication, the construction was so fast because of the influence of several important tools. Before the expedition began, the Parliament had given the apprentices a task, which was to create a convenient logging tool for the reclamation of the fields. Now that nearly half a year has passed, the headquarters has finally achieved a series of corresponding and extended results, and sent many design drawings to the front line along with the supply team. All the design contents have passed the preliminary inspection of the witch doctor in the headquarters, and are considered to be mature products that meet the standards. The naming rights have also been handed over to the inventor. Therefore, several products in this series have their own fixed names. The original main body is called logging car, and its function is to cut wood as the name suggests. The car is made of wood as a whole, and there are 2 seats with pedals in the body. The pedal under one of the seats is responsible for providing power. The complex gear structure is connected by a chain inside, which allows the trolls to generate power to move the vehicle forward through their footsteps, and there is also a steering wheel to adjust the direction of travel at any time. The pedal under the other seat does not provide forward power, but is used to control and drive the steel and wood saw extending from the front of the car. Once the troll sitting in this position steps on it, the more complex mechanical structure inside can amplify this power to 3 times, thereby driving the saw to start rotating and play the role of cutting wood. The only pity is that the car is very heavy and huge because too many mechanical parts are stuffed into it. But strictly speaking, this is not a bad thing. After all, the driver is a troll, and the car is not big enough to fit him. It is with the help of this tool and its derivatives that the construction of the test track is so fast. Otherwise, if it is done by hand, the efficiency is really not very fast. When the 100-meter track was built, the witch doctors first made a huge carriage and tried to put it on the track. Then they put bridles on the moose and directed them to start moving on the track. Due to the great reduction in friction, the same number of moose actually drove several times more weight than before, achieving relatively high speed and stable operation. The forward movement is very ideal, but there is a problem when braking. Or from the beginning, this thing was not designed with brakes. Since the track is only 100 meters long, for the moose, this is just a distance that can be covered in a few breaths. Even if they are pulling more than 100 tons of materials behind them, it will not take long. So at the end of the road, the train derailed. Fortunately, the witch doctor who was following it reacted immediately and directly untied the reins connected to the body of the train, thus avoiding irreversible consequences. The problem of braking is not easy to solve. Nesta can only use a stupid method, that is, to install disc brake pads on both sides of each set of grooved wooden wheels that engage the track under the carriage. When the carriage needs to be braked, it will rely entirely on manual braking to achieve the segmented braking effect, and the driver in front will control the moose so that it can finally stop smoothly. Of course, this smooth is only temporary, because the track is only a short 100 meters, so many data cannot be effectively obtained, such as braking distance, etc. Moreover, this transformation has high requirements for materials. The wheels made of ordinary wood cannot bear the heat generated by friction during braking. Even before they are damaged by heat, the 2 sides of the wheels that contact the brake pads have been worn out and lost their braking effect. Therefore, the wheels, brake discs, and even the various components that control the brake discs must be made of steel and wood to be barely usable. After all, these are all solvable problems. After seeing the effect of the moose pulling the cart, the witch doctors immediately lit up their eyes and thought it was a great invention, and proposed to truly promote this rail transportation. They believed that the role it could play should not be limited to the transportation of the cage this time. Even the transportation between the headquarters and various parts of the Black Forest in the future should be solved in this way, which would certainly strengthen the tribe's control over the Black Forest and the tribes. So, after discussion, even the wood used for the track was finally decided to be steel wood, rather than the ordinary wood that Nestor originally planned to use. The only problem now is that the cage is too huge and the journey is too long. In order to transport it back, the tribe must open up a rail transportation route that is 100 meters wide and about 1,700 kilometers long. Yes, 1,700 kilometers is a straight line distance from the headquarters to the cave. If you take into account the detour along the slope, the length of the track should even exceed 2,000 kilometers. This sounds like an almost impossible task. I was busy at school all day, and I started to rush to finish the manuscript when I came back. Finally, I wrote 6,000 plus before 12 o'clock in China. I'm hungry and tired. I'm going to eat. See you tomorrow. Chapter 148 Animal Powered Rail Transportation Engineering, 3 in 1. 1,700 kilometers, or even up to 2,000 kilometers, is undoubtedly a long journey if a troll walks from beginning to end without taking into account the time needed for eating, drinking, and sleeping. It will take about 7 days, 336 light hours, to complete this journey without sleep. If we start from reality and calculate all the necessary rest time, it is not surprising to walk for half a month. Not to mention, if the scale of the travelers is expanded to become an army that needs to consider various additional factors such as supplies, the time required will be even more exaggerated. In this way, it seems that the headquarters cannot complete the idea of expanding the sphere of influence to the cave, and this side will still become the territory of the wolf pack. But if the idea of animal-powered railcars is really realized, the situation will change dramatically. Based on previous observations of moose railcars, witch doctors found that 30 moose can pull more than 100 tons of carriages and run at a speed of 100 km per light hour. In other words, they can carry goods 4,800 kilometers a day, and even this 100-ton cargo capacity is far from their limit. In this way, the time distance between the headquarters and the cave will be reduced to an exaggerated degree, and they can reach each other in less than half a day. Although this is only an estimate, based on a 100-meter track, it does not take into account the rest and food needs of the moose. When it is actually implemented, it may not reach this level due to various factors, but at least by adding 2 sections of livestock warehouse, more moose can be on standby in the carriage and ready to rotate at any time. In this way, it is completely possible to travel long distances without stopping for 48 hours. Even if it does not reach the exaggerated data of arriving in half a day, it can greatly shorten the time barrier of various places in the Black Forest. Nestor was undoubtedly attracted by this prospect, but at the same time he also clearly realized that this was definitely a huge project. In order to realize this ambition, the production structure, production tendency, and organizational model of the headquarters were changed. There will be huge changes. In addition, a large amount of equipment, labor, and raw materials will be needed. Speaking of labor, the most basic question is whether the food reserves can support such a large-scale construction. The scale of the tribe's food reserves is a set of data that almost every witch doctor remembers in his heart. Therefore, after careful calculation, they found that at least in this regard, the tribe's strength is enough to support the food rations of the whole people for several years. Since there is no worry about food, there is nothing to hesitate about. The track construction project was initially established in the simple battlefield. According to tradition, Nestor personally served as the chief engineer and began to discuss how the project should be carried out with the other witch doctors. Seeing that the witch doctors and others seemed to be unable to return to the tribe for the time being, before officially starting to study the track, they first built a simple base. The base is required to accommodate 3,000 trolls, so all witch doctors, apprentices, and soldiers began to act. The wooden spikes in the trap were pulled out, and the horses were dismantled. Together with some previously unused wood, they were initially established as materials for subsequent construction. But as the construction progressed, various plans were constantly changed. The temporary base was set up in the previous battlefield. Although the trolls did not hate this bloody environment, the witch doctors decided to make some changes here considering the impact on hygiene. The traps were refilled, and the previously recycled wood with bloodstains on it was abandoned for the original construction plan. They were piled up in the battlefield with a radius of 300 meters and ignited. The flames were burning, and the trolls began to attack the uncut forests on the periphery. After a period of training, the soldiers drove 50 logging trucks made by the witch doctors themselves, and used their front-end 30-meter wide foot-cranked saws to rush in all directions. It only took a few hours to extend the diameter of the open space to nearly 100 meters again, and it was still expanding. The felled trees were cut off from the head and tail. The trunks would become the subsequent construction materials, and the roots and branches were thrown into the flames, burning the ground inch by inch. The soldiers took off their armor, took steel and wood shovels, entered the flames, and kept turning the land, turning out all the remaining plant roots, seeping wolf blood, and spread wolf corpses, and let them all turn into ashes in the flames. The fire lasted for 3 full days, before it was extinguished. Then more than 20 witch doctors came in, and began to use the only earth and stone magic of the tribe to level the ground, and in the process, turned the original soil into a nearly stone structure, and reserved certain holes for foundation construction. This transformation also took a lot of time to complete. After the initial work was completed, looking at the ground that had been carefully maintained more than the headquarters, Nestor gradually felt that this base seemed destined not to be temporary. It also gave him a new idea about the preparation plan for the track. At this point, the remaining work did not actually require the participation of all witch doctors. After handing over the subsequent construction tasks to the soldiers, the witch doctors sat on the ground and began to really discuss the preparations for the track construction. First of all, the route exploration must be carried out, and this work had already begun 10 days ago, under the protection of a team of travelers. Almost all witch doctor apprentices were sent out. Their task was to find a road that was as flat as possible and mark all the sections along the route that needed witch doctors to cheat, such as rivers and other terrains that could not be bypassed. The apprentices designed and manufactured a series of engineering vehicles such as logging trucks, bucket trucks, excavators, etc., which made the witch doctors see their value in the construction of the test track and even the opening of temporary bases, and believed that they would greatly help the upcoming projects. Therefore, Nestor decided to build a factory to produce them. In addition, there were labor issues, food delivery issues, bridge issues, raw material issues, and communication issues, and a charter was discussed in this meeting. From easy to difficult, the first is communication. This problem had been solved long before the war with the wolf pack. So far, more than 30 apprentices have served as manpower signal transfer stations in the bunkers set up along the way. Therefore, the main force has always had unimpeded communication with the Eastern Black Forest. Next, it is food. This is not too difficult to overcome after the ice storage transport vehicle has been built, but the transportation process takes a certain amount of time. In addition, this site has signed a covenant with the wolf pack, so there will be no shortage of food supply for a long time. The bridge problem is also relatively easy to solve. It just requires the witch doctors to do it themselves, and the most difficult part of the construction is already underway. While the temporary base in the west was meeting to discuss, Nestor's preliminary order had been passed to the headquarters. The 5 witch doctors who stayed in the tribe had begun to build a cross-river bridge on the Black River according to the parameters provided in the information. The river channel of He River near its headquarters is 180 meters wide and 43 meters deep at its deepest point. 5 witch doctors will work together to build a 50-meter wide and 200-meter long bridge supported by 5 piers in the middle. In order to give the bridge a good supporting capacity, they have made some modifications based on the dragon bone wood, making it have higher strength in addition to its original excellent water erosion resistance. After transforming the required tree species, 5 witch doctors arrived at each scheduled bridge pier construction site by boat, tied vines around their bodies, and dived into the water, completing the planting and birth of the bridge piers underwater. After the bridge piers were built, the witch doctors took each pier as the center, extended the trees they controlled to both ends, and completely integrated them in structure and material at the intersection. Thus, the 5 trees formed a living bridge, with roots deeply embedded in the riverbed, lush branches and leaves growing from both sides of the bridge, and even turned into an arched closed structure on rainy days, to keep the bridge surface dry. although it seems unnecessary to do so. The reason why it has life is mainly to facilitate future expansion and construction based on it, and to facilitate the passage of cages during transportation. The site returned to Nestor again, and a group of witch doctors began to discuss labor. For such a huge project, the necessary labor force is indispensable, and it is not necessary for the headquarters to bear all the responsibilities. They believe that they should give their allies some burden. After all, this track, and even the tracks that will be built in the future, belong to the welfare of all trolls. Those second-class allied tribes should not only enjoy the benefits, but not participate in the construction. This set of rhetoric is very high-sounding, but everyone knows the truth. After all, the witch doctors have already known what the so-called Black Forest punishment is. After the discussion, the preparatory group immediately sent a message to the east, requiring the headquarters to temporarily stop all hunting activities and pull out 2,000 trolls to serve as construction engineers. Not only the headquarters, but also the other tribes must provide labor. The 6 major tribes must each send at least 300 workers, and the medium-sized tribes will reduce the requirement to 100. Small tribes do not need it, because all the small tribes that have been discovered have now been incorporated into the YA department. The total number of trolls, more than 5,000 in total, will be assigned to hunting teams. Among them, the trolls of the headquarters will have other more important missions, and the 3,000 laborers from outside will be required to be responsible for tasks such as logging and roadbed construction for a certain distance. After the headquarters received this order, although the apprentices were surprised by the witch doctor's big move, they still forwarded their request to the various strongholds in the east. Then, the apprentices who stayed in the strongholds conveyed this request to the tribes again, 300 for a large tribe, and 100 for a medium-sized tribe. This is undoubtedly a heavy burden for the tribes in the east, but under the pressing situation, facing the envoy's almost threatening tone, they had almost no ability to refuse. After some wrangling, they reluctantly accepted this excessive obligation. At this time, the 2,000 trolls of the headquarters were ready to go to unknown areas to perform their missions according to the needs of the dictator, and the 3,000 laborers outside were also dragging their feet in preparation, and under the repeated urging of the messengers, they finally embarked on the journey to the headquarters of the YA department, and are expected to arrive in the next 2 months. When Nestor learned the news, the exploration work had basically been completed. According to statistics, the track will be as long as 1,800 kilometers, and it will need to cross a large river, the Black River, 4 medium-sized rivers, unnamed, and 17 small rivers. Among them, the Black River Bridge construction project has been completed, and the remaining 4 medium-sized rivers will also be directly crossed by magic. As for the 17 small rivers, it seems unnecessary. If conditions permit, witch doctors can be used. If the witch doctors are really unable to spare time, apprentices can also be allowed to carry out traditional construction. In this case, how to build this super long track has become an unavoidable problem. After discussion, the witch doctors decided to set up 4 sub-bases along the 1,800 kilometer route, which are similar to caves, and temporarily named them with numbers. The western sub-base number 1 is naturally the land under our feet. As a temporary endpoint, it will become the most important sub-base besides the headquarters as the general base. The remaining sub-bases number 2, number 3, and number 4 are roughly evenly distributed in the interval of 450 kilometers. These places suitable for opening bases have been determined in the previous exploration. The 200 construction teams of the headquarters are now rushing there with supplies, and the support forces of the subsequent tribes will also depart from their respective tribes in batches, transport them to the headquarters through the river, and then transfer there. In addition to these construction teams, most of the 300 witch doctor apprentices who have accumulated for about 30 years will also go to the 4 bases with the team to fulfill their respective tasks. Before the apprentices and the troll engineering team arrived, the witch doctors in the cave had already divided into 4 groups. 3 of the groups would leave here and arrive at the location of sub-bases 2 to 4 under the escort of the soldiers to make some preliminary arrangements. The witch doctors had several tasks. First, they were responsible for the supply of raw materials for the corresponding bases, mainly providing steelwood trees of level 1 and level 2 steelwood materials, as well as special steelwood trees that were specially used to produce rails. These three materials would need to be consumed in large quantities in this project. For a tribe that had no metal resources at all, these steelwood trees were the top priority of construction, so the witch doctors had a huge task target in this regard. In fact, it was not only the witch doctors in these 4 bases who needed to carry out this task, but even more than a dozen witch doctors in the headquarters and other large settlements in the east were also assigned with heavy targets. They would also produce a batch of tree species, and then hand them over to the logistics team, to pass them on to the witch doctors in the west. In the following month, the witch doctors completed the cultivation of 13,000 different types of steelwood trees, and then spent another half a month to grow them all to the point where they could be produced. Among the 13,000 trees, 3,000 were steelwood trees that were specifically used to produce rails. Their production structure was still the old openable manufacturing warehouse model, and each tree could produce 5 15-meter long steelwood tracks per month at the same time, totaling 225 kilometers per month, which could lay 112.5 kilometers of tracks. It only took 17 months to more than meet the needs of this construction, and after that, these track trees will continue to produce tracks and support the construction of the east through this route. In addition to the steelwood trees responsible for the tracks, the rest are first and second level raw material trees for producing steelwood tree cores, which will be used in various production activities according to their own strength, toughness and other differences. After the witch doctors completed this raw material production activity that consumed their great efforts, the construction team from the headquarters, including many hunting team apprentices, finally arrived at their respective target bases one by one. The apprentices naturally knew the purpose of this trip and understood which part of the work they would be responsible for. Therefore, they were not unprepared for this trip, but thought about a lot of preparatory work along the way. The apprentices' main task this time was factory construction. These factories were parts yards and assembly yards, responsible for providing construction machinery and other assistance to the construction team. The steel and wood raw material production trees that the witch doctors had cultivated before were prepared for them, and the apprentices' work also requires the witch doctors to provide indispensable assistance in the early stage, which is the second mission of the witch doctors' trip. After the apprentices arrived, they first proposed the customized needs of the mother machine to the witch doctors, based on their own ideas along the way. Their brain power was not as good as that of the witch doctors, and they could not independently complete the complex mechanical structure design in a short time, so they could only provide demands and the witch doctors would transform their needs into drawings in reality, based on these needs. After design planning and the meditation space, afterwards, the witch doctors will be responsible for the construction of the industrial mother machines in these drawings, using magic to shape a high-end machine tool that is almost impossible to move, and has super high processing accuracy, range and strength, and those secondary machine tools and machinery used to produce end products will be manufactured by apprentices operating the mother machine. Due to the intervention of magic power and meditation space, this preliminary work went very smoothly. Including the cave base, all sub-bases have appeared one after another. Factories of a certain scale. The machine tools made by the witch doctors themselves are all pure magic machine tools. Of course, this pure magic only refers to the use of magic to shape the whole machine tool during manufacturing, not to say that it also uses the power of magic when it is processed. This is because the tribe has not yet found a way to fix magic on non-living objects. That is, there is no so-called enchantment technology, so the pure magic machine tool is still only in the imagination. Of course, this has certain benefits for the operation end. Even the trolls who have no magic ability at all can operate it. The specific construction process and processing tasks of these factories are as follows. First, the production team will open up a treeless area to place the mother machines made by the witch doctors. Although these big guys are sophisticated, they are indeed thick-skinned and thick-fleshed, and do not mind being placed in the wild, which can be said to be quite worry-free. Secondly, the apprentices use these mother machines to reprocess the raw material grade steel and wood that have already been produced, making them into groups of parts with the same specifications, and then manually assemble them into secondary machine tools. Thirdly, the secondary machine tools will take on the mission of manufacturing various parts of engineering vehicles, rail sleepers, splicing nails, etc. Finally, sleepers and splicing nails will be temporarily stored, and the engineering vehicle parts will be assembled in the assembly factory and become machines that can be delivered for use. The secondary machine tools made by witch doctor apprentices using mother machines are all made of secondary steel and wood, and according to the differences in strength and toughness, they can be further subdivided into secondary levels with different tendencies. Generally speaking, the cutting tools need high strength materials and the internal transmission structure needs high toughness materials. By making rational use of these two materials, and adding some grease for lubrication, these secondary machine tools have the ability to process most materials. All kinds of large and small parts of engineering vehicles will be produced by these secondary machine tools. For example, the large saw of the logging truck is 30 meters long and 1 meter wide, with sharp cutting teeth on the edge. Its raw material is first-class steel wood. Although it is also steel wood, it can be processed by secondary machine tools because of its grade. After these components are manufactured in different categories, they will be sent to the nearby assembly yard, where ordinary trolls will be directed by apprentices to assemble them. In this project, in addition to the initial land reclamation, the trolls of the headquarters need to assume the role of industrial workers. They will carry out the final assembly work under the guidance of the apprentices. The witch doctors had their reasons for making such arrangements. To put it bluntly, it was the effect of education. The literacy campaign of the headquarters has been going on for 2 or 3 decades. Although the trolls are not particularly smart, they are definitely not stupid. Therefore, almost all the natives of the Ya tribe, as well as most of the trolls from the original Finne and Norman tribes that were incorporated earlier, basically have the ability to read and write common words, which has met the minimum requirements for becoming a worker. Not only that, the new generation that has grown up in the past 2 or 3 decades is somewhat different. Unlike the predecessors, who only learn to read and write, these new generations who have experienced the apprentice training level of education since childhood have a considerable degree of knowledge reserves. Even if they have not become witch doctor reserves, they are fully capable of more complex work than the predecessors who can only be assembly line assemblers. Therefore, they have become backbone workers in various factories and are intentionally trained to operate machine tools. In the future, perhaps the witch doctor apprentices will be able to take on the position of engineer, and these new generations will take on the work of senior workers. Of course, this is only a long-term vision. At least at this stage, whether it is the new generation of trolls or the senior trolls, they have no relevant experience at all, so even the task of assembling engineering vehicles is stumbling, and the apprentices must guide them from beginning to end. However, their progress, especially the new generation, is almost visible to the naked eye. Presumably, with the accumulation of experience, the apprentices will eventually be freed from the work of the assembly plant and even the operation of secondary machine tools, and concentrate on the operation of the mother machine. In this stumbling, factories have sprung up like mushrooms after rain, and even the construction work at the cave sub-base where the engineering team arrived the latest has taken shape. Although the production efficiency is not very high, with the establishment of these factories, the number of engineering vehicles is also slowly and steadily increasing. Some production teams that turned to opening up wasteland due to insufficient workstations gradually received more convenient tools, including excavators, road rollers, box trucks, etc. In terms of design ideas, these engineering vehicles are similar to the prototype logging trucks, and both use complex mechanical structures to achieve the purpose of converting manpower into power. Most of them require 2 to 3 trolls to operate, one of whom provides forward power and steering control, and some large vehicles with exaggerated weight sometimes require 2 trolls to provide power at the same time. For vehicles such as forklifts and excavators, in addition to the driver, they also need to be equipped with 1 or 2 operators who are responsible for the control of the bucket and digging bucket. It is not easy to get started with these big guys. Apprentices in the 4 bases even set up special training classes to train drivers and operators of the headquarters. Even so, the apprentices themselves were only half-baked in this aspect. After all, they were only responsible for designing and had not actually operated it. In short, before the arrival of the low-end labor force provided by the various departments, the construction work of the various branch bases and the training of professional workers were also carried out in an orderly manner. With the arrival of the headquarters production team, the soldiers who were freed from the previous construction tasks returned to their duties and began to carry out frequent patrols between the 4 bases. In addition, the wolf packs under Nestor and Ashura now have a territory covering a large forest area from the Black River to the west of the Cape for another 300 kilometers, and with the annexation of those non-magic wolf packs and the remaining wolf-like magic beasts in the previous battle, the scale has become larger and larger. The expansion of the territory and the expansion of the scale have also improved their ability to obtain prey, so now they are constantly providing meat food for the 4 branch bases, greatly reducing the dependence on the headquarters reserve grain. The food provided by the wolf pack is usually not the prey that has been killed. At the request of the tribe, the small lords who were given out will drive some of the herbivorous creatures in their own territory to the neighboring territory, and then the neighboring small lord will drive them away. Just like a relay, these herbivorous creatures will eventually gather in the 4 sub-base areas, and after being taken over by the trolls, they will start the primary breeding work. In addition, the wolf pack has another task. With the completion of rail transportation and its increasing scale, the tribe's demand for moose will definitely usher in explosive growth in the future. Although the tribe now has deer, moose is not a creature with a very high fertility rate. The tribe has not even figured out their reproduction rules, so the speed of internal breeding is definitely not as fast as casting a net in the forest. Therefore, in order to meet the tribe's future demand for moose, the wolf pack has taken on the mission of finding moose populations in addition to collecting livestock. At this time, they are searching in most of the area west of the Black River and have achieved initial results 7,000 plus on the last day of October. I wish you all good health and smooth work next month. No worries about food and drink every day, and happiness. Oh. Welcome November. Chapter 149 Harvester Machinery, 3-in-1 monthly ticket request. During the early preparations, good news came from the headquarters. The 500 mu of experimental fields opened up before had a bumper harvest without any setbacks. Both the per mu yield and the total yield reached the expected values. The 2 witch doctors in charge of this matter were very happy and personally cooked 100 pots of crown wheat rice and distributed them. The trolls in the tribe, who were lucky enough to eat this meal, although generally felt that this thing was not as delicious as meat, also reported that it was indeed full. When this news and the sample of crown wheat were sent to Nestor across more than 1,700 kilometers, he also felt unusually satisfied holding a large bag of crown wheat. Now that the finished product is in hand, let's study how to eat it. Nestor followed the process of processing rice and noodles in his memory in his previous life, and carried out dehuling, and then tried to steam them separately. After eating it, he found that the best taste is to steam and cook it after removing the shells and eat it like rice. Secondly, the paste after removing the shells and grinding is actually quite delicious, but it is not very filling. Even the raw grains that have not been threshed, although the taste is quite bad, are not indigestible. I don't know if it's just him, but the other trolls didn't say see you tomorrow after eating it, and they felt fuller. For all these reasons, considering the trouble of threshing, he decided to keep eating it in the shell for the time being. As for more sophisticated eating methods, let the younger generations develop it naturally in the future. The harvest of crown wheat is undoubtedly good news. It means that the tribe finally has a way of obtaining food that is second only to taxation and far better than hunting. But at the same time, the urgent intention of development also made an old problem that had never been solved resurface. That is, manpower seemed to be unable to keep up with the half-year-long war with the wolf pack, followed by the construction of rail transportation. The headquarters sent more than 2,700 combat soldiers and 2,000 construction teams. Now, the tribe only has more than 3,000 hunters in the east, who are scattered in the headquarters and various garrisons. strictly speaking, the Ya tribe now has very little power in the sphere of influence in the east, and it really dares not to continue to toss. He originally thought so, but then, Nestor thought of the ancient Chinese garrison soldier system in his previous life, so he thought, can we also use the trolls left in the east? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this idea was feasible. With the transfer of a large number of forces to the west, the various garrisons in the east, including the headquarters, are now in a state of tightening defense. The various hunting teams are huddled in the garrisons, and dare not let go of their hands and feet to hunt. They are almost supported by the food in stock and the food handed over by the various tribes. Whether it is to open up farmland or plant crops, these remaining trolls do not need to leave the garrison too far, and can develop nearby. Therefore, it seems that there will be no actual conflict between opening up fields and tightening defense. He told this idea to Mia and other 4 witch doctors stationed in the cave base, and exchanged opinions with 30 witch doctors who were not there through remote communication. Many witch doctors all agreed with his idea, and even more radical or insidious opinions were put forward. Chuanya did not go with the army this time, nor did he directly participate in the construction of rail transportation. He just completed his quota task during the breeding stage, and then stayed in the largest garrison in the east, concentrating on studying new ideas for ships. When he received the idea from the dictator, he thought about it, and came up with a suggestion that he thought was quite feasible, and sent it out to the group. Since seeds can be transformed into high yield ones, can they also be transformed into zero yield ones? The labor force of this department is insufficient, and for the purpose of food control, we are unwilling to let other departments engage in agricultural reclamation. Then can we provide a batch of seeds that can only be sown a limited number of times? For example, 3 times? Or even once? Find a way to make the next generation, or 2 or 3 generations harvested after sowing, lose their ability to grow. If such a transformation can be completed, then if the departments want to continue agricultural reclamation, they must obtain new seeds from us again. After seeing this message, Nestor exclaimed, wow. He felt that Chuanya was really evil to the core. Of course, everyone's second brother did not laugh at the eldest brother, and he had no position to make moral accusations, because Nestor himself was also tempted by this idea. How about it? Can Chuanya's idea be realized? He immediately sent a message to the headquarters and consulted on this issue. The 2 witch doctors in charge of the crown wheat research responded quickly and gave an answer immediately. It is feasible to control the first generation, because the fruits of the seeds of the first generation are still the direct products of the transformation of the magic. But the second and third generations cannot do it for the time being, and such transformation has already involved the genetic factors you mentioned. Unfortunately, our technology in this area has never made a breakthrough. After receiving this message and translating it into language, Nestor immediately figured out the key to it. The tribe did not master the transformation formula that could penetrate into genetic information, so even the seeds needed by the tribe itself had to go through breeding every time in order to maintain its high yield. If this is not done, and the harvested grains are directly used as seeds for the next round of farming, the output will be almost the same as the original crown wheat, provided by the hornhoofed species. Considering the climate, soil, and water, it is not too much if the yield can be cut by 4/5. From this point of view, even if the other tribes are allowed to plant the same seeds as the Tooth tribe, there is no need to worry about them getting rid of the Tooth tribe's control over food. But to be on the safe side, before the unification of the Black Forest is truly completed, there will definitely be no such thing as too many cages for them. Therefore, Nestor made a decision in his heart. 1 generation will do. All seeds will be castrated, including the seeds provided to us. Understood. We will speed up and find a way to add this step to the transformation method. After getting the promise of the 2 witch doctors, Nestor gave instructions for the new round of sowing, asking the headquarters and the various garrisons to open up wasteland and plant as appropriate. In fact, a new batch of seeds has been prepared all the time, but they have not been castrated according to Nestor's requirements. But he decided to forget it this time and just distribute it to the various garrisons in the east and let the remaining trolls in various places plant it. After receiving his order, the headquarters government immediately began to arrange the relevant work, because the number of farmers who had previously studied on the 500-acre experimental field was actually seriously exceeded. The newly established Agricultural Reclamation Bureau of the executive government decided to keep only a part of them to continue to take care of the experimental field. The rest could continue to open up new fields nearby, or be sent to other garrisons for guidance tasks. They could teach those trolls who had never planted land to learn how to open up fields and carry out agricultural reclamation. Due to the lack of labor, the Agricultural Reclamation Bureau had actually made preparations for slow progress, and all work, including the minimum requirements assigned to the garrisons, was arranged according to this progress plan. But there are always some accidents that break the plans that are considered to be perfect. Perhaps it is because the tribe already has a very deep foundation, or perhaps the apprentices who stayed at the headquarters are too idle. In short, the apprentice group that previously developed a series of engineering vehicles such as logging trucks and specialized in mechanical theory, after they learned that the dictator was determined to vigorously develop the agricultural reclamation industry, the research heart burned again. They went to the test field as soon as possible, visited and experienced the on-site work such as harvesting and sowing, and had in-depth exchanges with the farmers. Then, they keenly realized that machinery seemed to play a huge role in agriculture. So the apprentices developed earth-turning vehicles, sowing vehicles, harvesters and watering vehicles, based on the conclusions obtained from previous field observations and the actual needs of the farmers. The ideas of these single-purpose vehicles are basically the same as those of logging vehicles, but they have been adjusted in function. Strictly speaking, they are still derivative products born on the basis of the previous batch of engineering vehicles, so the design difficulty is not too great. After using the existing mother machine of the headquarters for trial production, entering the test field for field operation, and then carrying out more than 10 targeted modifications, the apprentices were delighted to find that these bulky guys can greatly improve the efficiency of harvesting, turning the soil, or sowing. After having this series of agricultural engineering vehicles, a production unit of 10 people can easily take care of 500 acres of land. The birth of these machines, plus the land state of the Black Forest without any historical baggage, has basically determined the future development model of agricultural reclamation. The image of hard-working farmers facing the loess and back to the sky is estimated to no longer appear. Instead, there will be large farms. Nestor does not think this is a regrettable thing. Hard-working farmers are certainly worthy of respect, but if these tasks can be completed more easily, who would really be unwilling to make changes? Therefore, after learning that the apprentices were so motivated, and broke his previous definition of the serious shortage of labor force so quickly, he was really very happy and relieved, and ordered the headquarters to immediately start the construction of the corresponding factory. The headquarters and the large station, where the ship teeth are located, now have a large number of mother machines. Due to the difficulty in transportation, these mother machines were not involved in this rail project. Nowadays, except for a few production activities such as shipbuilding, most mother machines and secondary machine tools are more responsible for teaching work. Now, they can be used more efficiently. With the support of these existing machines, the subsequent part of this task basically no longer requires the participation of witch doctors. The remaining work is all left to apprentices and high-end population. When these ready-made design drawings were sent to various sub-bases along the western rail across the vast Black Forest, and came to the hands of various witch doctors, they also realized the future prospect of a sharp decline in the demand for labor in agricultural reclamation after the intervention of machinery. This imagination of the future made these witch doctors think of organizing land reclamation in the sub-bases. Therefore, the witch doctors in charge of the 4 sub-bases submitted relevant issues to the dictator at the same time, applying to open up fields along the line and produce agricultural machinery to reduce the logistical pressure generated when the rail construction officially started. These applications were immediately approved by Nestor, so the 4 sub-bases, including the cave base, opened up agricultural machinery production lines, based on the original railway engineering machinery production line. Since the 2 types of engineering vehicles have the same origin, the power structure and other modules used in them are similar. Therefore, other parts except functional components can basically be used interchangeably, and the existing production model will not be bloated. The only ones who felt that this task was unfriendly were perhaps the workers on the assembly line, because they found that the things they needed to learn had increased again. However, they only nagged a few words, and soon followed the requirements of the headquarters, and started learning new technologies again under the hand-in-hand guidance of the apprentices. When everything in each sub-base was gradually on track and more than 1,000 engineering vehicles had been stockpiled, the illiterate production team from other divisions finally arrived. In the cave base, Nesta gave a speech to the more than 750 migrant workers assigned there. In the speech, he emphasized the importance and groundbreaking nature of the track engineering task and described for them what kind of wonderful changes would be brought to the lives of the trolls after the completion of this project. In short, Nesta drew a big picture of better food, better future, better life, but at the same time, he really believed that these big pictures would really be realized in the near future. The same thing had happened in the 234th sub-base in the east in the previous half a month, and due to the distance problem, the formal track construction had already been launched there. The 4 sub-bases were assigned 750 migrant workers. Among them, the cave base mainly built roads to the east, and the other 3 bases needed to build roads in both the east and west directions at the same time. In this way, although the project at the cave base started the latest, it should be able to complete the connection with the number 2 sub-base at the fastest speed, and work together with it to invest more power in the east. The trolls who came from the headquarters earlier were also divided into 4 groups of 500, and were assigned to 4 bases. A small half of them were filled in the engineering vehicle production line, and the remaining half, after driving training, acted as engineering vehicle operators, and carried out the construction of various sub-bases with a work efficiency of more than 110. The current positioning of these sub-bases is far more than the original rail engineering construction base, but with the concept of establishing a permanent station, they are carrying out real planning. As early as before the arrival of the laborers from various tribes, the headquarters trolls had already built fortifications including city walls here, as well as various supporting facilities such as housing, bathhouses, toilets, and canteens inside the base. Although it looks much simpler than those stations in the east, it is definitely enough to support the permanent residence of more than 1,000 trolls. Later, with the birth of agricultural machinery, the drivers who had basically completed the construction of the city began to turn to the development of agricultural land. The logging trucks led the way and created large areas of open space. Then the excavators followed and began to dig out the tree stumps remaining on the ground and the roots deep underground. The felled trees were separated from the trunks by the jigsaw trucks, and these trunks were loaded onto the bucket trucks and sent to the city wall behind, and the various broken branches and trunks left in the open space were burned in the raging flames that ignited soon after, and after deep plowing and land filling, various agricultural machinery entered the field. Then, the operations of plowing and sowing were carried out by unskilled people, and thus, a piece of farmland was almost initially formed. These farmlands may be roughly developed, the soil fertility may not reach the most ideal state, and even the sowing is not satisfactory, but there is not much else in the Black Forest, but there is a lot of land. At most, rotation and fallow are used together, and there is always a way to ensure that there is enough land for stable output every time. When the foreign workers arrived, under Nesta's order, except for the workers in the factory, the rest of the trolls, whether they are local trolls or foreign trolls, were completely reorganized. Under the new organization, basically only 2 or 3 people in each production team are local trolls, and the rest are all trolls from different tribes. These new production teams, where you are in me, and I'm in you, will strictly implement the standards of eating, living, and wearing the same clothes, and then cooperate with each other to complete the entire project. At the same time, the trolls of this department were required to communicate with the foreign trolls diligently, treat them as their comrades, and instill in them the concept of all trolls in the world are one family during communication. Fortunately, the trolls were still in a relatively simple state at this time, and had not yet developed bad ideas of looking down on low-end labor and foreigners. Therefore, his series of orders were not resisted, but were actually implemented and executed. At work, the trolls of this department will focus on the operation of engineering vehicles, while the foreign trolls will do something such as piling up soil and carrying, which do not require much technical content. As the project progressed slowly, these new production teams gradually developed some simple friendships, and as time went by, they were becoming more and more stable. Just as all this was progressing steadily, the sharp-fanged witch doctor who had traveled a long distance in the Black Forest finally arrived at the territory of a pair of wolf kings smoothly, and was brought to the wolf kings by the relatively smarter Lord Wolves. Dear two wolf kings, I come with friendship and sincerity. In order to communicate smoothly, Fang deliberately maintained the form of a wolf troll, and used the deformed vocal structure to speak wolf language containing information. Sincerity? Friendship? Strange troll, what is the sincerity you are talking about? Is it the corpses of my compatriots? Since it is impossible to know the gender of the wolf king from its appearance, Fang cannot be sure whether the one lying on the hill and barking lazily is a male or female wolf king, but he also deeply felt its wisdom and beauty. Not so. The sincerity I brought is about Lord Debilius. As his voice fell, another wolf king who was basking in the sun and had never looked at Fang finally opened his eyes. He slowly turned his head and fixed his eyes on Fang, which made him feel a chill. Although his strength is far less powerful than that of the cave wolf, but these are two completely healthy higher creatures. Sharp Fang put away the slight contempt that had arisen from the previous smooth war and decided to communicate more carefully. Tell me, did you win? How is Debilius? The Wolf King's voice became even deeper, and there was a sense of alienation from time to time. We won. Debilius was completely controlled, and there will never be a chance to escape. Sharp Fang gave a very affirmative answer. The two Wolf Kings looked at each other, and their eyes couldn't help but reveal some disbelief, because this answer far exceeded their previous expectations. If the guy in front of them was not lying, then they would have to re-evaluate the strength of the troll tribe, and then treat him accordingly. Where is your tribe? We need to go and take a look. Go and see Debilius's situation, and then talk about the friendship you want. The Wolf King's request made Sharp Fang a little embarrassed. Although he got a special order to do things at his own convenience, did he really have to bring such a dangerous guy to the tribe? As if seeing his hesitation, the Wolf Kings unexpectedly did not force him. The Wolf King who first communicated with Sharp Fang spoke again. You don't seem to be the king. We allow you to seek the approval of the real king, but please don't let us lose our patience. Okay, I appreciate your understanding and tolerance. Go, don't keep us waiting. In addition, tell your king that not all 12 Wolf Kings will go. Only we or another pair of Wolf Kings will go. In this way, you won't feel too embarrassed, right? Sharp Fang did not answer this obvious temptation. He just leaned over and bowed slightly, then backed up and said goodbye. When he left, the leading Wolf King gently rubbed the neck of his partner next to him, and hummed barely perceptibly, I hope what he said is true. That damn tyrant, even if he really can't be killed, should be imprisoned forever. The trolls seem to have become a force that cannot be ignored. The other Wolf King narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the special figure of Fangs for a long time, and said so. It seems that the monthly tickets are doubled recently. Can you give me some monthly tickets? Chapter 150 Giant Tree, named badly. The cave subbase. There are no caves now. Under the threat of the cave wolf, this land, which seemed to have no other life, except plants and mosquitoes, has now become a city belonging to the trolls. The city is large, but also very empty, because the trolls generally work in double shifts. There are only hundreds of trolls in this city with a radius of nearly 1,000 meters, and surrounded by city walls at any time. Moreover, most of the trolls are just resting in their houses. There are only a few factories that keep running at 48 hours, barely proving the vitality here. In the planning of the Ministry of Teeth, the cave base is equivalent to an important bridgehead for the future development of the Western Black Forest. Therefore, a lot of advance reserves were reserved when the city wall was built. At this time, there are still large tracts of vacant land inside, waiting for their future owners to build. In the center of the city, where the witch doctors once fought with the cave wolf, there is a strange and huge tree. The trunk has a diameter of 80 meters at its thickest point, and is about 230 meters tall. The horizontal to vertical ratio of about 1:3 makes this tree look particularly strange. But if you look more closely, you will find that the trunk is only about 120 meters tall, and the rest of the height is the leafy branches extending from the top. The tree looks like a fat man with an afro. The crown of the tree is covered with dense broadleaves, covering an area of nearly 130 meters. The ground under the tree is cracked by the developed root system, and the dark brown roots are densely exposed. The roots have penetrated downward and outward into the soil, which is unknown how deep and wide it covers. This tree, which seemed to have taken some hormones and was still growing bigger day by day, was naturally the cage used by the witch doctors to imprison the cave wolf. Although its daily growth was not large, it became increasingly important after a long period of accumulation. Nestor was very upset about this. Even if the track was built, could this thing really be transported back? This thing could actually survive for a long time, even if it left the land. So what Nestor was worried about was not the survival problem during transportation, but simply that it was too big. The size and weight of the trunk and body were only the surface, and the roots that had drilled out far underground were also one of the biggest difficulties. Logically speaking, even if it had a certain growth ability like ordinary plants, according to the density of its trunk, it should be very difficult to grow 1 centimeter taller and thicker, but now it changes almost every few days. What caused this magnitude of growth? For this question in his mind, Nestor easily thought of the biggest possibility, that is, the cave wolf in the cage. Because the cave wolf is almost the only variable, it seems that this is the only possibility that causes the tree's unique growth ability. He wanted to find out why this happened. It happened that the construction of the track project was on track. Whether it was the project itself, or some other changes he wanted to achieve through the project, they were all progressing slowly and steadily. At this stage of the project, Nestor basically didn't need to personally participate in the front line. In this case, let's do something that I'm more interested in. With this idea, he came under the giant tree and prepared to think about this big guy. When Nestor arrived under the giant tree, he immediately saw the thick-tooth witch. As the witch doctor, who is most proficient in plant magic in the tribe, Thick-Teeth has been playing the role of guard. These days, he has been staying next to the giant tree almost every moment. At this time, he maintained the form of a tree man, and his lower body became a root system, which maintained a connection with the roots of the giant tree. His eyes were slightly clicked, as if he was exploring something. Before Nestor could greet him, he opened his eyes and said in an unusually slow voice, "Your Excellency, the dictator, you are here too." This was a side effect of his tree man form. Since most of his body had become plant-like, it was very difficult for him to move or speak. Nestor waved his hand, indicating that it was not necessary to go through so much trouble. Then he sat on the ground, stretched out his palms to the exposed roots on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to feel. After entering the meditative state, if the main body was regarded as the part above the neck, the giant tree next to him seemed to be the body below the neck, and he seemed to have become a high-level paraplegic. Although the body below the neck existed and could be barely felt, it was just not able to operate freely. After exiting the meditative state, Nestor shook his head and stood up, sighing, "It's still like this," and walked to the side of the tree trunk, leaning against it, and entering meditation again. The magic power extended from his back and went straight into the tree trunk, and his perception also unfolded, and he felt the scene in the tree trunk with a strange perception. At the center, Dibelius still looked full of life, except for not waking up. He had no sense of weakness caused by being imprisoned. The dense injection heads were still there, and a large amount of plant toxins were still being injected into the body of the cave wolf, but it was like a drop in the ocean without causing any ripples, as if the amount injected was only a few milliliters. Nestor focused his perception and focused on observing the part where the cage and the cave wolf were connected, and found that the connection seemed to have become thicker. The magic power surged to the finer parts, carefully observing the cell changes inside the injection head. Since the advancement, Nestor's own practice has never stopped. Although the changes in his body are not as drastic as those of the 3 witch doctors such as Ashura who directly use the window, they are also steadily advancing. As his body gradually becomes stronger, his mental power is also increasing rapidly day by day due to the superposition of various factors, and it has led to the enhancement of his perception ability. Today, Nestor no longer needs the help of a microscope to observe at the cellular level. Therefore, in his perception, the clusters of cell tissues at the injection port were like a bride who had taken off her outer clothes. There are more energy conversion units in the cells. Although the rest of the cells seem to be the same, the growth at the connection with the cave wolf's body is particularly eye-catching. From my own experience of body changes, I can judge that this should be the effect of increased energy density in the area. For plants, usually these units are concentrated on the leaves, but now they appear inside the trunk. In other words, is there some form of energy transfer between the cave wolf and this giant tree? Although he was unable to activate the entire tree, Nestor still had the ability to change a small part of it. Therefore, he controlled one of the injection heads to leave the cave wolf's body. Since there was almost no space in the cage for the movement of matter, his action was almost a ripple effect. He had to move the neighboring giant wood tissues a little bit to make room for some operations. After completing the goal, it seemed that nearly 10 minutes had passed. Let's keep this state for a few days. Then we can see what kind of difference this part of the body has with the other tissues that are in contact with it. We should be able to make a preliminary judgment. Nestor stood up and was about to leave. He thought that, since he guessed that the problem was with the cave wolf, he should study it as well. If he wanted to study it, he had to get the corresponding tissue, but now the cave wolf was firmly locked in the deepest part of the tree trunk. It became a bit troublesome to get its body tissue. Originally, Nestor wanted to return to the tribe and wait for the witch doctors to gather again, and then gather the power of all the witch doctors to control the giant tree again, so as to start the study of the cave wolf. But now that the track project has been launched, it seems that the return has become a long way off, and the witch doctors have been assigned to different places. Therefore, the implementation of this plan has been delayed for too long, so long that he has been trying to act in advance. What should I do? Well, there is a way. There is no need to control everything. If he really wanted to study, he could always think of a shortcut. It can only be said that he had put too much thought on the tracks, farmland, assimilated laborers and other miscellaneous matters, which reduced his desire to study the cave wolves. At first, I just wanted to be a mentor who stayed away from real affairs and gave occasional advice and put most of my energy into the research of magic. How did it become like this later? Suddenly, he stopped thinking about the research on the cave wolf and began to examine the changes in himself in the past few years. Looking back on the choices he had made along the way, he gradually gained some insights. At first it was fine. I just had a sense of responsibility and the mentality of taking care of my own children, and naturally took on more and more affairs. But the time when I served as dictator again, although it cannot be said to be all, but at least a considerable part of the reason was that I was poisoned by power. The position of chairman of the parliament and the trust of the tribe seemed to have blinded my original intention and made me unable to withstand any rebuttal and denial, even if such rebuttal and denial are obviously for my safety. Realizing the changes in his mentality along the way, Nestor suddenly felt bored, and the power in his hands suddenly became less attractive. He shook his head, throwing away crazy and unrealistic thoughts such as resigning immediately, and calmly considered the current situation and future path of the tribe. The House of Representatives has not been organized, and what the trainee members of the House of Representatives are doing now seems to be more like the civil servants in the previous life. Although the intention of the Rune Parliament is good, and has always played a positive role, when the number of witch doctors exceeded 30 and the number of apprentices increased several times, the meeting process became more and more procrastinated. Almost no one mentioned the term system anymore. Come to think of it, there are only so many witch doctors in the country who can be replaced when the term is up. From the speaker to the dictator, power is concentrated, things are more convenient, and the procrastinating meeting process is gone. But the pattern of the elite republic has been broken step by myself. What's next? Do I have to become a king or even an emperor? If I hadn't had the sudden enlightenment just now, Perhaps being a king or an emperor would be quite attractive, but now I think I really don't have that intention. It might be too exaggerated to say that he was influenced by his past life. Nestor just felt that it was boring. Maybe he felt boring now, but he would feel interesting tomorrow. At least, what he was thinking now was, the crisis has been passed. Otherwise, after understanding the attitude of the Wolf Kings and completing the Rail project, he could step down as the dictator smoothly? No, we still need to further determine the land policy, the rules of procedure of the Rune Council, and even the executive government. No matter which of these things, it is not possible to make a decision immediately by patting the head. As for what kind of decision is made by patting the head, and how effective it is, we can get a rough idea by looking at the political system of the tribe that is leaking everywhere. Since he just realized that he is not a genius in politics and that almost half of the rules he set before are just fantasies, Nestor has become much more cautious and decided to think about it seriously. Calm down, and finish the current things seriously first. He took a few deep breaths, shook off the complicated thoughts in his mind, and focused his mind on the giant tree and the cave wolf again. First, he selected a venom syringe, and Nestor changed its structure little by little. Under his control, the selected target became hollow little by little, and the tip of its tip slowly turned into a sharp claw. The cage wall connected to its end also gradually turned into a pipe under his control, and gradually extended to the outside of the tree trunk he was leaning against. Because the cage was made too solid, and the internal structure was specially determined to be extremely stable, in order to completely trap the cave wolf. Therefore, Nestor's magic control at this time became extremely slow, and its progress was intermittent like a turtle crawling. Time passed little by little, and in order to achieve this operation, that was not too complicated when placed on other natural trees or other functional trees in the tribe, he spent almost several hours of light time. Finally, a pipe with one end connected to the cave wolf, and one end extending to the outer wall of the tree trunk, with an inner diameter of less than 1 centimeter, was formed. Nestor wiped off the non-existent sweat on his forehead, and started the next step. He was going to use the claws that were transformed at the tip of the pipe, to cut off a small piece of the cave wolf's body tissue, and then move it out of the tree, and into his hand, by controlling the peristalsis of the pipe. The idea was good, but he seemed to have forgotten how strong the cave wolf's body was. After resting for a while, Nestor started the operation again. He wanted to open the claws that were transformed from needles at the tip, but found that this first step was quite difficult. The cave wolf's body was like steel. That thin claw was difficult to cut off a piece of meat, and it was difficult to open its mouth. After trying several times without success, Nestor planned to try a different idea. These injection heads also drilled in a little at the beginning. Even if it was just a little bit, it must have destroyed some cells on the epidermis. Judging from the strength of this monster, if I can move the needle out, maybe I can find some tissue residue at the outer end. Today, my teacher scolded me, saying that I was sleepwalking recently, and why my condition has declined so much. I came back from school very late, and my mind was full of my teacher's scolding. So I only managed to write more than 4,000 words today. My condition is really not good, so please let me rest for one night. I will definitely recover tomorrow. Sorry fellow readers. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.